Chapter 1. Axel missed real winter. It never got cold enough since leaving the village north of the Arctic Circle, where he'd hidden after everything fell apart. He'd only bothered with a jacket because most people paid attention if he walked around in a t-shirt as the snow fell. And today, he needed to blend in. He pretended to read a magazine in the window of the trendy coffee shop so he could ignore the brunette in stilettos who kept flipping her hair and trying to catch his attention. Axel frowned out the window, waiting for the Bad Creek enforcer to show up. Sasha walked 3 blocks south, tracking the guy, and called to give Axel the heads up. The only bear in Kaiser's group who liked cold almost as much as Axel was Sasha. The Russian spent most of his life in the shitty part of Siberia. Axel hadn't known any part of Siberia could be shittier than the rest, but apparently it could. And Sasha didn't like to talk about the difference. Axel finished his coffee as the Bad Creek Wolf, a tall dude with dark hair and scars on his face, sauntered down the sidewalk, his phone to his ear. They'd figured out this guy was one of the main enforcers for the Rogue Alpha, if not the top beta and the second in command. But so far, no one knew his name or how to get to him. He knew all the secrets the Council would need to take down Bad Creek, and Axel and Sasha couldn't afford to lose him. Axel finished his coffee and folded up the magazine so he could launch out of the cafe when needed. The enforcer paused across the street on a snow-crusted patch of ground with a few benches, the place optimistically called a park, and turned in a slow circle to survey the surroundings. Axel held his breath and pretended to watch the few pedestrians out and about on a cold morning, including a girl in Salvation Army chic clothes with a shock of violet hair mixed with staggered blonde and auburn stripes, who scurried past the coffee shop and paused on the curb, about to cross the street. He snorted and concentrated on the beta as the man searched for someone. Maybe they'd get lucky and he would meet with the financier or courier or whoever right there in the middle of the park. Axel and Sasha would be able to grab them both and haul them off for the Council to interrogate, and then they'd finally be able to get rid of the Bad Creek pack. The private investigator they worked with thought the beta was the key to taking down the external trappings of Bad Creek's illicit empire. Axel frowned as the girl with purple hair stepped between 2 parked cars and edged into the street, though half her concentration remained on the man in the park and the other half focused on a phone in her hands, completely distracted. Axel held his breath and tried to ignore her, even though his polar bear side started to get anxious. The kid might get herself killed crossing the street, but she looked old enough to look both ways. The coffee cup crushed in his hand, and Axel picked up his own phone to signal Sasha, who lurked around the block and observed the park from a safe distance. Axel eased to his feet and moved toward the door, muttering instructions to Sasha as he plotted the takedown. They just needed to see the beta exchange something with the financier. A squirrely-looking human in a camel hair coat approached the rogue wolf, looking around nervously, and they shook hands. Axel pulled his black watch cap lower to disguise his blonde hair and tossed the coffee cup in the trash on his way to the street. If they wrapped this up quickly, maybe there would be enough time for Axel to go bare and roam through the forest. He could find a snowdrift deep enough to dive into, and then the polar bear side of him could rest. The snow and ice might numb him long enough to let him sleep, to keep the dreams away. "I'll take the little dude," Sasha said, his Russian accent slow and laconic. Axel could just picture him smoking and pondering existential thoughts as he answered the phone. "Of course you will," Axel said under his breath. "Wait until they make the deal." The 2 men in the park continued an intense discussion, the smaller man shaking his head a lot and the beta looming larger and larger. Axel wondered if he'd end up saving the little dude's life, and debated just letting the rogue wolf kill him. The human had made some bad choices in his life, if he funded Bad Creek and all of their terrible medical experiments on shifter kids. Sometimes karma was a bitch. Axel wouldn't mind helping the universe even the score for that particular crime, but he needed to see a hint of evidence that this was the right guy. Axel paused at the corner, waiting for the light to turn so he could cross to the park, and glanced down the block. His heart jumped to his throat. That damn girl with purple hair hopped out from between the cars, her attention on the Bad Creek Beta, and started across the street, right into the middle of oncoming traffic, racing to beat the yellow light. He flinched as one car swerved, nearly slamming into another car, but there was too much traffic. And a giant city bus, careening around the corner and barreling toward her without concern for lanes or lights or anything. She blinked and finally looked up from her phone, but froze in the street and stared at the traffic. His polar bear side nearly launched right out to save her, wanted to crush the cars that got close to her. Axel cursed, looking back to where the two men argued, and knew the council needed him to catch those men. He should have concentrated on the mission, told Sasha when to move in, and captured the two sons of bitches who'd killed so many shifters in the city in the last few months. But instead, he raced toward that damn girl as she frowned at the park and started forward, trying to beat the bus and the cars and ignoring a few people shouting, and the entire time all he thought was what a dumb move it was. He grabbed her and launched them both out of traffic, closer to the park, and he landed hard on his shoulder with her held against his chest. They rolled, slamming into the concrete, and finally came to a stop on the snow-crusted grass, Axel on top. He stared down at her, stunned at how small and fragile she felt, and couldn't come up with anything to say as his heart stopped beating, and the bear exhaled in relief. Her lips parted as she looked at him, wide blue eyes blinking and unfocused. She said, "Ragnar," in a dismayed tone, and passed out. She might as well have shot him in the face and kicked him in the balls at the same time, although her knee had landed pretty solidly in his junk when he grabbed her, so she'd already achieved significant shock before she said his brother's name. Axel's bear roared in dismay and rage and grief. She knew their twin. Somehow the odd girl with the heart-shaped face and crazy hair knew Ragnar. Axel blinked as people started forming a crowd, asking if the girl was okay, and he shoved to his feet. Sasha had the squirrely human in a friendly headlock, raising his other hand in a what-the-fuck gesture. The Bad Creek enforcer had vanished. Axel groaned. They'd spent weeks studying the guy's schedule, waiting for more information on the financier and where they met, and planning the best way to grab them both and disappear. And one girl ruined it. Kaiser and the other guys would have a goddamn field day with this. Axel muttered to the concerned pedestrians and leaned down to pick the girl up. She didn't look injured, just starved and a little feverish, and she felt cold from her threadbare clothes, her skin a little clammy where he could feel her wrist. His bear growled. If she knew Ragnar, then clearly Ragnar wasn't taking care of her properly. Axel added that to the list of things he would discuss with his brother, if he ever saw him again. Axel carried the girl toward Sasha, shaking his head. "Which way did he go?" The other bear shrugged, flexing his arm around the human's throat until the smaller man turned blue. "Didn't see. Your little drama created convenient distraction. I saw you running and thought you came this way, but instead..." The Russian shrugged, then looked at the girl. "Who is she?" "I don't know." Axel wanted to put her down, but the bear insisted they hold her a little longer. She smelled like snow, and she needed to be warm, right next to his chest so he could hear her heart beating. "But we should get out of here." "We should," Sasha said, and jostled the human again. "But maybe girl should not. If she is not part of this, it would not be kind to get her involved, right?" She knew something about these two. It felt like a half-truth, though Axel could not have articulated why. She was focused on the big dude when she started crossing the street. Maybe she knows them. Sasha's eyebrows rose in a typically disbelieving expression, and he waited. Axel adjusted how he held the girl, frowning as a half-full backpack tangled in her arms and his. "Just go. We'll take them both to the warehouse and sort it out there. I'm not leaving an unconscious girl in the middle of the street." The Russian shrugged and started dragging the financier toward where they'd parked the car in an alley a few blocks away. Axel followed, trying not to feel conspicuous as he carried the purple-haired girl, and waited as Sasha bound the human's hands and feet, shoved him into the trunk, and thumped him on the head with the tire iron before slamming the lid closed. He lit another cigarette and frowned at the unconscious girl. "You sure you do not know her?" "No, I've never seen her before." Axel scowled at the rear door. "Open it up already." Sasha did, watching as Axel slid the girl into the back seat and handed him the backpack. The Russian studied the cigarette, tapping ash off the end. "Maybe she knows you." "I doubt it." The other bear didn't blink as smoke curled toward his face. "She made convenient distraction, no? Maybe it was no accident." Axel shook his head, even though he knew what Sasha said made sense. The girl could have been a perfectly timed disruption to allow the Bad Creek enforcer to escape. She smelled like a shifter, too, though definitely not a bear. If she were a wolf, working for Bad Creek, he'd just kidnapped one of their own and would no doubt bring all kinds of unholy hell down on the rest of the den. He shut the door on her and climbed into the driver's seat, cranking up the heat. She was too thin, was probably freezing in those shitty clothes, and a flush climbed his cheeks when Sasha ducked into the passenger seat and eyed him sideways. On the drive over, in the early morning chill, he'd kept the windows down, wanting to feel snow in the air. He never used the heater. But Axel refused to turn it off, though, and started driving to the warehouse. The girl needed to be warm. That was the end of the conversation, and he didn't give a shit what Sasha thought. He focused on getting to the warehouse. The others could meet them there. Kaiser would know what to do about the girl. Sasha searched the girl's backpack and waited until they were nearly halfway to the warehouse before he asked, too casually for it to be idle curiosity, "Who is Ragnar?" Axel gripped the steering wheel until the leather creaked in his grip. His heart cracked again, right over the empty space that Ragnar once occupied. "No one."
Bearing Hearts. City Shifters, The Den, Book 2. Written by Layla Nash. Narrated by Beth Rogue.
Chapter 2. Everything hurt. I forced my eyes open and tried to look around, but a single bulb cast too much light in my face, and soon my vision swam and everything was distorted. I sat in a stiff wooden chair, even more uncomfortable given the aches in my muscles and the burning in my hip from where I hit the ground. A bubbling nausea that threatened to empty my stomach of the nothing I'd eaten in the last 24 hours rose to the surface. I tried to alleviate the pain in my back, but I couldn't move my arms, and even my ass was numb from the cold air and sitting so still. It looked like I was in an abandoned warehouse, with odd drips and echoing creaks originating in cobweb machinery, and I tried to free my legs with more urgency, Not exactly a place I wanted to die. And I really had to pee. But my hands, bound behind me, stayed tied, and my legs remained chained to the chair. I shivered. The events that led up to being tied to a chair in an abandoned warehouse were blurry. The last thing I remembered was Ragnar racing toward me, tackling me, and then just staring at me when I said his name. I swallowed a surge of grief and bile. He'd been dead almost 3 months, but it still felt like yesterday. Hallucinating that he saved my life was just the icing on the cake. Maybe Nick decided he didn't want to work with us anymore and needed to tie up some loose ends. Me being the loosest, apparently. That didn't sound right. I blinked as a shoe scuffled close by, and I tried to peer through the darkness. "Who's there?" More dripping echoed through the vacant space. Then the scratch of a lighter and the acrid scent of cheap cigarettes reached me. It almost hid the stink of old fish. Maybe not a warehouse. Maybe a processing plant. The thought and mishmash of smells made me gag. The fox wanted to bury her nose in something nice and clean, like fresh cotton, but it felt like I would always smell that nasty old fish. "Who are you?" The smooth voice definitely wasn't Ragnar's. Instead, it was from somewhere behind me. It grumbled with a thick Russian accent. "I'm Lucy," I said, then wanted to smack my forehead. I should have used a fake name. Except they had my backpack, most likely, which meant they probably had my driver's license and my wallet and my notebook and notes and Smith's letters. His instructions. Shit. Without Smith's instructions, I wouldn't be able to make contact. And if the guy questioning me belonged to Nick's pack and found out I worked for Smith, we'd both be dead in a snap. Gruesomely dead. "Look, I think this is a mistake. That guy bumped into me, but it's cool. I need to meet some friends, so if you could just..." "Who do you work for?" My stomach rolled, and I wondered how far I could lean without toppling the chair if I needed to barf. I wore my last pair of semi-clean pants and didn't have enough quarters for a laundromat, so I swallowed as much of the nausea as I could. "I'm kind of between jobs." "Who do you work for, Lucy?" He didn't sound angry, just disinterested. Maybe disappointed, as if he already knew I had lied. I searched the darkness for any sign of him, hoping for Ragnar instead. But my vision blurred and my head started to pound. Cold seeped through my tennis shoes and up my legs, the freezing concrete leaching whatever warmth I'd managed to store up in my oversized jeans. I tried to wiggle my toes to get feeling back. "I don't work for anyone now, okay? I used to run errands for someone, but he's gone now, and I'm on my own." My voice cracked on the last bit, and I clenched my hands, even though they were still tied behind me. Damn it. I fought to breathe normally, deep and even, and hoped they couldn't read the grief on my face. I missed Ragnar. I missed him so much it sucked all the air from the world. It still felt like a raw, red wound cutting through the middle of me. It didn't seem possible, but the fox part of me missed him even more than the human side did. He was the only one who understood us, and though polar bears weren't known for their patience, he didn't mind us following him around. "Errands?" The Russian voice moved closer, circling to my right, and I searched my peripheral vision for a hint of who spoke. Maybe I could convince him to free my feet, or get me a bucket to barf in. "What kind of errands?" My head tilted back so I could stare up into the darkness around the ceiling, closing my eyes against the brilliant spot of the single bulb, making my head ache more. If they were going to kill me, they'd kill me regardless of what I said. I could lead him on for a while, string him along with tidbits of information, and hope I pulled my wrists free. But from the sharp pain in my hip and side, I probably wouldn't be running any sprints for a while. I could die tired, or I could die tied to a chair. The ropes bit into my wrists as I twisted them. At least tired meant I died with dignity. Maybe. Just errands, picking up packages, dropping off packages, doing research. I closed my left eye to relieve the agony in my temple. The room started to tilt around me and my stomach objected. Look, I'm sorry if I walked into something. I just thought, who is Ragnar? My breath caught. A growl started from the shadows, and my head snapped up so I could search for a hint of who made the noise. I waited to answer, hoping the growler would make himself visible. But as the silence stretched and nothing moved, I gave up. He was a friend. We worked together. Footsteps clicked on the concrete floor, echoing in the frigid air, and the Russian came into view. My heart sank, and I stopped trying to pull my hands free. Well, balls. The guy was huge. Huge. 6 feet and 1,000,000 inches tall, shoulders wider than a Buick, and legs like tree trunks. The scent of cheap cigarettes wafted toward me and stung my nose, and I sneezed. The Russian's dark eyebrow arched as he stood in front of me, flicking a fancy lighter over and over. A friend. What kind of friend? My head tilted. Not the question I expected, and not really any of their business. I clenched my jaw to keep my teeth from chattering in the cold, and struggled with indignation and anger rather than fear. Why? I ask question. You answer. The accent grew stronger, and he held the cigarette between his thumb and forefinger as he pointed at me. What kind of friend this Ragnar was? That is none of your business, I said with as much dignity as I could muster. And you can go ahead and kill me because I'm not going to... Were you fucking him? The growl came out low and calm, but so close on my left that I jumped, trying to face the man with Ragnar's face as he stepped out of the shadows, and the chair toppled over. I landed hard on my shoulder and yelped, though I managed to keep my head from smacking into the concrete. I wiggled, hoping maybe the chair broke and I could get my legs free enough to kick one of them in the balls, but the ropes still held. It might have been my imagination, but I thought the Russian rolled his eyes as he tossed the cigarette aside and picked me up, chair and all, to stand upright once more. He even tapped the end of my nose. You are clumsy girl. The blood rushed out of my head, and I blinked to clear the black splotches from my vision. This was not good. And then the Ragnar look-alike stood in front of me, expression hard and arms folded over his chest, and waited for his answer. Staring at him made my head hurt, but not as much as my heart. That's not your business. Were you fucking him? He repeated, implacable, unemotional, although a hint of something like regret made his eyes darker blue, like really deep winter. That is not your business, I said, just as slow and calm, as if the problem was him not understanding instead of being a rude prick. And fuck you for asking. Where the hell were you raised to ask a girl that? I don't know what I was thinking confusing you for Ragnar. You might have his face, but you're not even half the man he was. As I scowled at him, the Russian looked dangerously close to laughing. When the blonde Viking with Ragnar's face shot him a deadly look as well, The Russian shrugged and retreated, still flicking his lighter over and over. The blonde strode closer, eyes narrowed. "What the hell do you know about what kind of man Ragnar is?" "Was," I said, and part of me wanted him to hurt as much as I did. He must have been Ragnar's brother, the one Rag never talked about, the one he left a letter for, in case anything happened to him. He died 3 months ago. He staggered back, all trace of color draining from his face, and his hands clenched into hammer-like fists at his sides. He stared at me as the silence stretched, and all I could hear was my heart beating in my ears. His eyes flashed gold. "How?" "He was killed." I ignored the burn of grief in my sinuses and forced myself to offer up the same sort of cold expression Rag would have used, delivering just the facts. Just facts, no emotion. Either of those guys could kill me with their bare hands in that damn icebox of a warehouse, and no one knew where I was. They could make me disappear. I couldn't afford weakness or emotion. We were working on a job, looking for information for a client of ours, and the bastards we were hired to track caught him. Killed him. "His body," the Viking said, and when I dared to look at him, saw contortions of grief on his face. "Where is it? What did you do with him?" "Cremated," I said. Just facts. Just normal, mundane facts. We weren't talking about a man I'd loved, who'd been murdered, then incinerated because I couldn't stand the thought of putting him in the ground somewhere. "Where are the ashes?" "Scattered," I said, though it was a lie. A small lie. It could have been a fact. I carried the sealed urn in my backpack for the time being, so Ragnar would be with me when I finally found the bastards responsible for his death. But he didn't need to know that. He had no right to know. I hadn't found the right place to scatter his ashes, not yet. Some place with water and blue ice winter, with a storm building all around and wind tearing through me. Then I could say goodbye. "Over the river." The Russian eyed me from a few feet away, the pace of his lighter flicking slowing down, and I wondered if he'd found the urn in my bag. The blonde didn't notice, though, as he leaned closer. "Who were you to him? Were you his mate?" His mate? I blinked, thrown off balance. Ragnar and I had never talked about it, really. "What if I was?" He growled and lurched forward, and I flinched away in anticipation, the chair rocking back enough that I nearly tipped over again. The Russian grabbed his arm to stop him, voice low. "Axel, enough." Axel. The brother. All the feeling left my limbs, and I wanted to throw up again. Of course he was, with Ragnar's face. He couldn't have been anyone else. "You're Axel?" Ragnar's brother bared his teeth in a ferocious snarl, the kind of expression a human face wasn't supposed to be capable of. "Tell me how he died." I put my shoulders back and prayed for more strength than I had left, not caring if the blonde decided to kill me. Smith would find out eventually, and he would even the score. No one fucked with Smith's people and got away with it. I just needed to leave enough of myself behind for him to start looking. We were following a couple of guys, trying to get enough pattern of life information on them so our client could intervene. They spotted Ragnar, lured him in, killed him. They wanted to know what he knew, but he wouldn't give the mission up. Wouldn't give me up. The blonde in front of me made a savage noise, and the muscles flexed in his shoulders, even through the thick sweater, and I braced myself for death. He looked like the kind of man who took his killing personally, so it would probably be fists or boots or hands around my throat. He stood over me, breathing heavily, and balanced on the verge of a shift as his nails grew dark and long. A polar bear looked at me from a human face, and my fox squeaked in dismay. She wanted to hide. We needed to find a nice burrow and curl up with our tail over our face and just disappear until he wandered away. Instead, I looked at him and braced for the end. Just do it. It's my fault he's gone. Another bear noise tore from his throat, and Axel loomed larger still. I took a deep breath. There was a good reason Arctic foxes only followed polar bears at a distance. They could eat us in one bite. But nothing happened. I looked up at him once more and winced. He looked so much like Ragnar, it broke my heart again. And grief, unfathomable grief, stirred in his eyes. I opened my mouth, started to tell him how sorry I was that his brother died, but he growled and turned on his heel. He paused next to the Russian to say, "Take care of it," then stormed off. He disappeared into the dark shadows of the warehouse. Far away, a heavy door slammed shut and the sound of a car starting broke the silence. Take care of it did not bode well for me. I started tugging at the ropes once more as the Russian continued watching me without any interest. I took a shaky breath. Maybe I could sway him, convince him to just let me disappear. That was one way of taking care of it. "I don't know you, but I have money. Powerful friends. If I disappear and they can't—" "Stop." The dark stubble rasped against his palm as he rubbed his jaw. The Russian glanced around the warehouse, then looked up at the ceiling as if waiting for divine intervention. He shook his head and gave me a long-suffering look. "Start explaining. Talk fast." Hope kindled in my chest for the first time in weeks. Convincing him to release me meant I could get in touch with Smith, get his help with tracking down the bastards who killed Ragnar and the ones who still kept Nick tangled in their web, and then I could avenge Ragnar's death, cancel the debt I owed him for saving my life. Then I could move on, find peace somewhere else, and try to forget his smile. My throat burned, and I wanted to find that burrow, sleep for a week or more. But instead, I started talking, trying to tell the long story to the impassive Russian as he lit cigarette after cigarette, and the freezing air settled into my bones until I knew I'd never be warm again. I talked until my voice went hoarse, but I still pulled at the ropes on my wrists anyway, just in case. Chapter 3. Even 3 hours rampaging through the forest and trying to lose himself in the deepest drifts he could find wasn't enough to quell the grief in Axel's heart. He'd known something happened to Ragnar months earlier, but he still thought he would see his twin again. Axel stalked back toward the warehouse-turned-gym where he and the other bears lived, trying to crush the rage out of his expression so he wouldn't scare the kids or the alpha's mate if they happened to see him. But the door still bounced off the wall and nearly smacked him in the face as he threw it open, and the half-dozen guys working out in the shared gym turned to look at where he strode in. Axel got 3 steps inside before Kaiser, the bear alpha and the only guy Axel didn't want to immediately punch in the face every time he saw him, eased out from behind the desk in his small office across the gym. He waited for Axel to pass the boxing ring before he paused near the stairs and the door to the backyard, his massive arms folded over his chest. "You okay, man?" "Fine." Axel turned toward the stairs. wanting only to crawl into his den on the 5th floor of the old building and hibernate until the grief that tore him apart faded. But he stopped dead in his tracks. He smelled snow. Deep winter. Just a hint of it trailed through the air, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. That girl. His lips curled back in a snarl. Kaiser didn't blink or budge from his stance, most of his expression concealed in a dark beard. "She's in the pool, playing with the kids. Dial it back, dude." Axel's left eye started to twitch and his teeth ground together as tension built in his shoulders. The girl responsible for his brother's death splashed in a backyard pool with the Alpha's kids? In what universe did that make sense? Axel's desire to punch Kaiser grew. Why? Why is she here? Sasha brought her back. Kaiser blinked, looking almost slow and sleepy enough to convince a less wary man he could be caught unawares. But Axel knew better. That was just a preface to the growler bear kicking some ass. Said she was hungry. So you fed her. Axel's vision narrowed down to a spot on the battered metal door that led to the backyard. She waited just beyond it. He could tell. Playing with the Alpha's adopted kids, insinuating herself into his life just as she had Ragnar's. Why? Kaiser straightened from his lean and started to frown. Because it's the code. The code. The goddamn code. Bears looked after their own. Family came first. A red haze almost obscured the door. The girl wasn't part of their family. She was a stranger, and the one who fucked up his mission earlier in the day. She was the reason the Bad Creek Beta escaped to fight another day, to maybe kill more shifter kids. And she got his brother killed. Admitted it, even. The code justified him killing her, spilling her blood to atone for her part in Ragnar's death. And she had the goddamn temerity to look at him with those wide blue eyes and that ridiculous purple hair, and calm the polar bear inside him. Axel's fists ached, but he couldn't relax them. Couldn't release the fury. Otherwise, he'd be lost, and that girl would worm her way into his heart and he'd never be free. She isn't... Your brother is dead. Axel hated saying it aloud. It was true if he had to speak it. He's dead, and that girl caused it. What does your code say about that? Your brother treated her as one of his own. Kaiser went on, undeterred. He blinked again, and combed his fingers through his beard, as if he weren't prepared to tackle Axel to prevent him from wrecking the gym or storming into the backyard and scaring all the kids. And died protecting her from what she said, which means she's one of yours, and also one of ours. She was hungry and cold. We fed her. Axel concentrated on breathing, though he lurched forward a step. Kaiser's arm shot out and grabbed a fistful of his sweater, stopping Axel short. The Alpha's voice reached him through the red haze of fury and grief. She is weak, Axel, and he cared for her. He might have loved her. Maybe she was his mate, which means it is your goddamn duty to make sure she is safe and protected and cared for. Get your shit together. Axel could only growl, thinking of Ragnar, his twin, older by 4 whole minutes. He never let Axel forget. Always insisted he was the older and wiser brother, even by 4 goddamn minutes. Axel ground his teeth until pain flashed through his head, blinding, and for a split second it distracted him from the agony of his brother's absence. Even after 10 years of not speaking, he'd always believed he'd see Ragnar again, that they would fix things eventually. Kaiser took a deep breath but didn't relax his grip. You're hurting, Axel. I know it, but that girl is not responsible for your pain. Do not take it out on her. I just need to talk to her. And wring her neck, maybe. drown her in that fucking pool so she wouldn't look at him and tell him anything else about how his brother died. Part of him wanted to know every detail of Ragnar's life for the last 10 years, but most of him wanted to ignore all of it until it faded away. Until he could continue on as if his brother was just estranged, not dead. "You don't look like you want to talk." "I'm feeling chatty," he said, and it came out so grim Kaiser snorted. Axel stared at the door and braced himself for the faint hint of snow she would bring with her. She would haunt him like another memory of Ragnar. Even if his polar bear wanted her to stick around, she would always be a reminder that his brother was gone, and Axel was a shitty, selfish bastard. Kaiser eyed him, doubtful, but moved aside enough that Axel could wrench the door open. The Alpha stayed close, though, and Sasha flanked him as Kaiser said, "The kids are out there. Don't scare them." Axel liked Kaiser's kids, so he struggled to control himself more than he would have if only the girl waited, and that gave him the time to observe the backyard. The pile of logs to the right took up about a third of the open area, scored with claw and axe marks from ursine anger management, with the rest open ground except for the endless pool to his left. It was an above-ground pool that Kaiser had used for exercise before Josie and the kids hurtled into their lives, but now it mostly kept the little ones entertained, and all 4 of them splashed and played in the water, giggling and squealing and throwing floaty toys around. Even Sarah, the solemn 12-year-old with too many burdens, laughed and sent a wave of water right into Lucy's face. Lucy. His bear growled when they saw her, and Axel shrugged off Kaiser's hand as the Alpha gripped his shoulder. The little boy, Tyler, swam to the edge of the pool and hiked himself up.
"Axel, throw me!"
"Maybe later," he said, struggling not to snap at the kid. Normally, he liked taking Tyler up to the second-floor window and tossing him into the pool below, but not when Lucy popped up out of the water behind him. And for the second time that day, Axel felt like she might as well have swung a baseball bat right into his chest. She laughed as she tossed the bright hair out of her face and wiped water from her eyes, still teasing the 12-year-old, and stood up to reach for the baby. Except she caught sight of Axel and froze. For a heartbeat, terrified hope burned in her eyes. Then her expression fell, and he knew she'd thought him Ragnar for a second time. It only made the polar bear angrier. She didn't recognize him, didn't want to see him. She'd been deliriously happy to see Ragnar, but that changed as soon as she knew it was Axel instead. He ground his teeth and stepped forward, unable to remain still, and ignored the warning growl from Kaiser. It slowed him down, but only delayed the inevitable. He just needed to talk to the girl in private, explain why she couldn't stay there, why he didn't want her around, why he never wanted to hear another word about Ragnar again. He couldn't do that in front of Kaiser and the guys, because every time he heard his brother's name, part of him cracked open, and the only thing waiting on the other side was grief. Tears. He'd never cry in front of the other bears. Ever. Lucy held up her hands to fend him off, even though Axel remained 15 feet away, and hopped toward the ladder to climb out. He tried not to let the skimpy bikini she'd borrowed from Kaiser's mate distract him, although the electric blue polka dots were tough to ignore. So were the generous breasts, testing the tensile strength of the fabric ties, and the round globes of her ass as she slipped and almost fell down the ladder. Sasha snorted and muttered something about clumsy girl under his breath. Lucy pulled the hair back from her face and glanced at Axel, though her attention darted away quickly. "Look, I'm sorry. I meant to leave before you got back. I didn't mean to intrude. Don't go, Lucy," Tyler called from the pool. "You said you'd play trains with me.
Axel just looks scary. He's not mean.
No, he's not, Axel said, clearing his throat to get rid of the snarl that turned those words into a lie. His hands flexed at his sides. He tried to keep his voice calm and quiet, non-threatening. I just need to talk to you. Lucy's bare feet slid in the snow, but she didn't seem to notice the cold, keeping her eyes on him the whole time as she sidled closer to the door, as if she could slip by him, or Kaiser would save her. Sasha brought me back here for lunch, but I'll just get my stuff, and then I'll be out of your hair. Why would you want to leave? Axel's jaw ached from grinding his teeth. He took a measured step toward her, trying to imagine how he could get her somewhere quiet until he knew what to do. The polar bear wanted her in their den. He didn't want her in the open in that skimpy bathing suit, her skin and curves visible to the Alpha and Sasha and anyone else who stepped outside. A growl started in his chest at the thought. Her scent reached him as a frigid breeze kicked up, and she shivered. She smelled like blue winter nights, reminded him of evenings when he left the window open so it would feel like home. Lucy's teeth flashed small and white in a nervous smile. I don't want trouble. I've had enough trouble for a lifetime. I'll just... Come here. He pointed at the ground in front of him, not wanting to see the increasingly worried expressions on the kids' faces. He didn't want to scare them, or her. Really didn't want to. But his control slipped, and he didn't know how much longer he could keep the bear from tearing free. The bear wanted her, wanted to smell her and figure out how she fit into their life. She smelled a little like a mate, but he rejected the thought. She'd been Ragnar's. She couldn't be Axel's. I'm okay over here. Lucy eyed him warily, starting to shiver more as she hugged herself. But I meant to talk to Kaiser about something, so if you could just... Come here. Another growl slipped free, louder, angrier. The bear didn't like being ignored, and he didn't like her standing there in the cold. If the girl would just do what he said, he could get her inside where it was warm and safe, and then they could have a reasonable conversation. But Lucy stayed frozen in the snow, eyes darting from him to Kaiser and back. The stink of cheap cigarettes revealed Sasha stood nearby. Axel didn't care. He couldn't take it anymore as she shook and shivered, her lips starting to look a little blue, and he strode forward to grab her arm. He didn't mean to scare her. The moment he touched her, she squealed, a high-pitched, panicked sound, and his hand slid off her slippery wrist as she disappeared. He stopped short and looked down, where a pure white Arctic fox bounced to its feet in the snow. Axel stared down at the fox as it crouched near his feet, nose twitching, and Lucy's blue eyes stared back at him. Damn it. He leaned to pick her up by the scruff of the neck. At least in animal form, she couldn't call him Ragnar. His fingers brushed the soft fur of her back as the kids oohed and awed, but the fox squeaked again and scampered through the snow toward the woodpile. Axel cursed and dove after her, slipping and sliding in the wet snow. The logs weren't steady. They could crush her in a heartbeat. Tension gathered in his shoulders. She put herself in danger to get away from him. He wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. The kids cheered and clapped as Axel nearly caught her tail, though Lucy dove under one of the logs and crouched there, just out of reach, and made angry fox sounds at him. Sasha muttered something in Russian and snorted, though he shrugged when Axel shot him a dark look. Kaiser cleared his throat. Maybe you should wait a bit, brother. Give her a second. It's cold out here. He bent to scowl at the fox through the tangle of logs. This is dangerous. Come out right now. She chittered and barked, retreating farther into the pile. and one of the logs wobbled. He wiped a hand over his face, struggling for control and patience. God help him. Arctic foxes followed polar bears around, scavenging and pestering, and it was irritating enough to deal with in the wild. He damn well didn't need it in the one place he'd found some peace. Axel snarled as the frustration bubbled into anger, and he shoved one of the logs out of the way. The tree trunk fell with a thud that shook the ground, rolling to rest against the fence. Kaiser stepped forward as the kids fell silent. "Axel, enough. Go inside. I'll bring Lucy in when everyone calms down." Axel barely heard and didn't care. His nails turned to claws as he reached for another log, and a flash of white betrayed that Lucy wormed deeper into the pile, getting herself deeper into trouble. The polar bear wanted to break everything in the world. He heaved another log out of the way. That damn fox. She had no right to scamper into his life and disrupt everything. Ruin everything. Sasha grabbed at his arm, hauling him back. "Axel, stop." Tyler started crying in the pool. "Don't scare her!" Axel shoved the other bear away and leapt into the pile of logs as it wobbled, growling as his hand closed around something soft and fluffy and squirming. The fox clawed and bit at his hand, tearing at the flesh in a desperate effort to get free, but he dragged her through the tangle of logs. He felt like a colossal shit as Lucy snapped and writhed in his grip, making desperate, scared noises. Sasha tried to take her out of his grip, shaking his head. "Not like this." Axel shoved him away, teeth bared. "The code, right? She's one of mine. Isn't that what you said? If she's one of mine, then she's mine to deal with. Don't interfere." The Russian's expression darkened, but he retreated. His lip curled in a hint of a snarl as he lit another cigarette, pointing the lighter at Axel. "Tread lightly, white bear. She will not forget this." Then he strode over to the pool to hand towels to the kids and help them out of the water. Kaiser watched with narrowed eyes as Axel shoved past and strode into the gym. He just needed to get Lucy into his den, get her warm and cleaned up and fed, and then they could figure out what the hell to do. He just needed to talk to her. Lucy squalled and wormed around, still trying to get free, and once again the half-dozen guys working out paused to glance over. Luckily, they were all shifters, and didn't think it was out of the ordinary that he walked in carrying a white fox. One of the wolves sniffed the air as he studied the fox, and Axel growled, loudly enough it vibrated through the ground, and the wolf suddenly grew a lot more interested in the speed bag in front of him. Axel headed up the stairs, trying to breathe normally, though he gave Lucy a tiny shake. "Cut it out. You're caught. I just want to talk." Part of him regretted it, that he'd lost his temper and scared her so much she went into a shift, but the rest of him focused on keeping her safe. She walked into traffic without paying attention, tripped all over herself, would have stood out there until she froze solid. The ridiculous girl would get herself killed. He stopped mid-step and stared at the landing in front of him, Malcolm's door to the side. She would get herself killed, and maybe had gotten Ragnar killed. If she was such a disaster just walking around in her everyday life, maybe her sneaking around on errands got Ragnar caught. Axel shoved away the sudden anger and took the next 2 flights of stairs at double time. He shouldered open the door to his apartment on the 5th floor, ignoring the blood dripping from his hand and forearm from where she'd clawed him, and locked the door behind him. He kicked off his shoes and finally exhaled some of the rage and grief that threatened to consume him. He held the fox up at eye height, though he kept her far enough away she couldn't scratch his face, and struggled to maintain control as the wide blue eyes stared back at him. "I did not mean to scare you. I won't hurt you. I just want to talk to you, then you can go." She shivered and shook, making adorably angry little snarling noises, and his chest tightened. He felt bad, though. He didn't mind terrifying strangers and friends alike. It was one of the benefits of being the largest land predator in the world. Polar bears were supposed to intimidate and terrify. They lived alone, hunted alone, slept alone, maybe died alone. The first hint of a knot formed in his throat, and that was exactly why they couldn't have had this conversation anywhere else. He took a deep breath, a calming breath, and closed his eyes. He needed to know what happened to Ragnar, what their relationship was, and getting her to talk would require patience. He forced himself to look at her. "I'll put you down. Change back. Then we talk. Got it?" Another cute little growl. Then the fox nodded. She blinked at him, more owlish than anything, and her legs churned in the air as she tried to run. Axel gave her one last dark look, and she went still. "If you run and hide, I will find you and drag you out again. I will do that as many times as it takes. You will not win." Then he dropped her on the couch and walked to the kitchen to rinse the blood off his arm. She'd done a number on his hand. He clenched his jaw as he cleaned the wounds, although they'd started to heal already. He didn't mind the pain, but the odd pressure of guilt made his chest hurt. He'd scared her. She remained motionless on the couch, and he wrapped a towel around his hand before heading to the fridge. Kaiser said she'd been hungry, and since she was Axel's under the code, he was responsible for feeding her. He hoped she liked grilled cheese, because that was all he knew how to make. Chapter 4. I crouched next to a pillow on the couch as I watched him move through the apartment to the kitchen and debated what to do. Turning human right away didn't seem like a good idea, not when Axel was so unpredictable. But when he started making sandwiches, I lifted my head to peer at him. What a weird dude. So enraged he almost shifted to bear form and chased me through the backyard when I didn't do what he said. But then he dragged me into his den and made me dinner. Foxes couldn't really frown, but I gave it a shot. An overstuffed pillow, a little smelly and leaking stuffing from a ragged corner, provided a convenient cover as I slid across the couch. I felt safer as a fox, even though I'd never had a problem with spontaneous shifting before. Since Ragnar died, everything felt haywire. My emotions were all over the place. I couldn't sleep, and even my joints and muscles felt wrong. Everything was just off. It made cross-country travel a real bitch, especially on rattletrap buses or when sneaking onto empty freight trains. Axel slung a pan onto the stove and I jumped, wiggling farther under the pillow until only my fluffy tail trailed out. Well, my nose and paws and half of my body hung outside the pillow, but I felt safer anyway. He took a deep, irritated breath from the kitchen, but the loud noises stopped. He moved slower, more deliberately, and the scent of grilled cheese filled the apartment. My stomach growled. We'd had sandwiches and soup with the kids before swimming, but that was hours earlier, and I'd excused myself to barf it all up almost as soon as I finished chewing. Something about the tomato soup struck my brain as awful, and it wouldn't stay down. I lay flat under the pillow and closed my eyes, trying to steel myself against a tsunami of grief that welled up inside me. When I thought of Ragnar, it felt like drowning. But I couldn't afford to drown around Axel. The fox might be intrigued enough by him to want to explore the whole chase me, catch me game, but the rest of me had other business to take care of. We couldn't be weak. We needed to focus. which happened to be one of my least favorite things. Ragnar had been good at focusing. He made me better at it too, even if it was hard to remember sometimes. I waited until Axel turned his back before shifting to human, and slid off the couch as I tried to wrap myself up in the ragged blanket that was hanging on the back. He glanced at me, and his eyebrows rose as I flipped the hair out of my face and struggled to maintain some dignity. "My clothes are upstairs in Kaiser's apartment. I'd like to get them." He moved across the apartment, lumbering like a bear, and threw open the door to another room. He flipped on a light and started rattling drawers, then returned to the living room and nodded at the door. "Clothes in there. Get dressed." I waited until he moved all the way into the kitchen before shuffling toward the room, though I tripped on my blanket toga. I might have flashed him some of the lady business. My cheeks heated as I straightened my shoulders. He watched silently from the kitchen, eyebrow arched, with a look of disbelief or maybe concern on his face. I cleared my throat and marched toward the spare room without another word. He sighed and continued making sandwiches, and I shut the door. Very little furniture filled the guest room. A bare queen-size mattress on a metal frame, a battered chest of drawers with nothing on the top, and a solitary, unmatched nightstand next to the bed. A pile of sweats, t-shirts, and sweatshirts occupied a corner of the mattress, no doubt the clothes he mentioned. All his clothes, though. All gray and well-worn, soft and cuddly, but way too big. Even with him and lunch waiting out in the kitchen, I couldn't walk back out immediately. I needed a little time to gather my thoughts. I folded the couch blanket on the foot of the bed and wandered into the bathroom, hoping to rinse off from swimming and wrestling through snow and muck, and stopped short in the doorway. The bathroom vanity and cupboards held no toiletries, not even a bar of soap, and a single rough towel. I sighed. Definitely a guy's apartment. Maybe I could still escape up to Kaiser and Josie's apartment for a shower later. I still stood in the shower and let the hot water wash away some of the stress and pain of the first part of the day. Axel remained a mystery, but I didn't know if there was time to solve him on the way to avenging his brother's death. Contacting Smith had to be my priority. Once I knew what the investigator knew, and after we had a chance to make a plan, I could worry about Axel and what it meant that the Fox wanted him in our lives. He wasn't Ragnar, but he was close. But first, we had to deal with Bad Creek and our contact there. Axel had knocked me down before I could speak with Nick. I rubbed my hair under the hot water, frowning as I reviewed the events of the morning. Axel had been watching the park, either me or Nick. If he was hunting Nick, then I definitely couldn't afford to clue him in on Nick's work with Ragnar and me. Unless Nick wasn't the person Ragnar thought he was. Maybe Nick betrayed us. Betrayed Ragnar. Got him killed. I went still in the shower, staring at the mildewed tiles but not seeing them. It would have been quite a promotion, after all, if Nick handed over a couple of freelancers spying on the pack. And from what he'd said, they were always looking for new genetic input. Bad Creek didn't have any bears or foxes, according to Nick. The water went cold before I forced myself to move, to turn off the spray and pat myself dry with the sandpaper towel, though I felt like everything moved out of sync. If Nick betrayed us, then revealing that I survived would just draw another attack to me and possibly to Axel and Josie and Kaiser and the kids, and that would be poor repayment for their help. I rolled my hair into a bun to keep it out of the way and frowned at the pile of too large clothes. No underwear. Typical. Like any girl wanted to go commando in giant, borrowed sweatpants. I fished through the dresser and drawers for anything small enough to be decent, and came up with a ragged pair of stretchy pants and a pair of briefs. Then I layered the stretchy pants with sweatpants and a couple of t-shirts and sweatshirts until I felt like a marshmallow man. Awesome. When I finally screwed up the courage to shuffle back into the living room, Axel blinked when he caught sight of me. I flushed and hitched up the pants every third step so I wouldn't trip on the trailing cuffs. "You need more guest towels." "I don't have guests," he said, unmoving as he watched me. I stood there and watched him a little warily, waiting for him to say or do something. But he just stood there, a skillet in one hand and a spatula in the other, as he studied me. I fussed with the sweatpants, trying to tie the drawstring a little so the pants wouldn't sag quite so much. "So, what the hell is this code you guys were talking about?" He frowned a little. "What?" "The code. You and the Russian said something about a code." I wandered over to the table so I could at least sit down and not worry about mooning him. And since it sounded like it had something to do with me, I'd appreciate an overview, if you don't mind. Making demands of a polar bear probably wasn't the smartest thing I'd done that week, but it wasn't the dumbest by a long shot. He finally started moving, putting the skillet and spatula in the sink and carrying 2 plates over to the table. He put one down in front of me and just looked at me, still frowning, then went to the fridge and retrieved juice, protein shakes, beers, and a bottle of water. Apparently all of the beverages he owned. I had to hide my smile with a hand as he fished for clean glasses in the cupboard and finally gave up and used 2 red plastic party cups instead. He finally eased into the chair across from the lawn chair I occupied, and he pointed at the 3 grilled cheese sandwiches on my plate. "You eat. I'll talk." I nodded and picked up a triangle, glad he at least knew enough to cut the sandwich diagonally and not vertically. "Okay, but no getting mad if I have questions, right?" Axel made a grumbly bear noise, part irritation and part acquiescence, but pointed a beer bottle at me. "Fine, but I have my own questions for you, and you'd better be honest. Agreed?" We frowned at each other for a long time before I finished chewing and gave up. "Agreed, but there may be some things I can't answer." The polar bear took a deep breath and rubbed his face. "The code. The bears have a code that outlines acceptable behavior, as well as obligations toward family and clan and friends. There aren't many bears left in the world, and we have enough honor to look after our own. When Sasha brought you back here to feed you, he invoked the code because I didn't." I started on the next half of the sandwich, picking off the crust. "But I'm not family or a friend or anything. I'm just a stranger, and I'm not even a bear." "You were Ragnar's," he said. Axel tripped over his brother's name, as if he hadn't said it in so long he'd forgotten the sound of it. My chewing slowed as a knot formed in my throat. Axel frowned at his hands where they rested on the table. "You belonged to my brother, so you're family. You'll always be family. It's my job to protect you, take care of you, make sure you're safe. Sasha reminded me of that. So did Kaiser." "First, I didn't belong to Ragnar." And I stumbled over his name too, but not because of unfamiliarity. Grief worked the same, and my voice cracked. I cleared my throat. "We worked together, yes, and we were close. We had a personal relationship as well. That's none of your business, however. And that was between Ragnar and me, so don't feel like you owe me anything or need to follow me around." "It's the code," he said, no expression crossing his face. "It's the only thing that gives us order. I can't break it." "So the code told you to chase me around the backyard and yell at me?" Red rushed into his cheeks, but he only frowned more. The code also says you should listen to me."
"I don't believe that for a second." I snorted and shook my head. "Let me see a copy of this code."
"It isn't written. It's tradition. That's just how things are."
He scowled at one of his sandwiches, demolishing it in 2 bites.
"So I shouldn't have lost my temper, and I'm sorry that I did. But you were standing there in the cold and snow, soaking wet, half naked, and Kaiser and Sasha could see you, and—"
"So?" I rested my elbows on the table and wondered what the hell had happened in my life to get me to that moment. I was in a bathing suit, playing with the kids in a pool, and the only reason I had to stand there so long was because you blocked the door. Me being in a bathing suit isn't justification for you to be an asshole, even if you're— I cut off as my heart stumbled and the fox went still. Everything he said sounded like a jealous mate, and the fox thought he smelled a little like a mate too, like my mate. So I took a deep breath and chose my words carefully. "I'm not looking to stay in this city. I have a little bit of business to finish up with the guy who contracted Ragnar and me, and then I'll be on my way." His blue eyes darkened, but he only pointed at my plate and the remaining half sandwich and pile of crusts.
"Are you finished?"
I nodded, studying him as he finished off the sandwich and even ate the crusts. His eyes were darker than Ragnar's, and his nose a little more crooked. He had a single dimple in his cheek that appeared when he chewed and frowned, and maybe when he smiled, although I hadn't seen him smile yet. The fox suggested a few things we could do to change that, and I banished the thought, concentrating on the bottle of water so Axel wouldn't see me blush. He wore his hair longer, a tangled mess almost to his shoulders, while Ragnar had shaved his head. I wondered if Axel had the same kind of tattoos, or as many of them. He glanced up and caught me watching him. Axel pounded one of the beers and reached for a second.
"Why are you here?"
"Like I said, I have some business to wrap up with the guy who hired us. That's it." I sat back in the lawn chair but froze as the legs wobbled and the plastic mesh creaked. If it collapsed under me, I would absolutely die of shame. I'd gained a bit of weight in the past month, but not enough to justify breaking furniture, even if it was shitty lawn furniture.
"Who hired you?"
"A private investigator. He's based out of here."
"What's his name?"
I picked at a loose thread on the borrowed pants. "That's not really relevant."
"It is to me."
Axel peeled the label off the beer bottle as he frowned at me.
"There's a lot of weird shit going on in the city, and you might end up in the middle of something dangerous without realizing it."
"I figured it was dangerous enough when Ragnar was killed." The moment the words escaped, I regretted them. He didn't need to be reminded that his brother was killed, just like I didn't need to remember how Ragnar died. I scrubbed my face and sighed, staring up at the ceiling. "I'm sorry, but I know that it's dangerous. Believe me."
"Who are you working for?"
Axel ran his hand through his hair, his expression difficult to read. He wasn't nearly as open or expressive as Ragnar had been. "His name is Smith, and that's all I'm going to say." Something in his eyes told me he knew the guy, and my heart sank. So maybe Axel would be smack dab in the middle of the same business I needed to wrap up. The less time I spent around him, the better. When Axel started to ask something more, I held up my hand to cut him off and tried to mimic Ragnar's decisive, no-bullshit tone. "Smith pays me for my discretion." His left eye started to twitch.
"Something to do with Bad Creek, I'm guessing."
When I said nothing, he picked up the empty plates and carried them to the sink, dropping them in, and turned to face me as he leaned back against the counter. The hem of his t-shirt rode up, and I spotted a shadow of ink on his side and abs. So definitely tattooed. Axel waited until the silence stretched and I wanted to jump out of my own skin before he spoke, studying his nails without interest.
We work with Smith a great deal. We've had a lot of experience with Bad Creek recently. Josie and her kids were nearly kidnapped by them, and we were right in the middle of trying to capture one of their betas this morning when you distracted me.
I snorted and shoved to my feet, my stomach a little iffy. The second grilled cheese had not been a good idea. Or maybe it was just the realization that they had been chasing Nick.
You let yourself get distracted, big guy. You walked into traffic, he said, that hint of disbelief once more on his face. You almost got hit by a bus and a car. 2 cars.
I would have been fine, I said. I hitched my pants up again and debated whether I should just walk upstairs to Josie's apartment to find my clothes and take a real shower. A nap would be nice, although it was late enough I could almost just go to bed.
You would have been dead,
he said under his breath, straightening from his lean.
Look, Lucy, you have to be more careful. Bad Creek is watching us, and if that beta saw you today, he might have...
It's fine. I turned to walk out, keeping a solid grip on the pants so I didn't trip. I'm fine. I don't need your code or a babysitter or anything. Just...
Lucy,
he said, his voice all low and grumbly, and my breath caught. I turned, but my feet tangled in the 2 long pants, and I felt myself falling, could see myself smashing face first into the floor because my arms swam in the too large sweatshirt, and I hit something warm and solid instead, and then was held tightly by very muscular arms. Axel. He caught me. From across the room, he caught me. I cleared my throat and tried to get my feet sorted out so I could stand on my own, even though my knees didn't seem inclined to hold me up. He smelled like snow, like that first hint of winter.
You should be more careful,
he said, slow and quiet. He squeezed me, then carefully set me on my feet. He still held my shoulders, though, and kept me close as he looked at me.
Regardless of the code, no one should be anywhere near Bad Creek right now.
He seemed particularly interested in my mouth. My heart pounded against my ribs and I couldn't breathe. He looked just like Ragnar, but everything else about him was so different. The fox part of me didn't care, just wanted to jump into his arms and curl our tail around him. I stared up at him, waiting, but had no idea what I waited for. Axel touched my jaw, ran his fingers over my cheekbone, and gently tilted my head as he leaned down. His lips brushed mine, tentative at first, then bolder until he kissed me so deeply I drowned in him. My knees wobbled again and I might have collapsed, except he held me tight, pressed me close to his chest until I felt safe for the first time in months. I closed my eyes. The room spun around me by the time he broke the kiss and retreated, though his arms still held me up. Axel looked down at me impassively, as if he hadn't just tried to suck my tongue out of my head, and touched my cheek. I desperately wanted to know what he was thinking. He even looked like he was about to speak, on the verge of saying something amazing or earth-shattering or just romantic. But a knock on the door made me jump. Axel didn't look away from me.
We're busy. Not now.
Busy. That was one word for it. Heat crept up my cheeks, and his head tilted a little as he studied me, as if he were a puzzled bear. But the knock came again. Axel made an irritated noise and released me, striding to the door to wrench it open with enough force he damn near took it off the hinges. I held my breath as I saw Josie and Tyler standing just outside. Josie gave Axel a look that promised a world of trouble from the mama bear if he did anything to scare her kid. Tyler was worried about Lucy. He has something to say to you. Tyler, short and stocky even for a 5-year-old, planted his hands on his hips and scowled up at Axel. You are mean to Lucy. Don't scare her. The tendons stood out in the back of Axel's neck as he gripped the door and tried to keep himself together. He managed to sound almost normal as he said, I needed to talk to Lucy and she wasn't listening, Tyler. It was... That's not okay. The little guy's fierceness only increased, and he kicked Axel right in the shin. Big men don't pick on girls. It's not fair. Josie's eyebrows rose, and I wondered what Axel's face looked like as the 5-year-old braced to kick the polar bear again. I shuffled over to the door, and my heart melted as Tyler caught sight of me and his face lit up. I edged around the Axel mountain that blocked the door and crouched to hug Tyler. Thank you for being worried about me. Axel sounded pretty mad, didn't he? The polar bear started growling again, and I shot him a dirty look over my shoulder before squeezing Tyler's hands. But we had a good talk, and he apologized, and he promised to never be mad like that again. Didn't he? And I turned to look at Axel. The vein in his temple looked ready to burst, and a muscle in his jaw jumped, but he nodded and took a deep breath. She's right, Tyler. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at Lucy. Tyler gave him the stink eye, but smiled at me as he patted my cheek. Come watch the movie with us? When Axel's growl started up again, Josie edged forward and held out her hand to me. We would like Lucy to stay with us tonight. You can join us for breakfast, Axel, but Kaiser thought Lucy would be more comfortable upstairs. And she gave him another look that promised dire consequences if he got too aggressive. I made a mental note to ask how she did that. Maybe I needed to practice that in the mirror. I held my breath. I didn't need his permission, of course, but there were strong dynamics at work that I didn't understand and couldn't manage. I didn't want to damage the relationship between Josie and Axel, or Kaiser and Axel, not when I'd be gone in a matter of hours and they would remain together. So I waited and looked at Axel to gauge his reaction. He looked almost bereft, maybe lonely or sad or just tired. My heart ached for him. As the silence stretched, Tyler eyed the polar bear. Josie promised pancakes for breakfast. You can come if you want, but I get to sit by Lucy. Axel rotated his neck, the vertebrae cracking like breaking ice, and he took a deep breath all the way from his toes. His hand landed like a pile of bricks on my shoulder, and he pulled me back to say very, very quietly, This conversation isn't over. I looked up at him and wished things were different. I wished his brother was still alive, and that I met Axel first, and that whatever separated them never happened. I wished a lot of things. No doubt he did as well. Without thinking, I touched his chest, right over his heart. He hurt, too. No, but I think we both need a break. Something changed in his eyes, in his face, and he softened. I almost thought he would kiss me again, right there in front of Josie, and my heart stuttered at the thought. Then his ears went red, and he abruptly shooed me out the door. Fine. I blinked, looking around as Tyler scrambled up the stairs to the 6th floor, and Josie sighed. Kaiser will talk to him about his manners. Maybe send Tyler instead, I said, That kiddo is brave to take on a polar bear. He's got a bit of a crush on you, and a well-developed sense of justice." She snorted, shaking her head, and we started up the stairs after him. But no sense of self-preservation, frankly. I can't believe he kicked Axel. I don't think Axel believed it either. And I laughed, wishing I could have seen the bear's face. She shook her head again and hauled the door open. I'm sure he didn't know what to do. But for now, let's find you some clothes that actually fit. Thank God, I said. I followed her into the guest room to find better pajamas, then to the couch as the kids set up the movie and popped popcorn and settled in for a cozy night. Even with the kids and the movie and all the distractions, my thoughts wandered back to Axel, sitting alone in his apartment below us. Chapter 5. Axel paced through his living room as Lucy's steps retreated up the stairs and faded away. He heard Kaiser's apartment door open and close, and distantly the sound of an animated movie playing. He stalked the confines of his apartment, a growl building in his chest as he ran out of room. He needed to vent the frustration of her walking away. He should have handled things differently, should have known how to talk to her. Just as his bear reared up and claimed her, kissed her, wanted to tell her they loved her and she needed to stay with him, Josie interrupted, and then Lucy was gone. Before he damaged any of his shitty furniture, he stormed to the door and headed down to the gym. He pulled his hair back and out of the way, but didn't bother to wrap his hands before attacking a heavy bag in the back corner of the dark gym. No one else would dare use the gym after hours except the bears, and that was how he liked it. He paused long enough to crank up some angry music, indecipherable Icelandic screaming overwhelming whatever demons whispered in his head, and went back to beating the stuffing out of the bag. Lucy and Ragnar. They'd had a personal relationship. Ragnar and Lucy. He couldn't get either of them out of his head. He hadn't seen his brother in years, not since the fight, but he'd tried 1,000 times to call Ragnar, to apologize, to somehow mend the relationship and make up for all the shitty things he'd done. And he'd never had the fucking courage. Axel snarled and attacked the bag, wanting to tear it apart with his bare hands. Deep down, he was just a goddamn coward. Owen was the first to show up in the gym, yawning and rubbing sleep from his eyes. He lived just above the gym, and no doubt the angry music woke him up. He silently held the bag so it didn't swing off the hook as Axel boxed, and Axel couldn't find the words to even thank him. Then Malcolm wandered in and worked on a little kickboxing against the stand-up dummy in the corner, knocking the thing over again and again until sand spilled out of the base. Axel didn't want to feel grateful for their presence, but he did. Bears were solitary beasts normally, though he didn't mind sharing his den with Kaiser and the guys. Sasha shuffled down the stairs next, smoking, and leaned against the ropes of the boxing ring next to Axel's heavy bag. The Russian didn't bother pretending to work out. He just smoked and eyed Axel, occasionally making a face at the music and muttering about bourgeois capitalist bullshit. He wore only sweatpants, his entire torso covered in dark tattoos of Cyrillic letters and weird religious iconography, but still looked ready to brawl. It wasn't until Kaiser arrived that anyone spoke. The Alpha Bear turned down the music and took over for Owen, holding the heavy bag as Axel aimed a vicious right hook into the vinyl. He knew what they wanted to hear. They wanted him to spill his guts about the girl and his twin and everything. Wanted him to explain all the pain and anger and everything that kept him from sleeping at night. Everything that told him to drive the girl away, even if she made him feel whole again. Sweat stung his eyes by the time Axel backed up, breathing hard. His hands were a bloody mess of hamburger, but he didn't feel it. Owen, the medic, made an exasperated noise and retrieved the first aid kit from the wall, dumping saline on Axel's battered hands until the breath hissed in his teeth. Kaiser folded his arms over his chest as he watched Axel submit to the saline wash, antibiotic cream, and gauze of Owen's doctoring. "You want to start, Axel?" He shook his head. "Nothing to say." "I disagree." The Alpha's eyes glinted gold for a moment. "You scared Lucy into a shift and then dragged her upstairs." Axel grumbled and tried to turn away, though Owen kept his hands captive. "I needed to talk to her. I still need to talk to her, since your mate interrupted us and we couldn't get to the bottom of what the girl is in the city to do." Josie was concerned about the girl. Kaiser's teeth showed with just enough threat that Axel looked away and shrugged a half-hearted apology. He should have known better than to bring Josie into the argument. Kaiser supported everything Josie wanted with single-minded determination, and would knock Axel stupid if he said anything against what Josie said or did, which was what a proper mate did. The Alpha took a deep breath and worked his jaw until his voice came out normal. "You didn't hold up your end of the code, Axel, so we did on your behalf. If Lucy loved your brother—" A growl escaped, and Axel pulled out of Owen's grasp. He turned away, needing distance from all of them, all those watching eyes. He didn't want to talk about Ragnar with them. The 4 men in that room, they'd been his brothers for the last couple of years, the closest thing to family he had left in the world, now that Ragnar was gone. He concentrated on wrapping the bandages around his knuckles. "She worked with Ragnar, from what she said. They had a personal relationship. They worked for Smith, were on a project for him when Ragnar was killed. She won't say anything else." "Smith," Sasha said, drawing the name out until it sounded Russian and strange and dark. Kaiser growled at him, and Sasha looked up, irritated, then made an exasperated noise and strode over to flick his cigarette ash into a box on the wall near Kaiser's office. The Alpha hated smoking, but tolerated it as Sasha's primary vice, when the Russian could have had so many other, more destructive ones. "The Fae. What work she does for the Fae?" "Information. Errands. I don't fucking know, because we were interrupted before I could finish getting to the bottom of it." He pulled the bandages tight and bit off the excess with his teeth, throwing the roll back at Owen for him to put away. "But she also prevented us from grabbing that Bad Creek enforcer, and she hasn't been entirely honest about why she's here and what she's doing. I don't know if I trust her." Silence from the others. The bear raged at what Axel wanted to say, but he knew it was for the best. Lucy didn't plan to stay in the city. She didn't want anything to do with him, and he couldn't force that. Didn't want to force that. It would be better for them both if he ended the connection now. He held up his hands. "I want her out of here. If she didn't deliberately fuck up our mission against Bad Creek, fine. But she still managed to get in the way." "Owen gets in the way, and we keep him around," Malcolm said, his Appalachian drawl taking some of the sting out of it as he smiled and slapped the younger bear on the shoulder. "Your girl smells better." Axel snarled before he could control himself, turning on the other bear to grab his shirt in both fists, ready to throw him through the wall. "Don't you fucking smell her, you—" He cut off abruptly as he caught the smiles on Malcolm and Kaiser's faces and shoved Mal away. She wasn't his girl. He didn't care if Mal liked the way she smelled. It wasn't his business. But the polar bear knew differently. The polar bear liked the way she smelled, and the only reason he didn't want to march straight back to his apartment and go to sleep was because she wasn't there. He knew the moment he kissed her. She was his. And Ragnar got there first. Just breathe, dude. Owen didn't get any closer, though. You can send her away once we get the shit figured out with Smith. If you turn her loose in the city, Bad Creek will find her anyway. They'll probably capture her and drag her back to the compound and do God only knows what to her. We haven't had any foxes around for a while, so they'd need to use her DNA. Experiment on her. Maybe try to breed her. Enough, Axel said, lurching toward Owen with his hands out, wanting to shut the kid up. Just the thought of Lucy being tormented by Bad Creek nearly drove the bear into a frenzy. He couldn't control himself as it was, but throwing in the mental picture of some Bad Creek fuckhead trying to mate her. He made a strangled noise and stared at Kaiser, desperate for guidance and advice, but too proud to ask in front of the others. He was Kaiser's beta, damn it. He couldn't look weak in front of the others, even if none of them cared about rank. Kaiser knew him too well, though, and cleared his throat. Guys, just give us a sec. The other bears grumbled and mumbled as they shuffled toward the stairs, though Mal paused next to Kaiser and held out a glass bottle full of clear liquid. This might help. Half the time, Axel couldn't understand a fucking word that guy said. He came from the mountains, made moonshine in his bathroom, and thought he was possessed by demons. And it was a bottle of moonshine he handed to the Alpha and that Kaiser offered to Axel as soon as the others disappeared upstairs. Axel would have thanked them both if his mouth worked right, and he trusted himself not to blurt out that Lucy was his mate and he needed her to stay close or he'd lose his mind. Instead, he took a swig of the liquor, astringent and strong, until it shot right into his brain. It must have been 1,000 fucking proof. Straight rubbing alcohol. But it tasted a little like peppermint. Apparently, Mal was experimenting with flavoring his moonshine. Kaiser frowned as he took the bottle back and sipped, making a face. I hope we don't end up blind from drinking this shit. Axel didn't speak. He just let the liquor burn down his esophagus and into his guts, landing like a cold rock in the pit of his stomach. Like regret. Or grief. They sat there in silence for a long time, passing the bottle back and forth until the moonshine did its job, and everything grew a little wobbly, a little easier to say. The Alpha sat on the edge of the boxing ring, leaning back against the ropes as he studied the bottle of moonshine. Look, man, I don't know what happened with your brother. I don't know what happened between your brother and Lucy. But I know what I saw happen between you and her. There's something there. Whether you want it or not, you're connected. I don't want her. The booze let him say it, even as the bear snarled at him. His life would be simpler without her. Emptier, maybe. Darker, probably. But definitely calmer. He'd have to follow her around with pillows every day just to make sure she had something soft to land on. The bear really liked that idea, making sure everything she touched was soft and smooth and gentle, making sure she never met a rough patch or a sharp edge again. You made that clear. Kaiser took another gulp of the liquor. And that's what I don't understand. She's cute, kind of funny. She knew your brother, and she's a fox. He waggled his eyebrows as he said it, and Axel shot him a dirty look. Mostly because of the inevitable jokes like that, boss. Kaiser snorted and offered him the bottle again. Right. Either way, man, we need to know what she was working on with Smith. Not just to figure out what the fuck else that old man is doing, but so we can understand her connection to Bad Creek.
Maybe Bad Creek killed your brother. There aren't many things that can kill a polar bear, but a pack of wolves with the kind of weapons they have... I hate to say it, Axel, but it's possible. Axel had to take another deep drink from the bottle. The thought had occurred to him in a bright flash when the girl first mentioned Smith. A sliver of hope that maybe Ragnar wasn't dead, but held captive by Bad Creek. An awful fate, to be sure, but better than dead. Axel couldn't rescue the dead. He squinted at the bottle and frowned. You know, this doesn't taste half bad. That's usually the sign we should stop drinking. Kaiser pushed to his feet and staggered, looking around as he held his arms out for balance. Well, fuck a duck. I think I might be buzzed off of that shit. Yeah. Axel swallowed another mouthful, then handed the mostly empty bottle back to his alpha. Kill the bottle, boss. Kaiser shrugged and tipped it into his mouth, then left the bottle in his office for Mal to find later. He threw his arm over Axel's shoulders and headed for the stairs. We'll call Smith tomorrow, set something up so she can talk to him. I'll go with her, or Sasha. I'll go, Axel said, focusing on where he placed each step. Maybe Mal put roofies or some shit in his moonshine. Normally, Axel could knock back a fifth of vodka and barely feel it, but half a flask of that witch's brew and all he wanted was to curl up someplace warm and sleep. I should go with her to talk to Smith. You might scare her. Kaiser paused on one of the landings and looked around, searching for something, then shook his head and headed up the next flight. Or him. I won't scare her again, boss. I need to hear his answers. If he knew Ragnar and Ragnar worked for him, why the fuck didn't Smith recognize me? Why didn't he tell me? The last came out a desperate whisper, Axel's voice cracking. There weren't so many blonde polar bears in that part of the world that Smith wouldn't have connected them. Maybe Smith asked Ragnar if he wanted to contact Axel, and Ragnar said no. Maybe Smith kept them apart on purpose. Axel clutched his head and paused on the landing next to his apartment, crouching to sit on his heels as he tried to think through the grief. Hey, Kaiser said, and gripped his arm. He dragged him upright, then pulled him up the next flight of stairs. Stay in the family den tonight. I can sleep in my own... Stay up here, he repeated, and used his alpha voice. Kaiser nudged the door open and peered into the darkened living room. The television still flashed, another cartoon, but only Josie dozed on the couch. She smiled as she sat up, and Kaiser beamed. Axel envied and hated the Alpha for his bond with Josie. The way Kaiser seemed lighter, more at ease when his mate was around. Josie eyed him as she leaned against Kaiser's side. You sleeping up here tonight, Axel? Yes, Kaiser said, and kissed the top of her head. Okay, Lucy's in the guest room, so I'll make up the couch. She moved to retrieve clean sheets and pillows and whatever, but Axel waved her off. He picked up one of the myriad blankets they kept in the living room and lay down, kicking off his shoes. This is fine. She started to ask him something else, but Kaiser was already dragging her into their room, so Axel shut off the television and lay in the darkness, alone. Even in an apartment full of people, he felt alone. He couldn't take the silence, the thoughts, or the questions racing through his mind. Before he even knew what he was doing, he walked over to the guest room where Lucy slept. He could hear her breathing on the other side of the door. He knew he shouldn't wake her up, knew she needed to rest. She wouldn't want to continue their conversation about Smith and Ragnar and everything, particularly that kiss in the middle of the night, with her half asleep and him mostly drunk. But the questions wouldn't stop, and the moonshine only made them louder.
He remembered to knock, though, softly enough she might hear, but it wouldn't wake the kids. And then she said, "Who is it?" in a sleepy murmur that went straight to his heart, right through his chest. He opened the door a crack and slipped into the room, suddenly uncertain. She blinked and sat up in bed, though she held the blankets to her chest, and her hair stood out in odd tufts as she watched him. "Axel? What's wrong?" He leaned back against the door after it whispered shut, not trusting himself to get any closer. He could see her in the darkness, the heart-shaped face and full lips and multicolored hair. He knew all of her features already. They burned into his memory when he scared her in the backyard, and he'd never forget. "Did you love him?" It wasn't the question he wanted to ask, and definitely not one he wanted her to answer. But he waited for her response anyway, the doorknob digging into his back. The bear needed to know. He hated that he sounded weak and sad. Resigned, maybe. He could blame it on the moonshine, doing crazy things to his head. Polar bears were never weak, even when they wanted to be. Lucy sighed and rubbed her eyes, meeting his gaze with more clarity. "Yes, I did." One arrow through his heart. Axel refused to react, though the words nearly choked him. "Did he love you?" She took a deep breath, and some of her pain showed in those crystal blue eyes. "He said he wanted to, but couldn't. That I was meant for someone else." The whole fucking quiver stabbed him, and the polar bear's grief-filled rumble filled the room. Ragnar found Axel's mate by chance or mistake. He cared for her, protected her, but didn't claim her, even when she loved Ragnar first. Axel might have stood there forever, hating himself and the world, but Lucy yawned and her teeth flashed white, distracting him. Her feet moved under the sheets as she peered at him. "Why are you in Kaiser's apartment?" "He told me to sleep up here. Too quiet downstairs. Too lonely." Axel yawned too, and dreaded returning to the couch and the solitude of the living room. "I'm sorry I woke you. I'll just—" Lucy heaved a deep sigh and flipped back the sheets on the other side of the queen-size bed. "If you promise to be a gentleman, you can sleep here. You're too big to sleep on that couch." He hesitated. "Are you sure?" "Should I not be?" And the look she gave him nearly stopped Axel's heart with shame. He grumbled and took off his shirt before flopping face first onto the bed, making her bounce when he landed, and buried his face in the pillow. She muttered and wiggled, trying to get comfortable again, but he didn't mind. She even dragged the blankets away from him, and he couldn't have cared less. He thought for a brief moment of getting her more blankets, retrieving another half-dozen from the living room to cover her until she wasn't cold. Her scent rose from the sheets and the pillows and her skin, until it covered him and teased its way into his brain forever. He wanted to tell her that she was meant for him, and it would never work because he wasn't good enough for her. But before he could start to form the words, sleep and the moonshine dragged him into darkness. Chapter 6. I woke slowly, deliciously warm and comfy and rested for the first time in ages. I opened my eyes but didn't move, enjoying the warm weight across my middle and the furnace resting against my side. And then I blinked, because an arm draped over me and a leg tangled with mine, and it took far too long to remember who they belonged to. I lifted my head to squint at Axel, his head on the pillow next to mine and his mouth open in a snore. He'd snored all night, although I didn't remember it keeping me up. I woke occasionally, and the soft rumble reminded me more of a purr. Our conversation the night before came back to me in pieces as I watched him breathe. He looked so sad I couldn't stand the idea of him sleeping alone on that couch in the big empty living room. He sounded hurt and afraid of what I might say when he asked whether Ragnar loved me. I covered my eyes and willed away tears. That was the one thing Ragnar and I disagreed on. He said he loved me but couldn't act on it, that he loved me like a friend, and that was all. But I knew differently. I debated leaving, worming my way free of the sheets and Axel's arm, particularly as the scent of pancakes filled the apartment, but I couldn't make myself leave the soft cocoon of the bed. Axel sighed, and his arm tightened around me as he muttered something in a foreign language, and he pulled me closer, halfway underneath him. My cheeks heated as he nuzzled my hair, still mumbling words I couldn't understand, and his hand drifted lower to squeeze my hip. Well, that raised a few questions and promised a somewhat awkward conversation as soon as we both woke up. I knew I should have woken him up. I knew it wasn't fair, but it had been a long time since I slept next to a man, and he wanted to cuddle in the morning. And Axel was all heat and muscle, fierce and protective even as he slept, and wasn't furious at me. I remained still, and he sighed and tried to pull me closer again, and I waited until his mumble trailed off to whisper, "Did you love your brother?" His expression tensed, and I held my breath, fearing he'd wake up. But he relaxed, and his lips drifted across my temple. "He was the good brother." "Do you miss him?" "Every day." Axel sighed and pressed his face against my shoulder, his hand getting a little bolder on my hip and then my butt. I braced a hand on his shoulder, ready to push him away if he tried for third base, even though part of me wouldn't have minded much at all, but froze as someone small and energetic pounded on the bedroom door. Axel woke with a snort, lifting his head with a puzzled expression. Then he groaned and hid his face once more against my shoulder, and then promptly looked up again, peering at me. "What the—" The door burst open, and Tyler and Katie jumped inside, shouting about pancakes. Josie followed close behind, trying to shut the door. "I'm so sorry, Lucy. She cut off, and her eyebrows rose when she caught sight of the blonde tangled up in the sheets with me, and my cheeks burned. But Josie only shooed the kids back toward the kitchen and added, "We'll set a place for you, Axel. But I'm guessing you're as hungover as Kaiser, so you'll want some coffee first?" He made a noise suspiciously like how a hungover bear would sound, and didn't move. When the door closed, he peered at me with one eye open. "What the hell happened?" "Nothing." I tried to wiggle free, and his arm tightened around me, keeping me close, and I stared up at him as he squinted in the light. I couldn't breathe, and not just because his weight settled on top of me. "You knocked on the door last night, looking all mopey, and asked if I loved your brother. Then you promised to be a gentleman and fell asleep." He frowned, but didn't move. "I did what?" "Yup." I cleared my throat, heat creeping up my cheeks as it became clear he was having distinctly ungentlemanly thoughts, and his body reacted in the normal fashion, against my hip. My eyebrows arched as I looked at him. "So—" Axel blinked and abruptly turned red, pulling away and taking most of the sheets with him.
Right. I should go.
Yeah. I wanted to laugh as he sat up and balled the blankets up in his lap as he scowled at the wall. Instead, I eased to my feet and shuffled to the bathroom, grabbing some of the clothes Josie lent me. When I looked back, he was staring at my ass in the thin pajama pants. I shook my head as I stepped into the bathroom to change, frowning at myself in the mirror. I needed to keep it together. Focus. Today was a new day, and I couldn't let Axel distract me again. I would find Smith. We'd come up with a plan for how to deal with Ragnar's killers, and then I'd figure out what I'd do next. Those plans had no room for another polar bear. I brushed my teeth and combed my hair into a ragged braid, the best I could do that early in the morning without coffee, and changed into jeans and a sweater. Axel still sat on the bed when I stepped out, though, and I stopped short when I saw him. I thought you were getting coffee.
I need a moment.
He managed to sound dignified rather than embarrassed, so I couldn't make fun of the guy. Apparently, morning wood was no laughing matter. I headed for the door. Sure, I'm done in there. Take your time. I'm sure someone would bring you coffee if...
I loved Ragnar more than anything else in this world,
he said, so quietly I almost didn't hear him. When I looked back, it became clear a different emotion kept him sitting there on the bed. Red rimmed his eyes as he stared at the wall.
And I fucked it up. It was my fault we didn't talk for 10 years.
I wanted to touch his shoulder, to comfort him. Maybe lay back down in bed where it was safe and cuddle in the warm sheets. Let him cry if that's what he needed. Share memories of Ragnar and mourn together. Axel was the only person in the world who loved Ragnar as much as I did. Grieving him together might make it bearable. I reached out, about to touch him, and he growled, "Don't." I froze. Axel looked up, his eyes a blaze of gold, and an enraged polar bear stared back at me instead of the man, although the man still looked hurt.
Please, I can't talk about him. I don't want to talk about him. I shouldn't have come in here. This was a mistake. I'm sorry.
A mistake? My jaw clenched until a headache sparked behind my eyes, and I was tempted to stay there just to antagonize him. Foxes did that all the time. But something about the set of his jaw and the hint of red in his eyes warned me back. Doing that could not be undone. So I took a deep breath instead and opened the door. I'm sorry about Ragnar, Axel, but I loved him too. I miss him too. Josie and Sarah looked up at me from the kitchen as I closed the door with a little more force than I intended. Kaiser sat up, one eye open from where he'd been sleeping on the couch, and almost bounced Tyler off the cushion as he grumbled,
"What's up?"
"Communication is not a strength of polar bears," I said under my breath, but pasted a bright smile on my face for Tyler. "Pancakes! Can we make mouse face pancakes? Or bunnies? What do you think?" Josie cleared her throat, reaching around Sarah to turn off the burner on the stove. "Kaiser, honey, we could use some more firewood. Maybe you and Lucy can bring some up from downstairs."
"We have plenty of—"
Kaiser cut off as Tyler jumped on his stomach, exhaling a comic oof that made Josie smile. But she looked at him sternly, and Kaiser sighed, rolling to his feet even as he rubbed his temples.
"Sure, firewood. Lucy, would you mind helping bring up some kindling?"
"Of course." My cheeks burned as I followed him out to the creaky elevator. He seemed like a nice guy, but there was no telling what Axel and Sasha told him about our first meeting, or about me and Axel's brother. I shoved my hands in my pockets and shivered, at least looking forward to having a fire in the apartment. Thanks again for letting me stay and lending me some clothes and all that stuff. I'll pay you guys back as soon as—"
"Don't worry about it."
His deep voice echoed and bounced in the industrial elevator, and he hauled the doors open as we stopped on the ground floor.
"We're happy to help."
"Not all of you," I said, remembering the look on Axel's face every time I said Ragnar's name, as if I shoved a knife in his chest, too. Kaiser made a grumbly, aggravated bear noise in his throat and lumbered toward the stack of cut firewood as he pointed me toward a pile of kindling.
"Axel is damaged. I make no excuses for his behavior. He's a grown man, and if I need to beat him into a bloody pulp because he did not behave himself in my den, I will." And he gave me a raised eyebrow look, waiting. I flushed and shook my head. "He didn't try anything. He's just confusing." The big guy scrubbed a hand over his face, taking a deep breath. "Yeah, he's kind of an ass. I'm sorry. There is goodness in him, buried deeply, and I hoped finding you might bring it to the surface. Remind him there's light in the world, but he's fighting it."
Why would meeting me make a difference? I stacked kindling and tried to fit it all in my arms without dropping any of it, frowning as I reached for more. I think I just made it worse.
"You're his mate?"
Kaiser shrugged. He said it so nonchalantly I almost didn't understand. But the certainty of it hit me, and my arms went numb, and I dropped the kindling all over my feet. "Excuse me?" Kaiser's bushy eyebrows rose, his mouth working soundlessly behind the beard, and a flush rose in his cheeks as his breath made clouds in the frigid air.
"You didn't know?"
"I'm not his mate." I held my hands up and backed away, trying to process my racing thoughts as well as the fox's enthusiastic confirmation of what Kaiser said. "I can't be his mate." The alpha bear grumbled and rubbed his face.
"I'm sorry, Lucy. I thought you and he discussed it. Since he was in your room this morning, I figured—"
"No." My knees wobbled, and I sat heavily on one of the massive logs Axel had thrown aside the day before. Ice and snow crusted the surface and almost immediately soaked my borrowed jeans, but I didn't care. "You can't be serious. All that bullshit about the code, I thought it was a joke. I'm not his mate." Kaiser gave one of those gusty bear sighs that sounded like he'd been saving it up for weeks, and he sat on his heels in front of me.
"I don't get involved in the personal lives of my guys until they ask me, but Axel is too goddamn stubborn to admit he needs help. I would never suggest that mates be apart, because I know the pain of not having my mate beside me. It pains me right now that Josie's all the way upstairs. It drives the bear insane to know I'm not with her. But I don't think it's your responsibility to fix Axel. It can't be. He needs to work on his own issues before you two can sort out what it means for you to be together, if that's what you both want."
"I thought you guys were supposed to uphold this code. You'd let me leave right now, if I wanted, even though you know I'm supposed to be with Axel?" The words barely escaped past my lips, and my teeth started to chatter. It might have been the cold, or fear, or even the fox, trying to express her opinion about all of the goings-on. He made a face and hesitated, so I knew I wouldn't be able to make a clean getaway if it came down to it.
"The code keeps us together. It keeps us strong when we have to face off with wolf packs and lion prides and all those other shitheads who think they can beat us just because they've got numbers on their side. But the code doesn't advocate keeping hostages, Lucy."
"I have business in the city," I said, still trying to sort out how I felt about what he'd said. Axel's mate, and still mourning the first great love of my life, His brother. His twin brother. My life wasn't supposed to be a soap opera. I won't leave because he's got issues, Kaiser. I need to take care of some things, and that might take time. I won't...
I'm not saying leave the city.
Kaiser straightened, rubbing his knee, then started to gather the split logs he'd dropped.
Not at all. If your business is with Smith, we've got a lot in common. We work with his firm quite a bit, and I have a suspicion he'll know a great deal about what you're interested in and how it ties to what we've been chasing after the last few months. I called him up last night. He's expecting us in an hour or so.
Us? I focused on the kindling as I stood, not wanting to just say I didn't want to be around Axel for a while. I'd felt something the day before when he kissed me, and that morning when we almost had a normal conversation. But I'd thought Ragnar was my mate. When I lost him, I just assumed I'd never have another chance at love like that. I needed to sort through what it meant, how I felt, and I couldn't do that with Axel around, wearing Ragnar's face and reminding me of who I missed the most. Which us?
You and me.
Kaiser led the way inside to the elevator, though he paused before he hit the button for the top floor.
I have other work for Axel today, and however long it takes for him to work through all the stupid shit in his brain.
I didn't want to admit it was a relief, so I concentrated on not dropping the kindling. It felt like an eternity, but it was just a blink before the elevator doors clattered open and Kaiser shuffled back into the apartment, careful to leave his snowy boots by the door. The kids cheered when they saw us and stampeded over to the fireplace to watch as Kaiser set the fire. Josie argued with Axel very quietly in the kitchen, his face red, but she smiled when she saw me. "Just leave that over there. Sorry to make you earn your keep, babe. Do you want some orange juice or coffee?" "Not a problem," I said. I brushed some of the splinters and dirt from my sweater and jeans and gave Axel a wide berth as he frowned at Kaiser and then at me. "I might need to do another load of laundry, though." "Too easy." She wiped her hands off as she handed me a cup of coffee, then brandished a spatula at Axel and pointed at the frying pan. "Don't let those pancakes burn, Axel, and you damn well better figure out how to make a bunny. Tyler will be heartbroken if you make another mutant pancake." I snorted as Axel muttered something and his ears turned redder still, the spatula appearing doll-sized in his hand, and he didn't look at me as I followed Josie to the back of the apartment and the laundry room. Once we were behind closed doors and hidden by the soft cycling of the dryer, I braced my hands on my knees and shook my head. Well, this has been a hell of a morning, finding a mate and getting mutant pancakes. "He's worried about you," she said, bending to check the dryer and its contents. "He knows he was a jerk, but he doesn't know how to admit it." She snorted and gave me a sideways look. "And I never expected him to crawl into bed with you, Lucy. Believe me, or I'd never have let him sleep up here." I concentrated on stripping off the soggy jeans and sweater, though my fingers trembled as I worked the button and zipper. "It wasn't that. I didn't mind that. Most girls wouldn't, but that doesn't mean he's off the hook." She took a deep breath and faced me, her hands on her hips. "I wasn't born a shifter, so none of the automatic mate stuff makes sense to me. I love Kaiser, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't ever an insta-love thing. Not for me, anyway. Our lives had to make sense together or it wouldn't have worked. Kaiser is a comfort and a safe haven for me, and there's never been a point where he wasn't. If that's not what Axel is for you, then don't put up with him, because you deserve better." "But if he's my mate..." I leaned back against the wall and stared at the ceiling. "It's supposed to be magic, you know? He's supposed to be perfect for me, the other half of my soul. I'm supposed to feel complete around him, and he's..."
An asshole, she said under her breath, and gave me a sideways look.
Well, yeah, but it's not that. I took a deep breath and stared at the wall, though I saw Ragnar instead. I loved Ragnar. He made me feel better. About myself, about us, about the world. That felt like magic. I don't know if I can feel that way again. With anyone. Josie sighed and started folding laundry into a wicker basket on the floor.
Maybe it's too late for both of you. I'd hate to see that, Lucy, because I like having you around and I think you'd be good for Axel, but it's not your job to save him. You know, one of the Chase brothers lost his mate in a car accident when he was in high school, but he found someone who's almost as close as a mate. They certainly seem happy. Maybe you found your almost mate first, and Ragnar felt like the real thing.
I took the pair of fresh jeans she handed me and pulled them on, concentrating on the button and getting the pockets right. Maybe. Regardless, I don't think I could survive losing someone else. Ragnar's only been gone a couple of months, and it feels like... I trailed off, my heart in my throat, and I couldn't look at her. It feels like drowning. All the time. Like I can't breathe or think or move. If he wasn't my mate, and I might feel like that for someone else, but worse, I wouldn't survive that. For a second. I don't even want to think about it. She cleared her throat and frowned down at the laundry. I felt that way when I lost my sister. I don't know if it gets easier, Lucy. I can't tell you that yet. But what I do know is that my sister wouldn't want me to miss out on all the amazing things in life because I was grieving her. I'm guessing Ragnar wouldn't want you to spend your days crying over him. You're right. I helped her fold the rest of the load of laundry, shaking my head. But that doesn't make it any easier. Josie took a deep breath.
Nope. Now, before we both start crying over Tyler's underoos, let's get back to those pancakes. I'm sure all the good ones are eaten, but maybe they'll have figured out how to make different shapes. Katie started crying when Axel tried to make a teddy bear and it turned into more of a horribly misshapen whale. I managed to laugh and followed her out of the laundry room after pulling on a fresh t-shirt. What she'd said stayed in the back of my mind. After we sat at the table and Kaiser shoveled massive stacks of pancakes and bacon onto our plates, and I tried to keep up with the constant babble from the kids and a convoluted story from Tyler about his trains. I didn't know how I felt about Axel, and I didn't know how I would ever feel about him, but I knew exactly how I felt about Ragnar and our mission. Evening the score with the bastards who killed him took precedence over other business, and that included Axel. Whether he was my mate or not, I didn't have time for that yet. And I might need to put him in my rearview mirror as well, just to protect my heart.
Chapter 7.
Axel insisted on driving, even though Malcolm tried to beat him to the door after they left the gym. But Axel had the keys and the rank, so he sat behind the wheel as they headed for the old warehouse near the docks where they'd first brought Lucy. Lucy. He gritted his teeth as his stomach twisted and his chest hurt. He hated to think of her in the car with Kaiser, driving to see Smith, and Axel headed in the other direction. He couldn't protect her if she was on the other side of the city.
Dude, the speed limit here is... I know,
Axel growled and eased his foot off the gas. Going 40 over the speed limit wasn't a great idea, even in the shitty part of the city. He scowled at the empty streets in front of him. Luckily, the warehouse wasn't too far away, though it sat inside Miles Evershaw's territory.
The Wolf Alpha let them use the location for interrogations and allowing people to cool their heels, but Axel knew the Silverline Pack had their own reasons for loaning out their property. He waited for the other shoe to drop every time he stepped into the warehouse. From the cars parked on the street nearby, they joined the party a little late. Axel blamed Malcolm, who'd been praying or handling snakes or something in his room, and Sasha, who couldn't go anywhere without smoking half a pack of cigarettes. Axel wanting to see Lucy leave safely with Kaiser had nothing to do with the delay, or so he would claim if anyone bothered to ask. He paused outside the door to the warehouse, scanning the surrounding buildings and cardboard homeless shelters for any sign of an ambush. Something felt off. A hard-eyed woman leaned against a broken public telephone, her arms over her chest and her eyes flashing gold. When Axel stared too long, she displayed some teeth. Definitely a hyena. Sasha played with his lighter, also considering the hyena bodyguard, and a hint of a smile pulled at his mouth. "You want I should question her?" "No." Axel scowled and strode toward the warehouse entrance. "Hunt hyenas on your own time, you fucking communist." Sasha muttered in Russian as they entered the dimly lit structure, but Axel ignored him. Malcolm wandered behind them both, still looking a little peaked from the snakes, and shoved his hands in his pockets as he hung back from the main room. Axel approached the men and women standing in a loose group at one end of the main warehouse floor. He shook hands with Edgar Chase, the security chief of the Lion Pride, and with Miles Evershaw. Ruby and Rafe O'Shea, twin alphas of the Blood Moon Pack and allies of the Chase Pride, stood close to Lacey Stoka, the Hyena Queen, and the Jackal leaders. Edgar's mate, a cold-eyed woman who'd suffered mightily at the hands of Bad Creek, hovered at the edge of the group and kept her eyes on a lone figure, hooded and handcuffed, in a wooden chair on the other side of the room. The financier. Axel kept his voice low as he nodded to the other representatives for the Alpha's council members. "Kaiser sends his regards. He had a meeting with Smith." Edgar nodded, glancing down at a notebook before gesturing for his brother, an absolute mountain of a man, to approach from the shadows. "We've had some time to work on our guest, Mr. Adams. Many thanks to Axel and Sasha for bringing him to us." "And yet the beta escaped," Evershaw said, eyebrow raised. "How did that happen? I heard you had both of them right in front of you, and yet only the human is here." "What are you implying?" Axel growled and took a wider stance, ready to fight if it came down to it. Evershaw was a notorious asshole and fucked with people just because he could, but he'd never tried that with a polar bear before. The Wolf Alpha shrugged, though his eyes glinted. "Sure you don't have that beta tied up somewhere? It would be quite the coup if the bears took down Bad Creek." "You're out of your mind," Axel said. He ignored the wolf and instead turned to look at Edgar. "What did the human tell you?" The lion's eyes betrayed a hint of gold, no doubt due to having his almost mate around with so much posturing and testosterone in the same space. Axel didn't want to see Edgar Chase lose his temper, and from what Axel remembered, the girl wasn't too shabby as a fighter either. Edgar eased closer to Isabel as he spoke, and only relaxed when she rested her chin on his shoulder. "He's the middleman. He arranges the deals between Bad Creek and the purchasers, mostly humans. So far, he hasn't admitted to selling anyone to other shifters, and allegedly none of the goods have been delivered. It's all just on paper so far." "Purchasers," Lacey Stoka said, and a hint of sharp teeth showed. "What are they purchasing?" "The kids," Edgar said. He managed to keep the emotion out of his voice when he said it, but they all recoiled. Growls and rumblings struck up among the collected shifters, and Axel wasn't the only one seeing red.
Even Edgar went white-knuckled as he went on. Before Keller fled the country, they'd set up designed-to-order shifter kids with 6 billionaires in Asia and the Middle East. They advertised the healing properties, the freak show of non-humans, and the breeding potential. Axel had to walk away. He didn't want to hear anymore. Ruby O'Shea picked up a metal folding chair and smashed it into a metal pipe, curling the chair around the pipe, then strode into the shadows. Isabel, Edgar's mate, remained still and silent, her eyes practically glowing as she stared at the financier. Even Miles fucking Evershaw snarled and looked around for something to break. It took a while for the shifters to collect themselves and regroup, though growls broke the silence periodically as their predator selves struggled with fury and bloodlust. Axel concentrated on the business at hand. The sooner they destroyed Bad Creek and everything it stood for, the sooner they could get on with their lives in safety and happiness. He didn't want Lucy to walk into a city that allowed something as evil as Bad Creek to exist. If she stayed, anyway. Edgar pulled his mate tight to his side. Right. So we all agree on that. Smith owes us some information on the beta we missed in the park, although he was spotted this morning. Kaiser is meeting with Smith right now, Sasha said, studying his lighter as he flicked it over and over. So we should have answer. Are we done with that? Lacey said, canting her head at the financier. Edgar took a deep breath as he studied her. You can't kill him, Lacey. Why not? The hyena looked half feral, even in human form. We intend to have him arrested and tried for human trafficking, among other things. Edgar squeezed his mate tighter when her expression darkened. He'll spend the rest of his life in jail. Killing him is too easy. There are many things worse than death, Isabel said very quietly. I imagine Lacey and I can come up with a few. Axel figured he could help them with some creative solutions to that particular problem, and from the looks on their faces, Sasha and several of the other men would line up to help as well. Edgar opened his mouth to speak, but a wobbly voice reached them from across the room. I'm innocent. I haven't done anything wrong. Just let me leave and there won't be any problems. Lacey's eyes narrowed as her head swiveled to face the restrained financier, and her teeth glinted in the gloomy warehouse. Miles Evershaw was the one who moved, though, striding over to the bound man. He ripped off the guy's hood, and the human blinked as his eyes adjusted. Evershaw crouched next to the man, pointing at the assembled group of shifters. The Wolf Alpha's growl reached them even across the empty expanse of the warehouse floor. Think about this, human, as you contemplate the very few remaining minutes of your life. You made deals to sell the children of these people. You are responsible for the pain and suffering of children, and you want us to let you walk away. My hands are clean, the human said, false bravado setting Axel's teeth on edge. The financier blinked rapidly as he struggled to focus. Keller approached me to find international investors for his project. I didn't know children were involved. I swear. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Lacey's lip curled. How many investors? 7. The man tried to straighten his shoulders, even bound to the chair. I can provide their names and contact information. I gave them to you already. I'll say it all again. How many deals were completed? How much money changed hands? Axel wanted to walk away. He didn't need to know the details. He didn't want to know the details. The hyena queen interrogated the financier all over again, with Evershaw standing by to encourage the guy with a pipe to the knee on occasion. But eventually Axel caught Edgar's eye and nodded that they would leave.
Sasha and Mal were only too glad to retreat as Axel strode out toward the car. Mal frowned over his shoulder as the human started screaming. "Do you really think they'll let the hyenas kill that guy?" "I don't think there are many people that could prevent Lacey Stoka from doing what she wants," Axel said under his breath, glancing down the street at where some of the hyenas loitered in the bad neighborhood. Lacey's enforcers looked like the most dangerous people on a street with 3 bears, which was no easy feat. Sasha gave them a lazy salute, and more than one looked like she wanted to charge and teach them a lesson. Axel waited until they were in the car and on their way back to the gym before he went on. "Regardless of what happens to that man, we know what we have to do. As soon as Smith gets those beacons inside the Bad Creek compound, we move in and eradicate them. Those people cannot be allowed to continue." "They wanted to sell children." Mal sank lower in his seat. "Maybe the hyenas are right. We should take him apart piece by piece." "They hurt them where it hurts most first," Sasha said. He managed to sound bored and disinterested even while discussing the pending demise of a dirtbag financier and an entire rogue pack. He might as well have been discussing getting rid of a plague of roaches or fleas. Take his money, take his reputation, take his freedom, his health, his family, everything important. Leave a broken man, then kill him. He is better that way. Makes him suffer to know everything is gone. Axel stared through the windshield as icy pellets of snow began to fall, crackling against the glass as he accelerated. He wanted to be home. He needed to talk to Lucy. Axel knew what it felt like, to think you'd lost everything, to think he would walk alone in the world, without family or friends or a history. It crushed part of his soul when he lost Ragnar, and it was his own fault. His lip curled. It was a fitting punishment for that financier son of a bitch, tied to a chair in the warehouse. But it wasn't something that Axel deserved for being a stupid asshole as a kid. He wouldn't be able to make things right with Ragnar, but he could make things right with Lucy, so at least she knew how he felt. That she would never be alone, and he would always protect her when she needed it. He ignored Mal's quiet warning about the speed limit and hoped that Lucy and Kaiser were back from their meeting. Chapter 8. I tried to enjoy the pancakes and Tyler's circuitous stories, but Axel's silent presence at the end of the table distracted me, and the thought of finally meeting Smith in person didn't help much. I must have looked pretty green, because Kaiser handed me a paper bag as soon as I got into his car. But he smiled as he did it, so I slugged his shoulder in mock anger, though I kept the bag, just in case. He didn't speak at all during the drive, just hummed along with the radio, and I couldn't have expressed my gratitude even if I had the words. My hands shook with nerves, although I didn't really know why. I'd never met Smith. Ragnar and I worked through one of his associates at first, then via email and phone messages. For security reasons, of course, we never met in person. But with Ragnar gone, the security precautions didn't really matter. I would meet Smith face-to-face the one time, just long enough to figure out what we needed to do to avenge Ragnar, and then I could move on. I gripped my knees in the car and tried to breathe normally. My stomach wobbled as I looked past that moment. I imagined standing over the bodies of the men who killed Ragnar, the score settled, and after that, a complete blank. Nothingness. What would I do without Ragnar? He was dead, yes, but I still had the bastards behind his death to chase. He still gave me purpose. Without that, I had nothing. Absolutely nothing. No family, no job, no real skills, no plan, nowhere to go. My breath caught and panic welled up in my chest. Alone. I was truly, entirely alone.
"Just breathe,"
Kaiser said, calm and steady, and his hand on my shoulder pushed me forward until my head was between my knees and breathing grew a little easier. He patted my back as he drove, though he went slowly and eased into the turns so nothing felt too jerky or abrupt.
"In through your nose, out through your mouth. Nerves or stomach?"
"Both," I managed to say, breathing through my nose as I closed my eyes and gagged. He pulled into a parking garage in a convenient spot, parking smoothly, then leaned into the back seat to retrieve a small first aid kit. When I could finally sit up, my eyes blurry with tears and my face no doubt streaked with grossness, he handed me a small packet of wet wipes, some tissues, and a miniature bottle of mouthwash. It made me laugh, even though a few more tears escaped, and I shook my head as I blew my nose. "How long have you been married? Because you're pretty good at this." Kaiser snorted, smiling down at the first aid kit as he repacked it.
"This is actually Owen's doing, believe it or not. Legitimate medical supplies. We use the mouthwash to sterilize wounds sometimes, and the wet wipes to clean up everything else. But Josie has introduced me to the need for empathy in many unfamiliar situations. With that in mind, is there anything you want to talk about?"
"You sound like a guidance counselor," I said, laughing harder. It made it easier, even though it seemed like the tears wouldn't stop. "Is there anything I want to talk about? Jesus." The bear hid most of his smile, and it was nice to know he wasn't offended. He would have been the scariest fucking guidance counselor in the history of the world, though. The bear watched as I stuffed all the goopy stuff into the paper bag and crumpled it up, and his eyebrows drew down as he thought.
"I'm having a hard time understanding the nerves of seeing Smith when you've worked for him for a while."
"It's not him." I cleared my throat and took another swig of mouthwash. Maybe Owen could pack toothbrushes in the first aid kit from then on. Not that so many of their friends would be vomiting instead of bleeding. "I can't really explain it. Just a lot going on." Kaiser frowned at the steering wheel, watching his fingers as he tapped the stitching in an uneven rhythm.
"Axel said you asked about the code."
"I did." He nodded, then half-turned in the seat to face me.
"I don't know what he told you, but I can say what the code means to me. You are family. That will never change, regardless of what your relationship is or is not with Axel. And I look after my family, Lucy. After we talk with Smith, we can figure out what the next steps will be. But be assured that you will not take those steps alone. Okay?"
It helped a little. I managed a smile and a hopefully sincere "thank you" before opening the door for some fresh air. He didn't say anything else as he led the way into a high-rise building, all glass and chrome, and a bank of elevators. We went up and up and up, and my heart beat faster with every floor. What if Smith betrayed us and wanted both Ragnar and I dead? What if it was all a trap? My thoughts flew in wild directions, completely impossible directions, and I gripped the straps of my backpack until my fingers went numb. I couldn't have said how we got from the elevators to the beautiful reception area of a large office, and I couldn't have described the secretary who led us into the back of the office to a private suite for all the money in the world. And then we stood there in the doorway, and a tall man rose from behind a desk, his hair iron gray and his expression devoid of any type of human emotion. Until he smiled at Kaiser, shaking his hand, and the pretense of the gray-haired man being human showed up in full force. And then his odd eyes landed on me, and his expression cleared, as if he knew me.
Lucy.
I couldn't move. I recognized his voice immediately, but somehow reality shifted. I couldn't really be standing in front of Smith alone. It wasn't just a bad dream. Ragnar was gone. I swallowed the knot in my throat and managed to shake Smith's hand, although he barely pressed my fingers with his. "Smith, nice to finally meet you." Kindness radiated from his eyes, from the wrinkles at their corners, and he gestured at the seats in front of his desk.
"Welcome. I'm surprised to see you here, after not hearing from you for a few months. I assumed you weren't able to complete the new contract and had moved on to more lucrative opportunities."
It wasn't safe to reach out. I needed to come in person. I eased into one of the chairs while Kaiser overflowed from the other, and I kept a good grip on my backpack. Just in case. Smith leaned back in his chair, head tilted.
"Where is your partner?"
My partner? Everything got slow and loud around me as I stared at him, and the blood rushed through my ears until I wondered if I might barf or pass out right there in the office. Kaiser sighed and handed me another paper bag, and even though I gave him a dirty look, I took the bag, just in case.
"Yes,"
Smith said. He retrieved a couple of bottles of water from a space under his desk and handed them over.
"Ragnar, as I knew him."
Ragnar was killed. It still hurt to say out loud. 3 months ago. That's why I had to come here.
"Ragnar is dead."
Smith's eyes flashed, and suddenly the pupils looked alien, elongated and almost cat-like.
"How? Who did it?"
"Hold on a moment," Kaiser said, cracking open one of the waters and handing it to me.
"Drink, and don't forget to breathe."
Then he returned his attention to Smith.
"It must be noted that Ragnar was Axel's twin, so whoever killed Ragnar killed one of my family, Smith. Right now it is our duty to identify those responsible for Ragnar's death and resolve the matter."
"Of course." For half a second, I thought maybe the older man started to glow. But then I blinked, and he looked like any human, perhaps someone's friendly grandfather. Smith took a deep breath and pressed his hands together in front of his chin.
"Do you know who killed him, Lucy?"
"We were supposed to meet with Nick." I ran out of words and trailed off. I hadn't told the story to anyone, even though it replayed in my head over and over again. Ragnar thought something was off with the last message we received from him, so he had me stay back to observe while he went to the meeting. Nick was late. He never showed up. A bunch of guys wearing black masks surrounded Ragnar. They came out of nowhere. He fought them. I tried to get to him. I cleared my throat a couple of times in an effort to go on, but it didn't help. So I just shrugged and waited, staring at his obsessively neat desk and a stack of manila folders on the corner.
"Nick,"
Smith said. He calmly shifted a box of tissues toward my side of the desk without comment and took a deep breath.
"And this was 3 months ago, you said?"
"Almost exactly." I concentrated on the tissues in the pretty pink flowery box, the most ridiculously out-of-place thing in his office. I never heard anything else from Nick, but I didn't try to contact him again. I figured either he was the reason they knew we were there, or they discovered him and killed him.
"He's alive."
The investigator glanced at the large clock on the wall, debating, then said, "Screw it," under his breath. He retrieved a glass bottle from somewhere inside his desk and set out 3 glasses.
"Normally, I would not suggest drinking before lunch, but I admit I could use a little liquid courage right now."
Kaiser nodded and handed me a glass with a few fingers of something smooth and amber, taking his own as Smith raised his glass in a toast. The older man closed his eyes briefly before he spoke.
To Ragnar, may the strength of 3 be in your journey.
The liquor burned all the way down, even though I only sipped. Smith set his glass aside with deliberate care and braced his hands on the desk.
Nick is alive. He helped a friend of mine escape when Bad Creek kidnapped her, and he was there when Kaiser's men grabbed Adams, the financier. Would Nick recognize you?
Yes. Pounding a shot of liquor on an empty stomach wasn't the best idea. I immediately felt warm and fuzzy and a little wobbly, enough that I had to grip the arms of my chair, and I put the glass back on Smith's desk, still half full. He gave us good information before things went bad. I brought it with me. A phone rang, and Kaiser made a face. He checked it and eased to his feet.
If you'll excuse me a moment,
he said, and wandered into the hall. I took the opportunity and fixed Smith with my deadliest look. I want the assholes who killed Ragnar. They have to be in Nick's group. I know it. He knows what happened.
We can get to Nick if you don't mind being bait.
Smith's humanity faded, and I faced the scariest son of a bitch I'd ever seen. His teeth looked small and sharp as he leaned over the desk.
I thought he was on our side, but we will find out either way. Meet me tonight, and we can discuss this more.
And he glanced at where Kaiser paced, out of earshot. I don't want them involved, I said, though it felt like a betrayal. Axel had just as much right to kill Ragnar's murderers as I did. This is mine.
You and 2 other individuals with a score to settle.
Smith wrote something on a business card, handing it to me, then tossed me a cheap plastic cell phone.
My number is programmed into the first speed dial. You can use this to contact me. I'll introduce you to some of my colleagues.
I shoved the phone in my backpack as I lifted it to my lap, just as Kaiser returned to the office and flopped into the chair. It creaked loudly as he shifted his weight, and the alpha bear blinked, long and slow.
A little drama with the financier. Apparently Lacey Sudoku wants to kill him herself, with her bare hands. I don't blame her, Smith said, his expression more human but still cold. I offered to send that human into a very specific sort of hell, but the Chases declined.
Hard to believe, I said. I fished through my backpack to pull out the file folder of notes from our first set of meetings with Nick. We have background on Nick. I trailed off, clearing my throat and reconsidering whether I could afford more liquor on an empty stomach, but steeled myself to go on. I have background on Nick, the Alpha and the top betas, structure of the pack, preferred fighting styles, external supporters, lots of detailed information. If it's true, anyway. Smith patted the stack of files on the corner of his desk.
We have other information. We can compare the two and figure out where the truth exists.
Good. Part of me relaxed as I began to work through the material, sketching out the organization of the Bad Creek Pack, describing the Alpha and his minions, and filling in gaps in their knowledge. It helped that, more than once, both Smith and Kaiser made surprised or impressed noises and asked follow-up questions. It at least confirmed that I hadn't sucked at my job, and we earned our pay from Smith. The conversation shifted and turned, covering all possible bases, and eventually Smith had his secretary order lunch. We took over a small conference room near his office, spreading out across the long table and using the dry erase boards on the walls to map out the connections. By mid-afternoon, my brain and body were completely drained of energy. I could hardly think, staring at the spider's web of relationships on the whiteboard, and my eyes drooped. Kaiser glanced over at me at one point and balled up the wrapper on his sandwich.
We might need to call it a day, Smith.
The investigator, still staring at the board, nodded.
Yes. Perhaps tomorrow we can bring Edgar into the conversation. See what else Meadow and Isabel can contribute to our understanding.
Kaiser shook his hand before helping me up from the chair. Smith pressed my fingers with his once more, a reassuring gentleness, but his eyes practically glowed as he looked at me.
We will get to the bottom of this, young lady, and we will make sure they pay for Ragnar's death.
Thank you. I gathered up my backpack and personal notes and thought of the throwaway cell phone in the bottom of the bag, along with the business card. We'd be meeting up to discuss sooner rather than later. There was just the small problem of getting out of the Bears' apartment building and across the city to meet Smith. But I followed Kaiser out of the office and back into the elevator, down and down until we reached the lobby full of happy people on business. They walked through the world, unaware of the magic that existed around them, and immune to the terrible consequences when magic went awry. I envied them the tiniest bit. The fox thought they were dull and blind. We kept up a silent argument in my head as we followed the alpha bear back to the car. He'd barely put it into drive before I fell asleep in the heated seat. Chapter 9. Axel paced for an hour before he became too anxious to tolerate being inside, and instead went to the backyard and threw logs around. After more time passed and Lucy still had not returned with Kaiser, the anxiety grew into fury. She was out there in the city, meeting with Smith, and he didn't know where she was, if she was cold or hungry. Just as Axel debated whether he could rip the building apart with his bare hands, Malcolm stuck his head out the door and held out a pair of hand wraps. "Josie said you need to come inside and box before there's nowhere left for the kids to play." Axel snarled but complied, wrapping his hands quickly as he followed the other bear into the gym and over to the boxing ring. Sasha leaned on the ropes and watched as Mal ducked through and started stretching. Axel shed his shirt and rotated his head and arms. He wanted to break something, to hurt something, and Mal would have to do since Axel couldn't hurt the person he really wanted to. Part of him wanted to deck his brother, to vent his fury at Ragnar for his death, for preventing Axel from making things right. Ragnar should not have died. There were too many things unsaid between them, too many jokes not shared, too many moments they would never have together. The grief constricted in his chest as he swung at Malcolm, and he struggled to breathe as the other man pummeled him toward the corner. For all the smooth southern accent and the aw shucks attitude, Mal grew up in a shack on the side of a mountain and was tough as coffin nails. He could box well above his class, and Axel was hard-pressed to fight him even with his full attention on the bout. Mal's fist connected with his jaw and spun Axel around, but he pushed himself back and raised his guard again. The pain helped. The ringing in his ears made everything else clearer. He would never be able to show Ragnar how much he regretted everything between them. The bear howled in hurt and grief, and Mal must have heard it, because he stepped back for a moment, eyes narrowed. Axel took the opportunity to swing at him, landing a few quick uppercuts before Mal recovered. Axel dodged and retreated as the onslaught resumed, and he let Mal land a few hooks that made stars explode in his vision. He deserved it. He deserved to suffer, to be beaten bloody and left to crawl back to his den. Maybe then he would understand a fraction of how Ragnar no doubt suffered when Axel betrayed him. Axel growled and braced himself for a punishing barrage of fists against his ribs, but Mal retreated with an odd expression. The Southerner straightened and dropped his fists. "You're not even trying, Axel."
I'm distracted. Keep fighting."
Axel lurched forward and the fight continued. The bear wanted Lucy, and Axel wanted her as well. She belonged in their life. She was their mate. That odd, fluffy, multicolored Arctic fox was their mate. He shook his head in disbelief and dodged another swing from Malcolm. But she loved Ragnar, loved him still, and Axel knew every time she looked at him, she saw his brother instead. It wasn't fair. It was what he deserved, but it wasn't fair for her. He wished he believed in prayer, that he could pray and ask for guidance from Ragnar or their parents or whoever might be listening. He didn't know what to do. The code was clear. Lucy was his mate, so it was Axel's responsibility to protect and care for her. But the code didn't account for what Lucy wanted. His guts twisted. What if she wanted to leave? What if she never wanted to see him again because he was just a painful reminder of Ragnar and what she'd lost? Maybe it was the universe getting back at him for driving Ragnar's mate away so many years ago. Axel gritted his teeth and let Mal clobber him right in the face. He staggered back as blood gushed from his nose and splattered across the floor, but he shook it off and growled at Mal.
"More." "Dude, I'm not going to just beat on you."
Malcolm retreated, shaking his head, and started to unwrap his hands.
"You want to box? Fine, I'll box, but I'm not going to pummel you."
"I will," Sasha said, stubbing out a cigarette and ducking into the ring. He didn't even bother to wrap his hands. The Russian flexed and pulled off his t-shirt. He briefly kissed a silver medallion he wore around his neck, then smiled at Axel.
"We go, White Bear. You want punishment? Da, I have."
Axel didn't bother to question why Sasha was so eager to beat on him, because it didn't really matter. Axel needed to hurt, to bleed. It was the only penance he could think of, to make things up to Ragnar. Mal strode away, muttering and shaking his head, and apparently summoned Owen and his medical supplies. Sasha, lithe and tattooed and muscled, evaded every punch Axel threw and landed 3 times as many. The damn Russian fought better than almost anyone else Axel knew, even smoking a few packs a day and drinking more vodka than even a shifter liver could deal with. He was probably drunk at that very moment. Axel listened to his bear and evaded the next few blows, but the fight continued and drew more attention from a few of the other shifters working out. They gathered around the ring and started joking and exchanging wagers, calling encouragement and advice to both Axel and Sasha. Axel tuned them out. He didn't know what to do about Lucy. She focused on her work with Smith, and there was no telling what that entailed. If she didn't tell him, maybe Kaiser would. Or Axel would go down to Smith's office himself, demand the old man tell him what the hell was going on, demand to know whether Smith knew Ragnar was his brother, if the Fey investigator intended to keep them apart. His lungs burned, and he growled. But Lucy had to come first. The phrasing distracted him with other thoughts, and in a brief flash he remembered curling around her in the warmth of a bed, her soft curves giving against his body. The distraction gave Sasha the opportunity to slam a fist right into Axel's chest, and he grunted, stumbling back. The Russian said something out of the side of his mouth, and a couple of the wolves laughed. Axel's vision misted red. He didn't want an audience. He wanted to work out what the fuck he was supposed to do about Lucy, and he thought better during physical exertion. The pain brought clarity. The bear wouldn't tolerate mockery. He snarled and threw all of his weight behind a punch that sent Sasha staggering back, his eyes crossed, and the chuckling spectators went quiet. Axel didn't relent, hounding the other bear around the ring, until Sasha's expression went dark and his eyes flashed gold.
The Kodiak bear started to make an appearance, and Axel's polar bear reared up to square off with him. They'd fought often when Sasha first wandered into the city, knock-down, drag-out fights that left both of them broken and bloody. Eventually, Kaiser forced them both to stalemate and into a fragile peace. Axel bared his teeth. Maybe it was time that ended. The Russian spat blood and teeth onto the floor of the ring, along with a torrent of angry foreign words that raised the hairs on Axel's neck, and they both launched into a real fight. It helped. It made the world make sense again. Everything made sense when Axel could hit Sasha and be hit in return, over and over until his muscles ached and his lungs burned and everything faded to just pain. And then the door to the gym opened and Kaiser walked in, looking around before he held the door open to let Lucy follow on his heels. She looked small and cold and tired, pale against the bright colors of her hair, and Axel's bear flipped, went fucking mental. Their mate was sick, uneasy, afraid. He'd trusted Kaiser with her, and the alpha bear failed to protect her. Axel growled and lurched toward the ropes, ready to leap across half the gym to reach her, but met Sasha's fist instead, like a meteor on the end of a steel pipe. Axel saw stars, then black spots, then the ceiling as he lay on his back in the ring. Sasha looked down at him, blinking blue eyes gone gold and wild. He said something, but Axel couldn't decipher it through the ringing in his ears and the wobbly way sound distorted around him. He struggled to sit and found Kaiser watching him, irritation in the older man's face, and Lucy disappearing up the stairs. The spectators scattered back to the weight machines and heavy bags as Kaiser gave them all an Alpha's dark look, and he leaned on the ropes to look at Sasha. "I should ask what the fuck you think you're doing, but I'm guessing I won't like your answer. Go out back and chop wood." Sasha made a face and his upper lip curled, even though it had split under one of Axel's punches and still dribbled blood. "How much?" "All of it." Kaiser's growl was enough to send the Russian hustling toward the back door, though he tried not to look hurried. When the Alpha gestured, Owen dragged the first aid kit up to the ring and crawled through the ropes to examine Axel. Kaiser folded his arms over his chest. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Axel stared up at the ceiling, refusing to move as Owen flicked a light in his eyes. "You were gone a lot longer than you said. The bear grew restless. Smith had more notes for us. Lucy gave him good information. Important information. He wanted to hear about Ragnar." Kaiser took a deep breath and dropped his voice. "They're plotting something. I know they are. I had to step out of the room to take a call from Edgar, and when I walked back in, she looked guilty as hell. I don't know what it was, but it's got something to do with Ragnar." Even with the pain from a broken nose and battered face and bloody hands, his brother's name cut right through Axel. "So he didn't know it was my brother working for him?" "As far as I could tell, no. Smith didn't know. Looked damn gut-punched when Lucy told him." Kaiser rubbed his forehead, looking more and more tired. "Get yourself cleaned up and come upstairs for dinner in a bit. But pull your head out of your ass first, got it? Lucy's thrown up a couple of times today. She's a little shaky and pale, under the weather. So you need to be careful and quiet." Owen's eyebrows arched as he looked at Kaiser. "Can't keep food down. Not even pancakes or water." The Alpha Bear rolled his eyes and gestured at the door. "I'm going to have to air out the car for a week just to get rid of the smell." The medic made a huffy bear sound and started packing up his bag. "Fatigue or dizziness? Headache? Any muscle aches or tenderness?" "She's always tired and clumsy as a newborn foal." Axel forced himself to sit up, though the room spun around him, and he almost thought he'd barf and embarrass himself further. "Do you think she's sick? What's wrong with her? Is it contagious?" "I don't think it's contagious," Owen snorted, shaking his head, and eyed Axel. "How good are you in math?" "What the fuck are you talking about? What's wrong with Lucy?" "So, not great." Owen shrugged and slung the bag over his shoulder. "Don't worry about it, big guy." Kaiser and Axel both frowned at him until the younger bear laughed and walked away, whistling, and left Axel staring at the alpha. Kaiser watched Owen disappear up the stairs. "I worry about him, Ax. He's suffocating, and I don't know how to help him." "If he doesn't ask for help," Axel started, but cut off as Kaiser gave him a dark look. "Have you asked for help?" When Axel said nothing, Kaiser went on, irritated. "All four of you stubborn jackasses are fucking with my mood. Owen wants to die, or at least doesn't want to live. You're feeling guilty as shit over things with your brother, and you're all emo over Lucy. Malcolm still thinks he's possessed by demons and is wasting money on some fucking faith healer. And Sasha is... he's going to die of cancer or liver disease, or get himself killed by fucking mobsters. I don't know which of you is more annoying." Axel pushed to his feet and almost fell over, so he limped to the ropes and hung there, dizzy and disoriented. The shifter healing should have gotten him over a regular broken nose and minor concussion, so Sasha must have damn near knocked his head off. Axel concentrated on Kaiser's face as it swam and blurred in front of him. "I'm trying to make things right with Lucy. I can try to distract Owen, but he's always with that girl, Sita, at the Chase Mansion. I can't help you with the Russian, and I don't know what the fuck a faith healer is. I can find you a young priest and an old priest, though." Kaiser scowled at him for a long moment, though his mouth twitched like he wanted to smile. Finally, the alpha bear hauled him through the ropes and helped Axel stagger up the stairs. "You're a pain in my ass, Axel Isbjorn. Get cleaned up, check on Owen, then come up for dinner." Axel did as he said, and stood under the spray of hot water in his shower for far too long, pondering Owen's words and the jokes about math. Axel scrubbed the dried blood off his face and hands and chest, pushing away the thought. After dinner, he would ask to speak with Lucy alone. He could explain himself, explain what happened with Ragnar so many years ago. He would ask her to stay, at least for a little while and until Bad Creek was destroyed, and offer her the world if it meant she would make her home with him, even if she stayed in the guest room for the rest of their lives. He made a note to get more towels, better towels, and the girly shampoo and soap shit that smelled like flowers, better sheets for the bed, and real furniture. The list grew as Axel got ready, and he wondered if that was an onerous enough task to distract Owen from his internal misery. Axel started making notes and called Owen to give him the list of tasks before he shuffled upstairs to Kaiser's apartment. Time would tell, for both of them.
Chapter 10. I didn't recognize the bloodied men in the boxing ring until the fox sat up and pointed out our mate was one of the combatants. When I glanced back at Axel, the nausea blooming again at the scent of blood, he looked a heartbeat away from speaking. He even reached for me, his blue eyes intense, but toppled over as Sasha decked him. I wanted to stop to check on him, to make sure Axel was okay, but the swampy air in the gym, the men, the stink of sweat and old socks, the aggression, drove me up the stairs. Josie glanced up from where she put together a puzzle with the little ones as I tumbled through their front door, her eyebrows raised. "Is everything okay? You guys were gone a while." "Everything is fine." Even I didn't believe me as I said it, but I didn't stop moving, instead rubbing at my forehead. "I've got a bit of a headache. I'd like to lay down before dinner." The concern in her expression just ignited guilt in my chest, but I needed time to think and plan and wrap my head around all the things Smith told me about Bad Creek. The pack's reach went a great deal further than either Ragnar or I believed, and their crimes were so monstrous they made my hands shake. Stealing shifter children, tormenting them and experimenting on them, then killing them when they had nothing left to give. And with information from the man Axel and Sasha grabbed the same day they found me, Smith knew Bad Creek intended to sell babies and genetic material to whoever had a big enough checkbook. I curled up on the bed and pulled the sheets over my head, wanting to cry. I'd always known the world wasn't a particularly friendly place for most people, but encountering that degree of evil firsthand, I shivered. And to think that Nick might have contributed to that, or was still involved in facilitating that evil. He had a lot of explaining to do, if I ever managed to meet with him. The cheap phone Smith gave me buzzed with a single text message. Instructions to meet a few blocks from the gym at midnight at a 24-hour cafe. I set the alarm on the phone so I wouldn't forget, my thoughts already foggy and disoriented. Too many things had happened in the last few days. Too many changes ripped through my life and set what little order I managed into chaos. Josie and Kaiser were the only solid footing I could find, and even then they would side with Axel if things went bad. Regardless of what Kaiser said in the car about the code and taking care of family, they didn't know me, and I was part of the reason that Axel would never see his brother again. If Ragnar hadn't gone to that meeting alone, we might have been able to fight our way free. I might have been able to warn him, or watch his back, or call for help. It seemed like I only closed my eyes when Josie knocked on the door and stuck her head into the dark room. "Hey, feeling better?" My muscles ached, but I forced myself to sit. "Yes, thanks." "Good. Dinner's ready. Think you want to eat?" "Of course. I'm sorry I wasn't—" "Don't sweat it." She glanced over her shoulder, then grimaced in sympathy. "Kaiser told me you guys ended up spending a lot of time with Smith, figuring out how to finish those bastards off, thinking about what Bad Creek had done. That's a lot of hate and pain and awfulness to try to process. I'm not surprised you were wiped out. Take your time. The kids are already eating, so there's no hurry." I took a few minutes to splash water on my face and pull my hair back in a ponytail, though I lamented the hint of roots showing through. I hadn't had time to get to the salon, or even research a good place, since I'd gotten to the city. Maybe in a couple of days I would have time to get everything touched up. Josie or one of her friends might know a stylist. It seemed petty and small to worry about my hair being done in the midst of all the damage that Bad Creek wrought, but I'd learned from experience that sometimes it was the little things that gave you power, and my hair was part of that. Thoughts of my meeting with Smith occupied my mind as I ate dinner, even as I tried to participate in the conversation between Kaiser, Josie, and Axel, though I probably missed more than I understood. If I could just talk to Nick, maybe we could figure out how to stop Bad Creek for good. I blinked as silence settled over the table and looked up to find all three of them watching me. Josie chuckled, leaning her head on Kaiser's shoulder. "Still tired?" Axel watched me closely, bruises on his face all that remained of the brutal fight with Sasha only a little earlier in the afternoon. I sat back from the table and tried a smile. "Sorry, I know I'm out of it. Just a lot to take in over the last few days." "Understandable," Kaiser said, his arm looping around Josie. "We all have a lot to deal with when it comes to Bad Creek, but you're not alone. Most of the shifters in the city are part of the efforts to get rid of them. Soon we won't have to worry about them." "That's good," I said, nodding. even though I wanted to tell him a couple of those Bad Creek assholes were mine to kill. I owed it to Ragnar. Josie sighed and got up to help the kids as screaming started in the other room, and Kaiser got up to do the dishes. Axel cleared his throat as he looked at me, his hand resting on the table next to mine.
I would like to talk to you for a moment, if you don't mind.
Sure. I glanced over and caught Kaiser watching, though he didn't look worried, and I followed Axel over to the window that overlooked the front of the building. Very little stirred on their street, and a street light flickered and died as we watched.
Lucy, I apologize for my behavior. I let my emotions control me, and I regret that I hurt you.
He took a deep breath, frowning down at the street below.
I am not accustomed to talking about things like this, so bear with me, if you would.
I leaned against the wall next to the window so I could watch his expression as he struggled through the apology and everything else. The vulnerability on his face made my heart speed up, thumping against my ribs. The polar bear exhaled with a gusty bear sigh and glanced at me.
I would like you to stay here, with us, with me.
Because of the coat, I said, a certain numbness settling around my heart. Because of obligation and responsibility. And guilt, I think.
No,
he said, then shook his head.
A little, but not why you think. You're my mate, Lucy. I feel empty when you're not near. You loved my brother, and I accept that. Maybe you'll never love me like you loved him, and I can accept that as well. But please, stay here for a while, until we know.
I folded my arms over my chest. The fox sees you as our mate. She knows. But I don't know if I'm ready for that, Axel. I can't get my feet under me after Ragnar. I don't know if it's grief or something else, but I'm a mess.
Then we start slow,
he said, reaching for my hand. I didn't budge, so he touched my shoulder instead, a gentle grip.
Stay with me downstairs. The guest room is yours. I'll fix it up. I'll get you towels and soap and whatever you want. Better furniture. I want to make it up to you. I want to give you a safe place, a comfortable place. Let me do that for you. Please.
I took a deep breath, tired to my bones already and wondering how I would stay awake to make the meeting with Smith. Not yet, Axel. I'll think about it. But I'm sleeping up here for a while, I think. I don't care if you sleep here as well, just not in my bed. I'm not ready for that. I need some space. Even though the fox objected to sleeping alone, and part of me wanted to wake up next to him as well. A muscle jumped in his jaw. Then Axel nodded.
I understand. That's fair. Thank you. I would like to hug you.
I blinked, startled by the caution. He didn't strike me as the kind of guy who would say something like that and then stare at me with such intensity I almost expected my heart to explode. And yet he did. He waited, hands at his sides, and I needed a hug. After learning everything Smith had to share, I desperately needed a hug. So I nodded and swayed toward him, leaned against his chest, and his arms closed around me with bone-creaking strength. I exhaled and closed my eyes, my head resting on his shoulder, and listened to the steady thump, thump, thump of his heart. I felt safe for the first time in a very long time. Axel didn't let me go, and I knew he would stand there forever, his chin resting on the top of my head, and his hand rubbing slow circles on my back. I nuzzled against his neck, the fox part of me wanting to chirp and wiggle closer until we were inside his sweater and right against his skin. The thought ignited heat in my cheeks, but I didn't mind. He made a contented, bear grumble, leaning down to press his nose behind my ear and inhale deeply. It felt right. Everything about it felt right, and that scared me. I didn't want to want him. I didn't want to feel safer with him than with anyone else. My breath caught in something like a hiccup or a sob, and Axel's arms tightened and the rumble grew louder. His hand worked up into my hair and massaged my scalp, keeping my head against his shoulder but working away the tension in my neck and the back of my head. The fox wanted to keep him forever. I leaned into the gentle massage, even turning my head a little so he could get a knot of worry behind my right ear, and Axel chuckled a little. He grumbled more, and his other hand slid up my back, applying pressure right on my shoulder until I went boneless and nearly collapsed right there.
"You're very tense," he said, quiet and calm. "You should take a hot bath and go to bed. Rest more. I don't like you being so tired."
"I don't like it either," I said, but it turned into a groan as his magic fingers dug in at the base of my skull and released a weight that had been plaguing me for months. I sighed, grateful for his chest to lean against. He smelled like snow and wood smoke. But that's how it is.
"It doesn't have to be."
Axel took another deep breath from my hair, snuffling like a bear along my temple, then squeezed my butt in a gentle, brief show of encouragement.
"I'll guard your sleep. No one will bother you. Sleep in. All day if you want."
I wish I could. I took a deep breath and started to untangle myself from his ridiculously strong hands. God, the man could probably work knots out of trees if he set his mind to it. My knees wobbled a little, and he caught my waist, a warm support that set my cheeks on fire. I needed to get myself together. As much as the fox wanted to cuddle up next to Axel and sleep for the next week, I had to get ready to meet Smith. I absently touched Axel's cheek, then his chest, right over his heart. But thank you. Tomorrow we can talk more. Find a comfortable couch or sunny spot. Talk about Ragnar, maybe.
"Consider it done."
Axel held my arm as I stumbled back toward the guest room, and I fought my way through a daze. The polar bear opened the door to the room for me and waited until I was on the other side to pull it closed.
"I'll be outside if you need anything."
I stood in the dark room for a long moment, staring at the door and knowing that Axel stood on the other side, ready to protect me. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad thing to stay. He might protect me out of obligation because I was his mate, but obligation could turn into love. Caring could grow into a real relationship. I took a deep breath and double-checked the cheap phone and the alarm. Midnight. A couple of hours away. Enough time for a quick rest, and then one more step toward making things right for Ragnar. Axel was right, though. A hot bath definitely helped. I almost fell asleep and drowned myself, and it wasn't nearly as satisfying as the type of massage that bear could provide, but it was better than nothing. The fox wanted to invite him in for a snuggle before we left, maybe a little more than a snuggle to find out just how strong those hands were. I tried to focus on anything except Axel. It didn't work. Chapter 11. Josie gave him a sideways look as Axel sprawled out on the couch, and Kaiser tossed him a pillow. "Is this going to be an ongoing thing?"
"I'm working on it," Axel said under his breath. "Hopefully by tomorrow we'll both be downstairs. I appreciate your patience."
"Be kind, Axel." Josie folded her arms over her chest and canted her head at the guest room door. "She's hurting, and I know you're hurting too, but she's alone and adrift and searching for anything to hold on to. Just be kind."
"I know," he said, "and I will."
Axel turned off the lights as Josie and Kaiser retired for the night, and he mulled over all the information Kaiser had told him about their meeting with Smith. Smith and Lucy might be planning something, and chances were they wouldn't wait long before moving. So while Axel worried about Lucy's safety and her ability to rest well, he also doubted she'd stay put all night. And that concerned him more than anything else, her walking around the city at night alone. With Bad Creek on the loose and searching for more victims, he couldn't risk it. He slept lightly, dozing on the couch in the dark apartment, but woke immediately when something creaked in the guest room. Axel sat up on the couch, waiting. At least he'd kept all his clothes on, so he could follow her quickly if necessary. The door to the guest room creaked open, and only the light from a cell phone screen gave her any way to see the living room. Axel held his breath. She bumped an end table and nearly broke the lamp. Axel bit back a smile. For someone who'd been hired to sneak around and gather information, she wasn't anywhere near light-footed enough. He kept his voice low, not wanting to startle her.
"Going somewhere?"
She squeaked, and he braced himself to see a fox instead of a woman. But Lucy recovered and managed to gather her dignity. "I need some fresh air, that's all. Go back to sleep. I'll be back in a few minutes."
"I'll go with you,"
he said, reaching for his shoes. Lucy shuffled closer and patted his shoulder, though she missed and patted his chin instead. "It's okay. Just go back to sleep." Axel took a deep breath, but remained on the couch, even though every cell in his body screamed to go after her, to carry her down the stairs if he needed to, and drive her wherever she wanted to go. But she wanted space. She needed space. He forced the bear back and managed to keep his voice calm.
"Okay. Call me if you need anything."
"Sure." She sounded almost cheerful, and headed for the door. Axel pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. God help him. He waited until the elevator rattled in the hall to get up, put his shoes on, and leap down the stairs. He waited until she slid through the gym, moving slowly but stubbing her toe on a stray 25-pound plate that someone hadn't racked before they left, and out onto the street before he wandered after her. He stayed back, out of sight and scent and hearing, and trailed her by a block or more as she headed into the night. Axel hated everything about it. He felt like a total dick for not trusting her, or at least not telling her from the beginning that he'd follow her, and felt like a creepy-ass stalker for lurking in the shadows every time she glanced over her shoulder. She obviously had a destination in mind, or at least directions, as she looked at her phone and headed north with purposeful steps. He remained a silent shadow as she headed into one of the all-night diners a few blocks from the gym, and he waited across the street to watch. He didn't wait long. A gray-haired man in a long trench coat arrived only moments later, followed by a tall woman with a dark beanie, and they joined Lucy in a booth near one of the windows. A growl bubbled up in Axel's chest as he recognized the co-conspirators, Smith and Lacey Sudoka. Axel didn't like the investigator getting Lucy more involved in some sort of plan or plot, most likely against Bad Creek, without also involving Axel and the bears. Lucy seemed hell-bent on avenging Ragnar. Axel deserved the chance to avenge his brother's death as well, and to protect his mate. Smith got himself involved in something he didn't understand, in a place he wasn't welcome.
Axel gritted his jaw until his teeth ached. And the hyena. He glanced up and down the street, but the cadre of hyena bodyguards was notably absent. So Lacey traveled alone, which meant she didn't trust the rest of her pack with this secret. And in turn, whatever the trio plotted wasn't on the council's radar. Probably not approved, definitely not coordinated, and possibly dangerous as well. He wanted to punch something. Or someone, like that gray-haired bastard who convinced Lucy to do something dangerous. Axel growled. They plotted quickly, at least. Axel only waited half an hour, maybe an hour, before the meeting broke up and Smith disappeared quickly into the night. Lacey and Lucy paused outside the diner, an incongruous pair. Lucy, shorter and curvier with bright hair, facing off with the hyena queen, tall and lithe and built like a fighter, all shadows and hard angles. Axel's fists clenched behind his back as he retreated deeper into the shadows, not wanting Lacey to see him. He knew the hyena queen hated Bad Creek with a passion, but he never thought she'd go against the council in order to make things happen faster. He debated calling Kaiser or maybe Edgar Chase, having one of the alphas show up to challenge her. But before he could decide, the hyena turned on her heel and strode off into the darkness, and Lucy looked up and down the street before heading back in the direction of the gym. Axel started after her, ready to give her a piece of his mind, but he hesitated as another shadow detached itself from a building across the street and slunk after her. The shadow looked like a large dog, a mangy beast of a thing, and it peered after the hyena queen before trotting after Lucy instead. Axel's lip curled in fury as he stalked the coyote, Lucy's smaller form half a block ahead of them both, and the fury grew into a blind rage as other coyotes detached from the darkness and surrounded her. Lucy stopped short, looking around, and muttered, "Shit." She tried to dial the phone but fumbled it, almost dropping it, and one of the coyotes edged forward to nip at her heels, trying to herd or trap her somewhere, but no telling where. Lucy scowled as she kicked at one of the coyotes that got too close, but another charged in from behind. She dropped into a fighting crouch, still trying to dial the phone as she pulled out a wicked pocket knife and growled back at the coyotes. Axel couldn't take it. He roared out of the darkness as a polar bear, his clothes left in shreds, and barreled into the pack of coyotes. One peed itself and raced off into the night. The others retreated, one barking a warning, and Lucy put her hands on her hips. "God damn it, Axel!" He growled at her and lumbered after the coyotes, not certain they'd gone. The scavengers might be skulking around nearby, waiting for him to be distracted so they could attack Lucy. He didn't know what the coyotes wanted with his mate, but it didn't matter. If any of the flea-bitten mutts dared get any closer, he'd hunt them all down and end them. No one had heard much from the coyotes since they broke from their truce with the council and aligned themselves instead with Bad Creek. No telling if the dogs were out on an errand or just sensed an opportunity. He didn't care. The bear almost wanted one of the shitbags to charge him, so he could knock it through a wall and get rid of some of the fury that made his paws curl into the concrete, leaving rents behind. Lucy faced him, her expression difficult to read as she folded up the pocket knife and put away the phone. "Why did you follow me?" He wasn't about to shift back and walk 3 blocks naked through the city, not with coyotes around, and instead nudged her back toward the gym. She started walking, though grudgingly, and didn't speak again until they reached the small side door near the empty parking lot adjacent to the building, and Axel shifted back to human. He fumed, taking her arm, and led the way through the back rooms of the building to the elevator. When the doors opened on his floor, she opened her mouth to protest and he tightened his hold on her. Her teeth clicked together as she shut her mouth. Once inside his apartment,
Axel ran his hands through his hair and faced her. The panic at seeing the coyotes stalking her receded only a little, though he knew she didn't understand the danger she'd faced.
"What the hell were you thinking?"
"I had business to take care of," she said, face red, and she kept her eyes very studiously on his face, blinking rapidly. Axel didn't care that he stood in his living room naked. He had to talk some sense into his mate.
"Those coyotes could have killed you, or sold you to Bad Creek. What would you have done?"
"I'm not helpless," she shot back, eyes narrowing. "I can take care of myself." Axel snapped, turning to pace through his living room, and he aimed a barefooted kick at the shitty couch.
"Damn it, Lucy, you can't! Not in this city. You're going to get yourself killed or worse, and you don't even see it."
"You arrogant asshole!" Her fists clenched and her lips compressed, and Lucy stomped her foot as she faced him. "You don't know anything about me! How dare you—" He couldn't take it. The worry, the anxiety, the fear, all of it boiled up inside and pushed the polar bear over the edge. He lurched forward and grabbed her shoulders, so damn relieved she was safe he couldn't stand it, and kissed her. Kissed her so deeply that the taste of her burned itself in his mind, until he got lost in her warmth and softness. He broke the kiss, breathing ragged, and rested his forehead against hers.
"You drive me insane."
"I don't like you very much right now," she said, eyes still glinting, but the anger buoyed her up too. She seized his face and dragged his mouth back to hers, even biting his lip. She retreated long enough to poke him in the chest. "Don't try to boss me around."
"Don't try to get yourself killed,"
he said, just as irritated as she looked. But his body reacted to her scent and her kiss and everything about her, the bear eager to mark her. He needed her, wanted her, might die if he couldn't take her to bed and make her his. "Don't follow me around like a lovesick jerk," she said. Her breath came faster as Axel picked her up and carried her into his bedroom, but she didn't fight. She scowled up at him as he tossed her on his bed, standing over her. "And don't you dare lie to me."
"Fine."
He pulled off her shoes and tugged at the waist of her jeans, nearly tearing the button away, and Lucy struggled out of her shirt, tossing it into the dark room. She sat up and raked her nails down his chest, still angry, and the breath hissed in his teeth at the stinging scratches. Axel growled and grabbed her ankle, yanking her towards him, and she clung to him, fierce and desperate. They needed each other. The bear knew it, the fox knew it, and maybe he and Lucy knew it too. They were both drowning, and nothing could save them but each other. He needed to touch her, to know something solid and real. She bared her teeth at him, small and fierce, and the bear grumbled hungrily. Perfect. Exactly what he needed. Exactly what he wanted. He knelt over her and lowered his head toward her breasts, ready to bite through her bra to see the rosy flesh it hid. Her hands worked into his hair, and Axel felt himself drowning again. Chapter 12. Adrenaline from the meeting and the plan and being chased by dogs still rushed through my veins when Axel kissed me, and all sense fled. Anger at him and the world in general kicked up when I kissed him back, infuriated by his attitude and him sneaking after me, and a little that he'd been there to save me and prove that I couldn't walk around by myself. I glared at him and shifted back on the bed, kicking the sheets out of the way. The fox wanted him. I wanted him too. Wanted to feel his weight on me, feel him moving inside me. He stood at the foot of the bed, scowling and naked and aroused, and eyed me with a hunger that set me squirming. I didn't let myself feel nervous or anything other than angry, wanting to challenge him. "Well?"
"Don't rush me,"
he muttered, but moved onto the bed, and his knees indented the mattress near my hips. His eyes glinted gold, the polar bear close to the surface, and his large hands gripped my hips as he moved me still higher on the bed. He squeezed my thigh and tilted my leg out. I sucked in a breath as he lay between my legs, his fingers working my thighs until everything in me went liquid and heated and desperate. My head fell back on one of the flat pillows as he breathed against my skin, dragging his teeth along my inner thigh until I jumped and cursed him. My fingers worked into his hair, trying to drag him closer, and he resisted, growling a gentle rebuke. His tongue parted my folds, and I jerked, legs almost closing against his ears, and Axel grumbled. He teased the small butt at the top of my slit, then retreated, then started again. My breath came faster, harsh and loud as I panted and struggled not to beg him. I might have wanted him to fuck me, but that didn't mean I would beg. He owed me a climax or two after being such a jerk. I yanked on his hair. "Damn it, would you just—" He sucked on my clit as he slid a finger inside me, and I moaned, going rigid. A second finger joined the first, and I held my breath, feeling the pressure and heat of his touch as it goaded me on and on and on. A tsunami approached. I felt it growing on the horizon, and I tensed in anticipation. Axel increased the pressure and moved faster, deeper, breaking away to growl at me.
"Say my name."
"Asshole," I said, lifting my hips to meet him, rolling my body to try to guide his fingers a little deeper, a little higher, to that perfect spot where— He disappeared, only a single finger teasing my channel, and my eyes popped open. I shoved up on my elbows to scowl at him. "What the hell?"
"You want to come?"
He raised an eyebrow in challenge, and I tried not to notice the moisture on his lips and the slightly longer teeth and gold eyes.
"Ask nicely. Ask me nicely."
"I hate you so much." I touched myself instead, trying to recreate the intensity and invasion of his hands and mouth. It didn't work. The orgasm retreated, and I snarled in frustration. Axel teased a little more, slipping his fingers deep into me as he breathed against my stomach.
"All you have to do is ask. Nicely."
I wanted to scream. I needed the release. I needed to feel that perfect spark deep inside me, the waves of pleasure and relaxation and nothingness. "Fine," I growled and glared at him. "Please, Axel, make me come. You unbelievable asshole." He growled back at me but said,
"Since you are so polite, I will,"
and lowered his mouth once more to my slit. I exhaled in a groan as soon as his tongue touched me and lifted my body to meet him. It happened almost immediately. For a heartbeat, I hovered just on the edge of climax. Then his fingers moved deeper and crooked, and I was lost. He kept up the steady rhythm as my muscles eased up and I cried out, going stiff, and all I could see were stars. When I remembered to breathe again and could open my eyes, I found him kneeling between my legs, his hands pressing down near my shoulders.
"You're welcome,"
he said, and leaned down to kiss me, his tongue invading my mouth just as it had my body. I squirmed, overwhelmed, and he reached down between us to set his cock against the slippery entrance of my channel. I sucked in a breath and went still as he rubbed the sensitive flesh, sending new frissions of pleasure through every inch of me. The head, huge and blunt, pressed into me, and I moaned. He stretched my channel as he pressed forward, hard and thick, until I felt like he might split me open. He retreated slowly, dragging out until I moaned and lifted my legs to try to trap him, hold him close. And Axel muttered something in a strange language. My head fell back on the pillow as he thrust with more force, teeth bared in a snarl, and I cried out. He wasn't even fully inside me, and I didn't think he would actually fit. I lifted my hips to meet him, though, and relaxed into it as he thrust again and again, over and over until my body seized up and I dragged my nails down his back as he snarled and snapped. But still he kept moving, battering through me as I held on in desperation. The sheets tangled in a sweaty mess around us as Axel rutted and growled, and as my muscles seized around him again and he struggled to press through the convulsions, he pulled out, grabbed me, flipped me over, and pulled me up to my hands and knees. I knew what he wanted, knew exactly how he wanted me, and the fox was happy to oblige. Axel nudged my knees farther apart and grabbed my waist, the only warning before he plunged into me once more. I yelped as his full weight landed on me, his hands biting into the mattress near mine as his chest pressed against my back. He let me feel his weight as he fucked me, growling in my ear, and I loved it, loved every second of it. His cock drove deeper, faster, and as I braced myself on the headboard and tried to thrust back against him, his movements became erratic. He snarled, and one of his arms went around my chest, almost crushing me as he held me still and bore down on me. A flash of pain erupted in my shoulder as he bit me, but it was eclipsed immediately by another orgasm, my vision going spotty, and my arms gave out. I collapsed on the mattress, panting and trying to think through the static in my brain as he kept thrusting 3, 4 times, and the heated rush of his climax filled me. I squeezed my eyes shut and trembled as Axel landed on top of me, his breathing harsh in my ear. I drifted in a haze of anger and fading passion and maybe a hint of regret. Angry sex wasn't a bad thing, but it sure as hell complicated whatever it was we shared. Axel kissed my shoulder and pulled away, and I felt his body leave mine with a sudden shock. He grumbled something, then cleared his throat. "Sorry about the bite. I wasn't thinking." "Barely felt it," I said, and sighed. Content and satisfied, I stretched and pressed my face into the pillow, and hoped he'd washed the sheets in the last week or 2. Axel rolled to his feet, and I lifted my head, suddenly apprehensive. Maybe he regretted it enough he went to sleep somewhere else. But he returned with an armload of blankets and a quilt, spreading them over the bed until I was buried in soft, clean fabric. Then he crawled back into bed and growled at me as he spooned me, tangling his legs with mine and draping his arm over my side. "I never thought my mate would be this stubborn." "I never thought my mate would be an asshole, so I guess we're even." But I patted his arm where it rested against my breast to take some of the sting out of it. He kissed the back of my neck and snuffled in my hair, adjusting how we lay until my butt settled back against him and his body reacted in a sudden rush. I turned enough to look at him over my shoulder. "Are you serious?" "You're tormenting me," he said, palming my breast. I sucked in a breath and knocked his hand away. "Not there. They're sore. please. So his hand drifted down my stomach instead, and he started kissing and biting my neck until I sighed and relaxed against him, and he lifted my leg to drape over his hip. Maybe he wasn't so interested in letting me rest after all. Chapter 13. He pulled her leg over his to give him better access to the sweet spot between her thighs. He teased her with glancing touches and a gentle rocking, pressing his cock between the cheeks of her ass and a hint of what was to come. Not tonight, but soon. Just the thought almost pushed him over the edge, and he had to retreat before he spilled himself all over her back. God, she was perfect, all soft and smooth and curvy, giving in the right places, but with firm strength in her muscles. Lucy made the most maddening noises, all needy and soft, but still with an edge of anger. He almost hadn't been able to control himself when she'd sat up and glared at him, challenging him from his bed. Just the thought had him groaning and squeezing her hip. She needed to rest, he knew, but he couldn't stop. Lucy reached back, and her fingers drifted across his shoulder and up his neck, encouraging him, and Axel stroked down between her legs until she made the soft sounds and rocked her hips against him. As much as he enjoyed the heat-filled, out-of-control sex, this was better, gentle and caring and protective. Axel guided himself once more between her heated folds and resisted a triumphant smirk as Lucy sighed a little ooh of pleasure. He slid home, the soft give of her butt pressing against his stomach, and he kept teasing her. He rocked slowly, easily, not caring about the time or himself. He just wanted to hear more of those desperate, needy noises. He kissed her shoulder as he felt her body start to clench around him in a wet sort of heaven, and whispered, "Ask me nicely." She might have laughed, stretching and pressing against him, and murmured, "Make me come, asshole." "Ungrateful wretch," he muttered, but it was mostly a laugh, and he complied. He didn't let up until she shivered and trembled, a sweaty mess in his arms, and only then did he move with enough urgency that the pressure rose low in his back. He groaned and pressed his face against the back of her neck as he climaxed, as he filled her again, and immediately regretted not using a condom. The last thing they needed was a baby, complicating things still more between them. Axel gathered her close against his chest as Lucy panted and made those soft, contented sounds, and he leaned enough to pull the blankets up and over them. He'd sweat his ass off, but at least she would be warm and comfortable. He meant to talk to her, to say something about what this might mean, but he couldn't focus to gather his thoughts, and instead fatigue dragged his eyes closed. He slept. He woke on his back, Lucy sprawled across his chest, and disorientation caught him off guard. It took a moment to remember what happened. Lucy sneaking out, the meeting with Smith, the coyotes, and angry sex. Amazing, earth-shaking, furious sex. He couldn't keep a stupid smile off his face. Lucy stirred, lifting her head, and peered at him through sleepy eyes and mussed hair. For a moment, a split second, joy bloomed in her expression, and just as suddenly disappeared. Axel felt sick. She'd thought he was Ragnar. She woke up in his arms after a night of amazing sex and thought he was his brother. It crushed his heart and he couldn't breathe. But Lucy smiled and rested her hand on his chest. "Good morning." He didn't know what to do or say. He cleared his throat. "Feeling okay?" "Still tired." Her fingers drifted over his chest, tracing a strange pattern. "What time is it?" Axel lifted his head to check the alarm clock. 9. "Do you have somewhere to be?" Her lips pressed together, and she took long enough to answer that he knew she probably lied. "Not really. Just wondering if we missed breakfast." "I can cook for you if you're hungry." Lucy shook her head, the violet hair tickling his side, and she snuggled closer. "This is better." He stared at the ceiling as she drifted back to sleep, trying to understand. Maybe she slept with him just to feel as if she had Ragnar back for a night. Maybe she regretted it. Maybe she wanted to distract him from whatever her mission was for Smith. He rubbed his eyes and debated sliding out of bed so he could go down to the gym and beat the shit out of a heavy bag. He just couldn't figure her out. Eventually, he couldn't lay still any longer and slid out of bed, putting a pillow in his place so she could curl up around something. He showered quickly and got dressed, making sure he left clean towels for her, and went to check the fridge for any actual food. Finding nothing, he called up to Kaiser to see whether the Alpha could spare some breakfast foods. A lot of grumbling and growling cut through the static, but a few minutes later the door opened and Kaiser wandered through, still looking half asleep, even though Axel knew he'd probably been up at dawn. Kaiser handed him a brown paper bag full of groceries, enough for omelets or pancakes or oatmeal or whatever they might want, and eyed him. "You work faster than I thought. Should have given you more credit." Axel snorted and shuffled into the kitchen, starting to put the groceries in the fridge. When he checked with Owen about the status of the guest room improvements, he would add grocery shopping to the list of things for the younger bear to do. "I didn't plan for things to go quite that fast. She snuck out last night. Met with Smith." Kaiser's eyebrows rose as he folded his arms. "Oh? Yeah." Axel set aside the fixings for omelets and searched around for a clean knife and skillet. "No idea what they talked about, but Stoka was there too." Kaiser's expression darkened. "Really?" "Yup, and that's not quite the worst bit." Axel took a deep breath and wondered if he could just have a beer with breakfast. Maybe Malcolm would deliver a little moonshine, so Axel could add some to his coffee. 6 coyotes followed Lucy back from where she met with Smith and tried to attack her a block or so from our place. I have no idea if they followed Smith or Sudoka to the meeting, but they definitely followed Lucy away from it. "That is troubling," the alpha bear grumbled as he started to pace. "If it were anyone but the coyotes, I wouldn't be worried. Are you sure they weren't hyenas?" "Very sure. I was pissed off, but I'm not blind. I ran them off, but you could probably find traces of them a block north of here, if you want to check." Axel resisted the urge to growl about it. Imagine mistaking a hyena for a coyote. Fucking insulting that the alpha doubted him. "If we can identify them by scent, we can go beat the shit out of John for attacking your mate," Kaiser said. "But if you're fine with them marauding around the city..." Axel tossed a skillet into the sink. He couldn't remember the last time he washed it, so it was probably due for a scrub or 3. His shoulders tensed as he waited for the water to heat. "Don't fuck with me, boss. Come on. If you want to send Sasha or Mal after them, fine. I've got to figure out what the hell Smith is doing, and what he's dragged Lucy into. I'll send Sasha." Kaiser frowned as he leaned on the island, studying everything in the kitchen. "I am perturbed about Smith's behavior. He didn't say anything yesterday. I'm not sure if we can trust him, if he insists on meeting some members of the council separately and in secret. Maybe we should stop by this morning and let him know. Fill Edgar and the Chases in on what happened. Maybe call Sudoka up as well and see what she has to say for herself." Axel looked around for the chopped veggies. "If you want to challenge Lacey Sudoka, go right ahead. Kaiser snorted and slapped his hand on the granite counter. But I don't have a death wish, brother, so I'll let you lead that charge. Lacey's gotten damn scary since she took over. Axel shot him a dark look over his shoulder. Really, dude? You're a fucking bear. Yes, and I'm not an idiot. That's why I'm still alive, shithead. Hyenas grow up fucking each other over, and to come out on top, she had to be the meanest, strongest, scariest bitch in the mess. And there's a reason why lions give up their kill if hyenas show up. I don't want any part of that. Kaiser tilted his head at the closed door to Axel's bedroom. So figure out what's going on with your girl, and I'll set something up with Smith as soon as possible. When you're done eating breakfast, come upstairs. The Alpha left, still shaking his head, and Axel waited until the door closed behind him to go back to making omelets. He would feed Lucy, then they would have to talk about last night, and when she woke up and thought he was Ragnar. His throat closed up as he thought about that bright spark of love in her eyes when she first looked at him, and he'd believed it was because of him. Stupid. She didn't love him.
"Smells good,"
Lucy said as she walked into the kitchen, wrapped up in a blanket and her hair mussed.
"Was Kaiser here?"
"Yes." Axel pointed at the kitchen table. "Sit. I'll finish this, but you'd better start talking about what you were doing last night." She made an irritated noise, though the fierce look she gave him was undermined by the pillow wrinkles on her cheek and a yawn. Despite himself, Axel's heart warmed a little. She was like a bear cub trying to be scary. Lucy fussed with the sheet she wore and sat at the table, yawning again.
"Smith and I wanted to catch up. That's it."
"And Lacey Sudoka? She wanted to catch up as well? I didn't know you knew her." Axel dropped a handful of cheese on the eggs and stabbed at the mess with a spatula. Maybe not an omelet, after all. Lucy didn't blink.
"Smith invited her. She seemed nice."
"Now I know you're lying," he said under his breath, sliding the eggs onto 2 plates and tossing some bread on top. "The hyena queen is never nice."
"Maybe that's because you're an asshole."
Lucy raised her eyebrows in challenge as he approached and put one of the plates in front of her.
"And she doesn't have any reason to be nice to you."
Axel couldn't argue with that, unfortunately. He didn't sit right away, frowning at Lucy. She had no reason to trust him, really, even though they'd spent the night together. He hadn't been a good steward of her trust, following her when she asked him not to, accusing her of all sorts of things. He took a deep breath and sat across from her. "You're hiding something, Lucy. I wish you would fill me in." She blinked wide blue eyes at him, expression unreadable.
"I've known you for less than 3 days. Why should I tell you anything?"
Another fair point. He took a deep breath. "Well, I thought we shared something. A couple of things, really. Ragnar, to start, and the need to figure out who's responsible for his death. And we're mates. It might not be the most comfortable bond right now, but if we want to see where that goes, I don't think there's room for deception between us. Plus, we slept together, so there's that." Her cheeks flushed and she put her fork down.
"We did, but I'm not sure that it was the best decision."
"It felt right to me," he said, and wondered if she was about to break his heart. Lucy rubbed her forehead, pushing the plate away.
"I know. I'm second-guessing myself a little, I think."
"Because you woke up and thought I was Ragnar?" Her face drained of color, and she flinched, as if he'd struck her.
"What are you talking about?"
"When you woke up, you looked at me like... well, not like you've ever looked at me. And I wondered if... I'm still wondering if... I'm just a shoddy replacement for Ragnar." He looked at his hands, shaking his head. It hurt to say,
would hurt to know the truth, but he didn't think he could live with being a stand-in for Ragnar. Lucy took a shaky breath, and her hands trembled as she pushed to her feet. No, I didn't think you were Ragnar. I woke up and thought how comforting it was to wake up next to you, to see you there. That's what I thought. Lucy, he said, and felt more tired than he had in his entire life. I really care about you, and I don't want to put you through anything painful. If I'm a constant reminder of him, I don't want you to hurt because of me. Maybe it's a good thing that you remind me of him. She shook her head and disappeared into his bedroom, sounding a little tearful, and when she reappeared, she was dressed and heading for the door. But maybe you let me decide whether I want to deal with it. I don't need you to protect me from everything, Axel, and definitely don't need you to decide whether your presence is too painful for me to bear. The door slammed behind her as she left, and he stared up at the ceiling, groaning. That hadn't gone as planned. He winced as he heard her reach Kaiser's apartment, complete with loud voices and stomping feet and an exchange with Josie, who would no doubt also want to beat the hell out of him. Axel picked up his hat and headed for the backyard. He needed to get the hell out of there before the mama bear found him. He'd rather take his chances against the hyena queen than a furious Josie. Chapter 14. I couldn't see straight, I was so angry, and by the time I managed to blurt out what Axel had said, Kaiser was already headed for the stairs. Josie didn't even have to tell him anything. The alpha bear just shook his head in that resigned bear gesture, as if he couldn't believe his friend, and sighed about how Axel probably meant well. Even a hot shower and fresh clothes didn't help. The only thing that did was the message from Smith on the cheap phone. He knew Nick would be in a particular location in a matter of hours, and if I could get away, we could set our plan in motion. I would bump into Nick by accident, try to figure out what he knew about Ragnar's killers, and figure out a way to meet him one more time. I would plant a beacon on him so Smith's magical friends could find their way inside the Bad Creek compound, that day or some other time when they had all the shifters with them. We would lay the foundation for the attack to destroy Bad Creek. "He's such an idiot," I said, flopping onto the couch next to Josie and putting my feet up. I covered my eyes. I needed to focus on the meeting, on seeing Nick, preparing myself in case Nick set Ragnar up and would try to kill me as well. Smith and Lacey would be nearby, in case anything went wrong, but that didn't mean I'd survive the meeting. One question, though. Josie put the magazine aside and fixed me with a narrow-eyed look. "How did you get from asleep up here to downstairs in bed with him?" I didn't want to lie to her. I really didn't. I never had sisters, but I imagined Josie would be a good person to have in my corner. And there wasn't much use to lying about it anyway, since Axel saw who I met with and no doubt already told Kaiser everything. I drew my legs up to my chest and pressed my forehead against my knees. "I can't explain everything yet. I went out last night to meet with Smith about something. Axel followed me. On the way back, some dogs or coyotes or something surrounded me, and he jumped in to help. Then he dragged me back here and kissed me, and I was just so mad." I shook my head and groaned. It was stupid, but I couldn't think. Even though I was furious with him, I just couldn't stop myself. "Angry sex," she said, nodding sagely. "Yep, that's tough to pass up." I lifted my head to look at her, blinking. "I beg your pardon?" A flush crept up her cheeks, and she didn't quite meet my gaze. "I'm not saying that Kaiser has ever done something stupid enough that I wanted to throw him out, but there have been a couple of times that we've both been so angry and turned on." She shivered,
then laughed and blushed more. Anyway, I don't entirely blame you. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm not ashamed. I sank lower on the couch. Well, I wasn't until he started questioning whether I was just using him as a stand-in for Ragnar. Of course I wasn't. Although part of me wasn't so sure. Maybe Axel was right. Maybe the feelings I had for him only developed because he looked so damn much like his brother. Of course not. Josie sighed and shook her head. So what are you up to with Smith? I can't really say, I said. Not yet. I just need to check something. I need to go out for a bit, but I'll be back. Her eyebrow arched, and she didn't speak for a long time. So long I almost confessed everything just to break the tension. But Josie took a deep breath and patted my knee. Look, babe, I know it's hard to ask for help sometimes. God knows I know it. It took me forever to ask for help. But if I hadn't, I wouldn't be here with my nieces and nephew. I'd probably be dead in an alley somewhere, or locked up in Bad Creek's basement. I'm not sure which would have been worse. Either way, Lucy, please don't wait too long to reach out. We can help. We want to help. Thank you, I said, and squeezed her hand. I appreciate it, but I have to do this part alone. You guys are too well known. If my contact catches sight or smell of Axel or Kaiser or anyone, he'll bolt, and then I'll never know what happened to Ragnar. She rubbed her forehead, then pushed to her feet and headed for the kitchen. Okay, but you'd better call me before the meeting and after the meeting so I know you're safe. And I'll pour you some coffee to go, because you'd better get the hell out of here before Kaiser is done knocking Axel around the backyard. Otherwise, you might have a couple of well-intentioned bears following you. I wanted to hug her and run at the same time. The coffee gave me a little more energy as I pulled on my jacket and slid my wallet into the pocket, along with the cheap phone and my own cell phone, and headed for the door. I still shivered and looked over my shoulder as I jogged to catch the bus that would take me to the park where Smith said Nick would be. I stopped to buy a book at a nearby second-hand bookstore, nearly getting lost in the overflowing shelves before I glanced at my watch and actually caught the time, and found a sunny spot at a sidewalk cafe to wait. Even in the chilly wind, a couple of people braved the cold to sit outside in the sun next to a few massive space heaters. I glanced around for any sign of Lacey or Smith, but saw nothing. So I texted Josie and felt a little less alone, even though every passing minute made me second-guess the wisdom of the plan. Smith had sounded so confident, and Lacey so assured of success, that it was difficult to question their resolve. Of course it would work. Of course Nick would recognize me and go along with it, and of course he would be alone and everything would go according to plan. Luckily, I didn't have to wait long, so I didn't lose my nerve. I was only a few pages into the book when I looked up and spotted Nick striding toward me, his expression hard, closed off. He'd aged 10 years at least in the last 3 months. My hands shook, and I almost let him walk by. He didn't look like the man I'd known, and he sure as hell didn't look like someone who would help me take down his employers. But there was only one way to tell. I closed the book and half rose from my chair, saying a little too loudly, "Nick?" He stopped so suddenly that a person walking behind him ran into him, and Nick looked at me as if I'd jumped up and thrown my coffee in his face.
"Lucy?"
"Hey," I said, my voice wobbling a little. I suddenly wanted to cry. "It's been a while. How are you?" He shook off the shock I'd apparently caused and caught me up in a hug. As he squeezed me tight, Nick whispered in my ear,
"I'm probably being watched, so we'll pretend you're an old girlfriend."
I laughed as he released me, and I wiped away the tears that escaped. I patted his chest, terrified and exhilarated, and fumbled with my book. Right. It's just strange to see you again. The scars on his face buckled as he smiled, then glanced at his watch. I have a meeting I'm late for, but can you walk with me a bit? Sure. I almost dropped my coffee mug and shivered, but he just waited until I had myself together. Then he linked his arm with mine and led the way down the street. My teeth almost chattered as I leaned into him, keeping my voice low. What the hell happened? You tell me, he said, moving to drape his arm over my shoulders and drag me closer. You guys are the ones who disappeared. Where the hell is Ragnar? It was my turn to stop short, and he got a few steps beyond me before he stopped and faced me. My heart jumped to my throat as I stared at him. What? Nick's expression darkened with anticipation or suspicion or knowledge, the first hint of the betrayal one of us would face. You just dropped off the radar, Lucy. I thought you deserted me. For a disorienting moment, I wondered if he was just play-acting for whoever followed him. But real pain flashed in his eyes as maybe he guessed the truth. I eased closer and we started walking, although Nick didn't touch me again. Ragnar died, was killed, in an ambush by your people. We thought maybe you knew. He cursed and rubbed his face, shoulders sagging. I didn't. I'm sorry. I liked Ragnar. Me too. I hugged myself as we walked, and I tried to care enough to figure out where we went and how I would get back to Smith or Lacey in safety. So what are you doing here now? He paused next to a deli and stepped closer to the wall, out of the wind, as he caught my arm. Lucy, you could be in serious danger. I wanted to make sure you were okay, I said, and to find out who caused it. Who killed him? I don't know, Nick said. He shook his head, staring over my shoulder at the street beyond, maybe searching for danger or the people watching him. I'll find out. Can you meet me tomorrow? I bit my lip and thought of Axel and Kaiser and Smith and everyone else. No telling if they'd let me walk away again tomorrow, particularly if Axel found out about this little jaunt. Of course. Time and place? Let me get your number. He fiddled with his own phone and sent me a missed call, then straightened. I'll call you later tonight and let you know. It's good to see you, Lucy. You too, Nick. I forced myself to smile, as if I were an old girlfriend happy to see him again, and hug him. As I did, I tucked Smith's magic beacon, a battered silver coin, into his coat pocket. Keep that with you. Will do. He caught my face in his hands and winked. I'll call you tonight. We'll figure this out, but I might need your help to get the hell out of this. We already have a plan, I whispered. Sort of a plan, though it involved a lot of shifters in animal form storming the compound where he would be held. The chances for success weren't great, according to Smith, but at least we had a plan. Great. Nick leaned down and kissed me, practically bending me over backward as my knees weakened and I clung to him as the world swam around me. I lost all track of time. It could have been a second, a minute, an hour. All of it disappeared into the warmth of his embrace and the heated passion of his mouth. He straightened as he broke the kiss, then winked again, patted my butt, and said, I'll see you soon, and sauntered off down the street. He turned the corner and disappeared from sight, and I stared after him, touching my lips. I didn't feel anything for Nick, certainly none of the heady lust of being with Axel, but it was hard to remain unaffected when a man that good-looking and that good at kissing decided to make a point. I tried to shake it off and walked back toward the first cafe, my hand shaking. So Nick hadn't known about Ragnar's death, or the role Bad Creek played in it, And that meant one of two things. Either Nick lied to me and instead prepared an ambush to kill me as well, or he was in grave danger being seen with me. If Bad Creek suspected Nick helped us, they would kill him. I needed to reach Smith. I pulled out the cheap cell phone and started to dial, glancing around to see if Lacey might have appeared to tell me what to do next. Instead, I saw Axel and Kaiser in a car across the street. My heart thumped oddly at the rage in Axel's face, the betrayal, the flash of gold in his eyes that meant the polar bear wanted to leap out and make his own point. Kaiser only looked somewhat disappointed. I dialed Smith anyway, my gaze still on the bears, and took a deep breath as he answered with a cheerful greeting. "We might have a problem."
"Oh, I know."
The investigator appeared next to the bear's car, but gestured for me to keep walking.
"Go straight a block, then make a left. Keep walking. We'll pick you up."
The cafe called my name, and for a mad second I considered just going inside, getting a sandwich, and waiting there until they dragged me out. I hadn't done anything wrong, but that didn't mean I wanted to face Axel again. I forced my legs to keep moving, down the street one slow step at a time, and hoped the Bad Creek bad guys weren't watching. Chapter 15. When they called Smith's office, the secretary said he was out for the morning. She wouldn't give them any other information. Axel could grudgingly respect the loyalty of the man's employees, but that didn't help them figure out what the hell was going on. They drove through the city with the windows down, searching for Lucy or Smith by scent alone, and eventually narrowed in on the most likely location based on the information they still had on the Bad Creek enforcers' preferred meeting places. It only took an hour of searching before Axel's chest tightened and the polar bear roared. Their mate. They'd found her, and she smelled frightened. He saw her seated in a cafe, reading a book and sipping from a travel coffee mug, and Kaiser pulled the car into an open spot. They waited. Axel wanted to leap through the windshield and storm up to her, demand answers. He even growled, ripping the handle off the inside of the door as he struggled to control the bear, and Kaiser sighed. "Keep it together, Axe." Kaiser had beat the shit out of him in the backyard for being a dick to Lucy, but he also offered to drive Axel around to find her. Axel still tried to shake off the ringing in his ears, but knew he deserved the punishment. His new resolution was to think before he spoke, until he saw her get up to hug a guy who could have been an actor, even with scars all over his face. The Bad Creek enforcer. They spoke and started to walk together, and the polar bear sensed his mate in danger and getting farther away. As the pair reached the end of the street, Axel tried to open his door with the broken handle, but Kaiser muttered a curse and locked the doors. "You might get her killed, asshole. If Bad Creek sees you, they'll attack everyone." Just as Axel looked up to ask whether the Alpha actually saw any Bad Creek pack members, he caught sight of Lucy in the rearview mirror. Lucy, being kissed by the Bad Creek enforcer, bent over backwards in a swoon, her multicolored hair spilling through the man's fingers. Axel felt himself shifting as red obscured his vision and everything in the world coalesced into the spot where that son of a bitch kissed Lucy. Touched her, tasted her. Axel growled, but fought off the polar bear. They were in a car on a busy street. If he shifted fully, the bulk of the polar bear would destroy the car and kill Kaiser. He clenched his jaw and tried to breathe through his nose, fighting off the rage, and Kaiser unlocked his own door. "Let me know if I need to drive, man." "Not yet." The voice sounded more bear than man, and Axel wondered if it would be a better idea for Kaiser to park in a side alley, away from the prying eyes of too many people, But he didn't want to lose sight of Lucy, just in case that Bad Creek fuckhead tried to steal her. Not that Axel owned her, or that she'd agreed to be his. Maybe she loved that dude. Maybe she betrayed Ragnar to be with the Bad Creek enforcer. Red flashes of pain ignited in his head, and Axel dug his fingers into his thighs until the jeans tore and blood soaked into the fabric. Kaiser handed him a bottle of Mal's moonshine. "One sip. Take the edge off. Keep breathing." Axel's hand shook as he took the bottle, almost pouring it over himself as he watched Lucy retrace her steps to the cafe, a phone up to her ear. She made a call, scanning the street, and her gaze landed on them. His hand tightened on the bottle until it cracked, and Kaiser took it away. A noise beside the car made him whirl, teeth bared, to confront Smith. The investigator gave directions to someone on the phone, then pointed at the back door. Kaiser unlocked it, and the gray-haired man slid into the back seat. He sounded entirely too calm. "Drive south, take the first left, and pick her up on the side street. Bad Creek might be watching Nick." Kaiser didn't budge. "I don't take orders from you, old man. Explain yourself." "The coyotes are working for Bad Creek again, and they might have happened to cross her scent the same way you did. Are you sure you want to risk her being attacked in an alley for a second time?" Smith sounded too calm to be talking about Lucy being attacked by coyotes. Axel snarled, ready to run after her, and Kaiser shot a dark look over his shoulder at Smith. "We're coming to a reckoning, Smith. We'll pick her up, and then the four of us are going to have a very long conversation." "Very well." Smith folded his hands in his lap, prim as a Sunday school teacher, and Axel wanted to reach back to strangle the man. They sat in silence as Kaiser pulled out of the space, made the turn, and rolled down the side street. Lucy crossed the street and slipped into the car as soon as Kaiser stopped. It only took a few seconds for them to pick her up, and then Kaiser sped away, headed back to the gym. Lucy sounded completely normal as she spoke to Smith. "Nick said he didn't know that Ragnar died. He's going to find out who's responsible and wants to meet tomorrow. He might need to get out." "As I suspected." Smith took a deep breath, and it sounded so normal that Axel wanted to scream. The investigator tapped at a cell phone. "We will have to set up a fallback plan just in case. You gave him the marker, though." "Yeah," she said. "He'll have it with him." Kaiser's voice sounded closer to a growl. "Start explaining, Smith." "I hired Ragnar and Lucy to meet with Nick, who I've known for some time. He is something of an anomaly among the wolves. He is unaffected by Alpha's influence and any sort of pack dynamics. It was his idea to join Bad Creek and try to mitigate their evil from the inside. It appears that someone inside Bad Creek is on to him, however, and that got Ragnar killed." Smith held the phone up to his ear and spoke to someone on the other end. "As we suspected, tomorrow night the hunt may hunt. Stand by." A scent, and then the investigator put the phone away. He looked utterly unperturbed in the side view mirror as Axel glared at him, wanting to tear the man to pieces. He put Lucy in danger. Deliberately. More than once. Axel struggled to keep his teeth concealed, wanting to snarl in the man's face to make it clear how much the polar bear wanted to see his blood. "So you sent Lucy to meet with this guy, knowing that he might kill her or some of his pack might try to kill them both? You sent her alone, without knowing anything about the risk?" "Lucy is an adult," Smith said, still looking serene. "We discussed the risks. She wanted to go anyway." Axel took a breath to argue, to condemn the man for endangering a woman like that. But Lucy leaned forward and caught his shoulder until he half turned to face her. Her expression hardened with something like resolve. "I'm doing my job, Axel, and I'm trying to figure out who the hell killed your brother. So chill the fuck out." He wanted to leap into the back and kiss her, get rid of any memory of that other man, make sure the world knew she was his. And she glared right back at him as he scowled at her. Axel gripped the center console until the top ripped away, and Kaiser huffed an irritated bare sigh. "You're ruining my fucking car, dude. Keep it together." Axel dropped the pieces of the console next to his feet, but didn't care. He couldn't look away from Lucy. "You kissed him." Her teeth flashed white, and he saw the fox come to the surface. She made angry fox noises and smacked his shoulder. "He kissed me because we wanted anyone watching to think I was an old girlfriend." Smith reached over and touched her arm, keeping his gray eyes on Axel as the polar bear fumed. "Lucy, do please take a breath." As soon as Kaiser parked, Axel kicked open his door and jumped into the cold air. He didn't wait for the other three to get out of the car. He was already shifting. The polar bear couldn't wait. He burst through the fence to the backyard from the outside, not caring what he destroyed, and roared his rage into the clear afternoon air. He started shredding what remained of the logs in the back and tore great furrows in the frozen earth, doing anything he could to vent the fury that almost drove him to race straight to the Bag Creek compound to find that Nick guy and rip his fucking face off. Chapter 16. After Axel left the car, Kaiser shook his head and led the way into the building by the side door, and the sound of an angry bear rampaging through the backyard convinced me that sticking close to the alpha was the only smart course of action. Smith came as well, although he didn't seem particularly pleased to be walking into the bear's den. In Kaiser's apartment, the alpha bear made coffee and poured 4 mugs before pointing Smith and me at the kitchen table. I sat, uneasy, and wondered where Lacey ended up. The alpha bear braced his hands on the table as he looked at us. "A couple of things bother me about this situation. Secret meetings, half-truths, a common enemy that you're fighting alone. This isn't how we're going to destroy Bad Creek, in pieces and parts, alone. I am perturbed that you would go around the council on this, Smith, and I have words for Lacey Stoka as well." Smith studied his cup of coffee, frowning in thought, though a faint green glow rose around his hands. "I have been tracking this problem for far longer than anyone on this council, and it took me years to get someone like Nick into position to destroy Bad Creek from the inside out. Involving you or the council, or anyone without the self-control to keep from racing off and killing Nick, would have jeopardized the entire effort. That's why I worked through Lucy and Ragnar for so long, because they would not compromise the ongoing efforts." I pushed away the coffee as my stomach burbled in warning. I'd been feeling off all day, my vision a little blurry, and I felt bloated as all hell. Maybe it was stress. I tugged at the waist of my jeans and rested my elbows on the table to watch Kaiser as Smith went on. The beard hid most of the alpha bear's expression, but I still wanted some warning in case he went all grisly on us. Smith tapped the table in front of him, deliberate with each word. "As much as I like and respect you and your shifter brethren, Kaiser, you do all suffer from a lack of impulse control, and I couldn't risk it." Kaiser looked increasingly grim. "We'll have to meet with the council to discuss the way forward. That should wait until we can learn more from Nick, and hopefully get him out of there. Lucy will meet with him tomorrow, and when they're meeting, the hyenas will surround them and mimic kidnapping Nick. In case any of the other Bad Creek enforcers are lingering around,
They'll believe that the hyenas got him.
Smith glanced at his watch.
Which we need to plan. I'm afraid I can't stay until Axel finishes having his temper tantrum, Kaiser, so please give him my regards.
Smith slid back from the table, and I held my breath. The alpha bear frowned.
As much as I trust Lacey Stoka's control of her people, we're talking about Bad Creek. They've got the coyotes working with them. With those numbers, I don't think I want to entrust Lucy's safety to just the hyenas. If you get too close, you'll blow the whole thing and Nick will be killed. Or he'll be tortured until he gives up Lucy, and then you'll have Bad Creek hunting her directly.
Smith's temper rose and his eyes flashed quicksilver. I held my breath as the silence stretched. Then I cleared my throat. I trust Lacey. Kaiser, I don't want to spook Nick. He's supposed to bring the names of the guys who killed Ragnar. Once I have those, you can charge in and do whatever the hell you want to whoever you find. You just have to stay far enough back that Bad Creek won't suspect anything. They can't catch wind of bears, or they'll run.
I don't like it, Kaiser said, mostly grumble. And neither will Axel.
That's not my issue, I said, and straightened my shoulders. I'm sorry, Kaiser, if you don't like it. I have to do this. His eyes narrowed and he started to object more, but the door to the apartment opened and Axel walked in. He was human again, at least, and dressed in clean clothes. His hair looked wet, as if he'd showered or jumped in the pool, and I waited for the accusations and shouting. Instead, he stayed calm and reserved, though a muscle jumped in his jaw. Barely controlled, but controlled nonetheless. His pale eyes stayed closer to gold than any human color, but his voice sounded impressively normal.
I apologize for the delay. It's fine, Smith said, getting to his feet. I have to arrange some things with Lacey for tomorrow. I trust Lucy will fill you in on the details.
And the investigator slid out the door and disappeared before anyone else could speak. An impressive exit. I wondered if he could teach me how he did it, disappearing so smoothly that he was more ghost than man. But he left me facing Kaiser and Axel. The alpha bear looked between us, then took a long sip of his coffee.
Well, I can see Smith's point to some extent. Axel would have killed that Nick guy today without hesitation. So maybe we do have a problem with impulse control. If you have the meeting with Nick tomorrow, Lucy, we will stay back. We will be present. I don't think you can stop us, frankly, and neither can Smith. But we will remain hidden enough that Bad Creek won't be able to observe us.
Relief washed over me, and I might have fallen if I hadn't already been seated. Thank you.
But, he said, and leveled a finger at me, his massive paw impressive. You have to be honest about where and when the meeting will occur. I'm not about to waste time tomorrow chasing ghosts. Agreed?
Agreed, I said, and shook the hand he offered.
Good.
Kaiser knocked his knuckles against the table and looked at Axel.
So, I'm guessing you have a few things to discuss. But take the yelling downstairs, will you? It's nap time and the kids are sleeping. You're just saying that because you want to sleep, Axel said under his breath, but looked at me and nodded at the door. Will you come downstairs?
I hesitated. Something about the glint in his eyes and the way his hands flexed made my insides squirm, and flashes of the night before ran through my mind, sending heat rushing through me. It would have been smarter to stay upstairs and take a nap, but apparently I also had a problem with impulse control, because I stood up and headed for the stairs. Fine, but I'm still waiting for your apology. The growl behind me made me smile, though I composed my expression before I faced him, my arms folded as I stood by the door to his apartment. Needling him wasn't the best idea, but I could use the stress relief of some angry sex. And God, he looked angry. So I arched my eyebrow. Well? Axel opened the door with enough force it nearly bounced shut in his face, and waited for me to walk in before he closed it. I opened my mouth to say something else, to poke the bear a little more, but sucked in a breath as he grabbed me. Axel shoved me up against the wall and kissed me, desperate and hungry and consuming. He pinned me and lifted me off the ground, and I wrapped my legs around his waist as I kissed him back, lost myself in the fierce possessiveness of his hands and teeth. He growled as he retreated, blue eyes flashing gold.
I saw him touch you and I wanted to kill him. When he kissed you, I wanted to rip him apart with my bare hands. I hated it. Hated every second of it.
He nipped at my throat, and my head fell back against the wall as my hands worked into his hair and held his mouth to my skin. I wanted him, needed him with an overwhelming urgency that drove any sensible thought out of my head. Axel snarled, and he pulled at his jeans, shoving them out of the way before he reached for mine. It felt like an eternity that we fumbled with buttons and zippers and too much fabric. But then he pressed me against the wall again, and the hard pressure of his cock nudged at my core, and I moaned. Axel squeezed my ass and spread me open as he shoved forward, invading me, tore into me. I cried out and dug my nails into the back of his neck, rising up and away from the pressure until Axel grabbed my shoulder to hold me in place. He made a savage noise and thrust again, and stars exploded in my eyes. The hard heat of his body invaded my channel until delicious friction rippled through me, and I could only cling to him, rising and falling on his cock as he pounded me into the wall. He dragged his teeth across my shoulder, voice dark and broken.
I need you, Lucy. I need you so much I can't stand it.
I couldn't breathe, clinging to him and sanity with my fingernails. Nick's kiss hadn't been anything like this. I meant to say something to encourage Axel or make him angrier, but he lifted me and pressed even deeper, and I couldn't speak. My muscles clenched around him, tried to drag him in and keep him, and I seized up. Couldn't move or think. He snarled and bit my shoulder, his hips jerking against me as he came. I panted, leaning my head against the wall, and tried to formulate a thought. Any thought. Axel didn't have that problem, apparently, because he withdrew, threw me over his shoulder, and strode to his bedroom. I tried to catch my breath, admiring his tight butt, but yelped as he tossed me onto the bed. Axel stood over me, surveying my half-naked body, then eyed my chest.
Shirt off. Bra, too.
I pushed up on my elbows and arched an eyebrow, even though the hint of bossiness made my core clench in anticipation. You too, asshole. He grumbled, but stripped off his sweater and threw it across the room. When I took too long to pull off my shirt, he knelt on the bed and reached for the hem himself. Before he could tear yet another piece of clothing, I reached for his cock, still half hard. Axel froze, a growly rumble starting in his chest as I stroked him. Then again and again, until his cock grew in my hands and I could hardly wrap my fingers around it. The heated flesh felt heavy and hard against my palm, and I watched his expression contort as I squeezed his cock and dragged at it in long, slow strokes. I even leaned down to kiss the tip, watching as he groaned and his eyes closed, his head falling back. He gulped for air and reached for me, tried to pull me under him so he could trap me, and I shook my head. I moved and pushed him onto his back, and Axel sprawled there on his bed in the tangled sheets. A mountain of muscle and hard angles and a massive, needy erection. I knelt over his thighs and let his cock rest against my stomach as I pulled off my shirt, slow and sensual, until his fingers gripped my thighs and tried to drag me forward so he could slide into me. I resisted and played with the band of my bra, studying his expression as he snarled and swore. I loved tormenting him. He wanted me so badly, but I held the control. My breasts were a little sore, so I left the bra on, but braced my hands on his shoulders as I slid my hips forward and trapped his cock between his stomach and my aching center. Ecstasy rippled through me as I moved, slow and deliberate, and rubbed myself on him as I panted and moaned. Axel made savage noises and tore holes in the sheets as his hips lifted to meet me, trying to speed things up, but I resisted. The slow and steady build only made me wetter, more sensitive, and I froze up again as I moved in short, sharp little bumps against him. I sighed, my head hanging forward, and tried to breathe. Axel gripped my thighs, digging his fingers into the back of them and up to my butt, squeezing and massaging until everything in me turned liquid and bright. I didn't resist as he lifted my hips slightly and guided the head of his cock to press into me. He slipped in easily, and my weight did the rest as he settled me close, and the aftershocks of climax had me shivering and shaking as I remained still on top of him. His hands caught my waist and started to guide me in a gentle rocking, a back and forth that drove him into every inch of me. Marked. I was so thoroughly marked, and I didn't mind. Axel's palm connected with my hip, and I blinked, nails digging into his chest, and his eyes blazed gold up at me.
"Look at me."
And I did. Our eyes locked and remained joined as I moved faster, and he thrust up to meet me, and everything built into a whirlwind of anticipation and pleasure, and then release. I cried out, seized up, froze, and he kept moving, kept lifting his hips in savage thrusts that drove me through one climax and right into another, until the world grew dark around the border and I couldn't hear or see anything, couldn't move or think. Started to pass out, maybe, until Axel's hand slid up my back and pressed me to his chest, my breasts crushed against the hard muscle. Axel rolled until he moved over me, his weight a comfort, and buried his face against my neck. He grumbled in that strange language as he jerked and pressed deep into me once more, rotating his hips, then lay still. I panted and sprawled there in his bed, helpless and unable to move at all. A delicious languor settled over me. My fingers dragged along the back of his neck, tangled in his hair, and I wondered if I loved him. If I could say that I loved him and have him believe that I loved him and not just his brother. Just because the angry sex was amazing didn't mean either of us was ready for a relationship. I couldn't just go around and keep him pissed off every day. It would be fun, sure, but terrible for his blood pressure. Axel moved up on his elbows, gaze still intense as he stared down at me.
"I like having you in my bed. Stay here with me."
I tried to gather my thoughts, wincing as his body slipped from mine, missing the contact and the comforting invasion. I tugged on his short beard and leaned up to nibble on his lips. "Get better towels and sheets."
"Already done,"
he said, and kissed behind my ear. His voice went husky and grumbly.
"And I got groceries. And shampoo. Girly shit."
I laughed and closed my eyes. Okay. I have to get my bag from upstairs. And I pretended like I would worm out of his embrace and get it right that moment. Axel growled and pinned me again, and my eyebrows arched as his renewed interest pressed against my stomach. "You've got to be kidding me."
"I'm going to mark you,"
he said, and brushed the hair from my shoulder to set his teeth against the sensitive skin right where it met my neck.
"Right there, while I'm fucking you."
I sighed and feigned disinterest, even with a shiver of excitement rolling through me at the thought. "Fine, but don't make me do all the work this time, okay?" The bear snarled louder and I laughed, rolling to my stomach so I could lift my hips into his groin, and I pressed my face against the pillow as he seized my butt, his fingers bruising in their strength. He grumbled and made bear noises as he smacked my hip, and I bit my lower lip to keep from moaning. Good thing he'd already done the shopping, since I didn't think either of us would be leaving the bedroom for some time. I made a mental note to ask about soundproofing the walls and floors. Otherwise, Josie and Kaiser would know a hell of a lot more about us than I wanted.
Chapter 17.
He felt entirely drained and completely unable to fuck her again after the 4th or 5th round. They paused for food and water, and he made sure Lucy ate and drank enough before he dragged her into the shower and pressed her up against the tiles. He washed her with his soap, so she smelled even more like him, and fucked her under the hot water until she made those breathy, needy noises that drove the bear insane. Little fox chittering noises escaped when he really got her going, and he loved it. Loved every murmur, wanted to drag more out of her.
But she needed to rest, and he needed to pace himself. So he changed the sheets after they finally exited the shower, really only because the water went cold, and tucked her into bed with one of his T-shirts as a nightgown. She fell asleep almost immediately, curled into his side, and Axel listened to her breathe until he too drifted to sleep. Axel woke to the sound of Lucy gagging, then the toilet flushing and water running in the sink. He rubbed sleep from his eyes as she crawled back into bed with a soft groan, an uncomfortable sound, and Axel propped himself up on one elbow to squint at her in the pleasant gloom of the bedroom.
"What's wrong?"
"My stomach." She flopped on her back and closed her eyes. "I can't seem to keep anything down. I don't know what it is." And for whatever reason, she didn't immediately curl up into a ball and smother herself in 6 layers of blankets. Her T-shirt rode up and exposed her midriff and the faintest tautness in her stomach. A bump. Exactly where? Axel held his breath. Owen's jokes about doing math came back to him in a flash. 3 months since Ragnar died, and Lucy couldn't keep any food down. His hand shook as he reached out and rested his palm against her stomach, right on the hint of a bump, and Lucy's eyes shot open. She gave him a sideways look. "What on earth are you doing?"
"How long have you been feeling ill?"
He stared at where he touched her, where her heated skin rose and fell against his palm as she breathed. The polar bear knew. He knew by scent alone. "A couple of weeks?" Her blue eyes flashed in the dim light, and she started to roll away. "It's probably nothing, just stress."
"You're pregnant."
He said it, hoping it was true and not true at the same time. Because if it was true, she carried Ragnar's baby. Not Axel's baby, not his cub, but his twins. Lucy went completely still, staring at him, then slapped his hand away. "I am not." You are.
He didn't move, didn't want to scare her or intimidate her. He wanted to comfort her, but the sudden wildness in her eyes warned him away. Not yet.
Lucy, you've been sick for weeks. You can't keep any food down. You're a little crazy.
Newsflash, I'm always like that. Lucy wobbled to her feet and tripped, and Axel leapt up to help her, terrified to his core that something might happen to the baby. His last link to Ragnar, the last spark of his twin in the world. He tried to help her up, but Lucy shoved him away and raced for the bathroom again, kneeling by the toilet as she retched and gagged and cried. Axel stood in the doorway and watched her, uneasy, and tried to think of what to do. He didn't know. He didn't know how to deal with this, or with her, or with the maelstrom of emotions that bounced through the apartment. He finally leaned to hold her hair back, waiting until she stopped gagging and just cried to hand her a damp washcloth. She sat back on her heels, sniffling and wiping her face. I'm not. I can't be. And she looked at him in something like desperation. Axel took a deep breath, then carefully guided her to sit on the edge of the bathtub.
Just a second. Just stay here.
He retrieved his phone from the bedroom and texted Kaiser to send Josie downstairs. Axel knew Kaiser wanted his mate pregnant, so if anyone in the building had a pregnancy test, it would be Josie. And maybe Josie could talk some sense into Lucy. He lingered in the living room, staring at the bedroom door, too scared to face Lucy, not knowing what to say and not knowing how he felt. Kaiser didn't bother to knock, only shouldered open the door and gave him a dark look as he and a sleepy Josie walked in. The alpha bear was not pleased.
You'd better have a good reason for waking me. You didn't have to come, Axel said under his breath. I only need Josie's help.
And you're a fucking idiot if you think I'd send my mate into another bear's den in the middle of the night. Now what the fuck do you want? Axel ignored the alpha and looked at Josie, feeling suddenly terrified.
Lucy's pregnant, probably. Do you have a test?
They both went still. Then Kaiser sighed. He turned on his heel and walked back upstairs, grumbling the entire time, and Josie yawned. Yeah, we've got a bunch. Where is she?
Bathroom,
Axel said and pointed. Josie gave him another sideways look. So why are you out here? He hesitated, then lifted his hands in the most helpless gesture he'd ever made.
I don't know what to do, or say, or think.
She rubbed her eyes, frowning at the hint of light in the bathroom. When did she figure it out?
She didn't. I did.
Axel ran his hands through his hair, wanting to tear it out at the roots.
She was sick, and when she lay down, I saw her stomach and thought maybe... I just said it. She freaked out. I don't know what to do.
Josie shook her head and muttered something about idiotic men under her breath. She snatched the pregnancy test from Kaiser's hand as soon as he walked through the door, then turned on her heel and marched into the bathroom. Axel started to follow, but Kaiser caught his arm, shaking his head, and pointed Axel to the couch.
Nope, you wait.
Axel hated every second, staring at the doorway to his bedroom, and wondered if he was wrong. Maybe she wasn't pregnant. Maybe she was just tired and achy and nauseated from something else. A flu, maybe. He wanted to pace, wanted to break something. Kaiser yawned again and leaned against the kitchen island.
Your brother's baby? Gotta be.
Axel couldn't drag his eyes away from the smidgen of light. The toilet flushed.
They just had to wait. A minute or two, tops. She loved him. And if it is, what then? Even the thought of what he would do couldn't break his focus. What do you mean, what then? If she's your mate, but she's pregnant with your brother's baby... Kaiser trailed off, then snorted. That's a little daytime television for us, brother. She's my mate, he said, and the polar bear roared his agreement. And he was the best thing in my life for most of it until I fucked it up. This baby is like a piece of him. A small piece of him and a lot of her, and maybe the best thing to happen to me in a long time. Good for you, Kaiser said, so soft Axel almost didn't hear him. How does she feel about it? What? Axel frowned as he finally looked at the alpha. Come on, man. You've got her dead boyfriend's face. Is she okay with that, or are you a painful reminder of other things? I don't know. She said it didn't matter, that he didn't remind her of Ragnar, but doubt lingered in Axel's heart. Talk to her about it later, Axel. Don't just assume you know what she's thinking. Kaiser sighed, as if he knew from personal experience. Each woman is a mystery, brother. Be gentle. Axel held his breath as Josie appeared and nodded for them to walk into the bedroom. Lucy, looking stunned and a little sick, sat on the edge of the bathtub with the used pregnancy test in her hand. He stared at it, trying to decipher the result from across the room. What did 2 lines mean? Was it a happy face, a minus, or a plus? What does it say? He finally asked, gripping the edge of the sink so hard his knuckles cracked. It's positive, Josie said when Lucy didn't move or speak, and the silence stretched until Axel nearly flew apart. When he opened his mouth to speak, and no doubt say something stupid, Josie held up her hand to cut him off. But since the store-bought ones can be wrong, I'll call my doc tomorrow and see about getting her an appointment for a proper blood test. Maybe an ultrasound. Lucy thinks it's been 3 months. Axel nodded, desperate to touch Lucy and reassure her, but he didn't move. I'll go with you. No. Lucy looked up for the first time, her cheeks pink. No way. Why not? Axel edged closer, the bathroom too crowded with 3 adults inside and Kaiser occupying the doorway. Because the next time I take my pants off in front of you is not going to be in a gynecologist's office, she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Kaiser snorted, and Lucy froze, her entire face going red. She cleared her throat. Not that, there will be a next time that I take off my pants, in front of you, but I'll go with you, Josie said. She smacked Kaiser's arm, no doubt in payback for making Lucy blush, and yawned. I'll drive you. Axel didn't wait for an objection or acceptance, just bulled on. I'll wait in the lobby if you want. I want to go. I want to be there. Kaiser grumbled, but Lucy took a deep breath, looking at Axel with blue eyes that seemed duller somehow. Fine, but you sit in the waiting room. Good enough. He waited as Josie hugged Lucy once more and whispered something to her, and he waited as Kaiser herded his mate back upstairs and said something about more practice for those tests they bought, and then he sat down on the bathtub next to Lucy. She still hadn't moved, staring at that damn stick. Are you okay? It never even occurred to me. She shook her head. I can barely take care of myself, Axel. How the hell am I going to take care of a baby? With help. With family. When she shot him a dirty look, Axel caught her free hand in his and squeezed, wanting to comfort her. I don't know anything about babies, Lucy. I don't. They scare me. They're so small and helpless and fragile. But Josie does. Owen does. Kaiser's good at the father thing. If you stay with us, with me, there's already a village to help raise the baby. You're not alone." She took a shaky breath and slowly leaned against his side, her head on his shoulder, and her voice came out small and uncertain. "You're not just saying that because of the code?" "No." Axel turned his head enough to kiss her temple, drawing her into his lap so he could really comfort her. "I'm saying that because I love you." Lucy looked at him, blinking, and her hands started to shake as she dropped the pregnancy test. "You what?" "I love you." He took a deep breath and bumped his nose to hers, breathing with her. "I've loved you since the first time I saw you, walking into traffic. And I've loved you even when I wanted to throttle you. And I'll love you always. Always. No matter what you do or say or choose. If you go or stay. Lucy, you're my mate. You're the best part of me. I thought I'd never feel whole again after I lost Ragnar. But you're everything." She sniffled again, pressing her face against his neck. "Thank you." It didn't matter that she didn't say she loved him. He could live without that. She'd just found out she was pregnant with his brother's baby. Maybe love was a bridge too far for her. And it was late and they were tired and she had that meeting hanging over her head the next day. Axel didn't want her to go, especially pregnant. He squeezed her tighter and nodded toward the door. "Ready to go back to bed?" Lucy sighed. "I don't think I'll be able to sleep, Axel." "That's okay." He stood, carrying her to the bed after turning off the light in the bathroom. He settled her in the bed and slid in next to her, making sure she had enough blankets and pillows, and Lucy turned toward him to curl up against his side. Axel inhaled from her hair and nearly lost himself. She was safe and his, and she knew how he felt. She would stay. She would have Ragnar's child, and Axel would still have a piece of his brother in his life. Ragnar's heart beat on, inside of Lucy. Their breathing synced as they lay in the darkness, and in the quiet, as Axel dozed, nearly asleep, Lucy whispered, "I love you too." He smiled, even though she couldn't see it, and held her tighter.
Chapter 18. I got up early, even as Axel snored next to me, and retrieved my stuff from Kaiser's apartment. I'd woken frequently throughout the night, periodically touching my stomach as I wondered at the turn of events. Pregnant. But I got my backpack and my clothes and returned to Axel's apartment, and even tried to make breakfast as I paced through the kitchen. Nervous energy made my hands tremble, and I couldn't sit still. Meeting with Nick seemed even more dangerous, knowing I probably carried Ragnar's child. I'd been an idiot not to see it, but in the intense activity and travel of the previous 3 months, I hadn't been paying enough attention to see the signs. The toast burned twice before I gave up and pulled a box of cereal down from the shelf. So maybe Axel wouldn't get a fancy breakfast in bed, since I couldn't concentrate long enough to keep things from getting ruined. And I knew better than to attempt something like eggs or bacon or anything that might splatter and catch on fire. I jumped as a commotion rose up in the bedroom, and Axel fell through the door, wild-eyed and crazy-haired. He caught sight of me in the kitchen, though, and stopped short. "There you are." I held up the box of cereal and tried to smile. "I'm making you breakfast in bed." He snorted, shaking his head. He ran his hands over his face and patted his hair back into place.
"Go sit down,"
he said, yawning, and shooed me over to a stool near the kitchen island.
"You okay to eat eggs? What about steak or bacon or something?"
"I don't really know until I smell it," I said. I leaned my elbows on the island and my chin on my hands so I could watch him being all domestic. It was the last thing I expected from him, really. He didn't strike me as the chef type. He might have mastered takeout and ordering delivery, but I hadn't expected home-cooked meals. "I guess give it a shot?"
"Steak it is,"
he said. Axel retrieved a butcher paper-wrapped package from the fridge and set it aside, checking the stove and skillet and fussing with spices.
"Besides, I'm out of eggs. What are you doing up this early?"
"Couldn't sleep really well, even though someone kept me up awfully late." He smirked as he glanced at me over his shoulder, and I arched my eyebrows. Nothing like masculine pride in a mate well-loved. "So, I went upstairs and got my stuff from Kaiser's guest room. I figured I'd be staying down here for a while, at least until we sort things out."
"Sort things out?"
He said it slowly, as if weighing each word, and concentrated on unwrapping the beef. The scent of raw meat made my stomach turn, and I covered my nose. Axel didn't look at me as he dug through a drawer full of utensils.
"So you might leave?"
"Well," I said, taking a deep breath, "I don't know if this is the best place for a baby. There's a lot of noise and people coming and going, and you guys are kind of a target. I don't know if—" I jumped as he retrieved a meat hammer from the door and started beating the shit out of the steaks. The muscles stood out in his shoulders as he pummeled the meat, and little bits of red flesh flew off the counter and stuck to the backsplash. I blinked, so maybe there wouldn't be much steak left. Axel put the hammer aside when the steaks were paper-thin and turned to face me, though he leaned back against the counter.
"I see."
"You could come with me," I said softly. "I don't have a job here. I don't know anyone. There's no reason to stay except you. You could come with me and we could find someplace that suits us both, far away from Bad Creek and the drama and the danger."
"I can't leave the den," he said, shaking his head. "I owe Kaiser my life, and I have responsibilities. Owen is struggling. He needs help, and I can't walk away from him when he's hurting."
"Oh." I admired the loyalty, even if it complicated my plans, or forced me to make plans when normally I preferred to fly by the seat of my pants. Not that that had worked so well in the past year. "Well, we can just see how things go, I guess."
"Right."
Axel turned back to put what remained of the steaks in the skillet, and the hiss of cooking meat filled the kitchen. My nose wrinkled, and I debated just pouring myself a bowl of cereal. Puffed wheat might taste like cardboard, but at least it didn't make me sick. I glanced at my phone and considered telling him that the meeting had been moved up. I'd promised Kaiser, after all, to tell them about the meeting. Nick texted to meet around lunch rather than later in the afternoon. Smith knew, and Lacey knew, so they'd be there to protect me. Since Axel knew I was pregnant, he'd never be able to stay out of the way if things didn't go exactly as planned. I didn't think I could risk it. "There's something I should have given you earlier," I said, then stopped. I cleared my throat to try to get rid of the knot of tears, and tried not to be grateful that he continued facing the stove. Just in case things went badly wrong that afternoon, I wanted to know I'd given Axel everything that Ragnar left behind. I didn't want him to find the letter in my backpack and think I'd been keeping it from him on purpose. I had it with me, but I didn't know... Anyway, here. I set the envelope on the island, closer to him than to me, and waited. Axel lingered until the stakes needed to be turned before he glanced back, expression still lined with irritation, but froze. He must have recognized the handwriting on the creamy paper. It just said Axel, but that must have been enough. My heart beat an unsteady rhythm against my ribs as I studied the envelope, not him. Ragnar gave that to me, in case something ever happened to him. I didn't think I'd find you before I found his killers, honestly. But it's yours. Axel stayed where he was, not touching it. He stared at the envelope as if it were a venomous snake that could fly and might leap through the air to bite his face.
What is it? What does it say?
I don't know. I haven't opened it. I rubbed my lower back and shifted on the stool, debating moving to the lawn chairs around the kitchen table. Not that the vinyl webbing would be any more comfortable than a wooden stool. It's for you.
What do you think it says?
He still hadn't moved. I reached for the envelope, ready to tear it open and end his misery. I don't know, He grabbed it away, smoothing the rumpled paper where I'd almost torn it, and he stared down at the envelope as if it could save his life.
Wait. Just wait.
Okay. I didn't want to push him to read Ragnar's letter, since there was no telling what my partner had written. I had an inkling, or at least a suspicion, since I knew how much Ragnar missed him. But whatever drove the twin brothers apart for over a decade had to be some pretty serious shit. But don't let the steaks burn. He cursed and fished the meat out of the pan, sliding it onto a couple of plates so he could test how done it was. He still eyed the envelope askance, but left it in the middle of the island as he carried the plates to the table. I hopped down from the stool and rubbed my butt a little as I hobbled over to the table, and caught Axel watching. I flushed, but didn't care, since he was the cause of at least some of the discomfort. Next time, warn a girl before you start with the spanking. Axel paused, staring at me with a heated gaze, and leaned down to kiss the side of my neck. He grumbled a little as his palm slid over my stomach and around to my hip.
Next time, don't be such a bad girl.
I shivered, caught in his gaze, and for a wild second considered poking the bear again. But we didn't really have time for that, since it was already past 10, and I still needed to prepare before meeting Smith. So I only tugged on the waist of his sweatpants instead of just pulling them down and helping myself. We'll see. Tonight, though. His grip tightened on my side, and I figured that might have been too far all on its own, but he only kissed my neck again and patted my butt as he shooed me to the chair.
Don't let your mouth write checks your ass can't cash, Lucy. Eat up. You're too thin.
Don't worry about what my ass is cashing, I said under my breath, though I couldn't hide a smile as he took the chair next to me and handed me a fork. Besides, I won't be thin for long. I'd never been small, but the thought of pregnancy and all the extra weight had me a little nervous. Axel started eating, trading the gristle and fat from my plate for tender pieces from his, and shook his head.
Good. Build up that ass of yours. Give me more to spank,
he said, eyeing me. I laughed into my cup of juice and concentrated on eating. For the first time in weeks, food didn't make me want to barf. He didn't say anything else, and I knew he had to be thinking of the letter from Ragnar. And I knew with just as much certainty that I didn't want to be around when he read it. I would start crying and never stop, if it said what I thought it said. So I finished my steak and leaned over to kiss him. I'm going upstairs for a shower, since your towels are still awful and you haven't washed the new ones. Then I'm going to meet Smith. I'll see you later this afternoon. He caught my wrist and pulled me into his lap, wrapping his arms around me. He rested his chin on my shoulder and murmured,
"Damn it. I still don't like this. I get why it has to be this way, but I don't like it. I don't trust that Nick guy. I don't trust Lacey to get you in case something goes wrong. I don't trust anyone. For God's sake, please be careful."
"I will." The fox felt remarkably playful after consuming some protein, and she insisted we bite him. So I nibbled on his earlobe, drawing a bear purr from the big man, and hopped off his lap. "And if anything happens, I'll turn into a fox and run away."
"Make sure you do."
He took a deep breath, then concentrated on the rest of his steak.
"I need you to come back, Lucy. And keep your phone with you so we can find you, just in case."
I miss the good old days when stalkers actually had to get out and about. Damn technology makes it too easy for you, I said. But I didn't entirely mind. There was a degree of comfort in knowing that Axel would know where I was just by a blinking light on his phone, as it geolocated mine. As long as I could turn it off later, of course. But yes, I'll have my phone. As I headed for the door, I looked back and caught him studying the sealed envelope. I wanted to reassure him, but the words stuck in my throat. I managed to force out, "I'll see you this afternoon," and fled before there was a chance I would blurt anything else out. My guilt grew with every stare I took. Chapter 19. When Lucy left, her scent remained in the air. It almost distracted Axel from the envelope sitting on the island, calling to him and repulsing him at the same time. Ragnar left him a letter, maybe condemning Axel as the worst brother to ever exist, maybe forgiving him, maybe asking him to protect Lucy or stay away from her, or God only knew what. He stayed near the table as his thoughts raced, one heart-wrenching possibility after another running through his head. So many things remained unsaid and unforgiven. His sinuses burned, and it felt like he lost his brother all over again. He missed Lucy, wished she was there with him, even if he didn't want her to see him read the letter. The polar bear grumbled and paced, uneasy. The bear had lost his twin, too, and they both grieved. Axel braced himself and finally picked up the heavy envelope, the paper thick and smooth against his fingers as he tore the flap.
"Ax, if you're reading this, then things haven't gone as planned. I'm probably drinking beer in Valhalla and celebrating all the stupid shit we did before it finally caught up. The only thing I regret is not calling you. I meant to, 1,000 times a day, but I didn't know how. I didn't know what to say. I'm sorry for that. Hopefully Lucy finds you, and finds you well. Since I didn't get a chance to tell you to your face, brother, please know how much I regret that stupid fight. She wasn't really my mate, that girl. And even if she had been, I shouldn't have let jealousy come between us. I'm sorry. Family is family. Blood is blood. I know you, and I can only guess at how much you've been kicking your own ass over this the last few years. So know as well that I don't blame you for this. It wasn't your fault. But if you still carry some kind of guilt over this, Axe, know that I forgive you. I forgave you a long time ago. Hopefully, Lucy brought you this letter, so you have a chance to meet her. She's been my best friend the last few years, and more than that as well. She can tell you more if she wants. I think she's your mate, brother, and I'm sorry I loved her before you had a chance to know her. I hope you can be together, because she's wonderful. I don't regret a second of the time we spent together. She's special, and I loved her. Please make sure she knows that. Take care of her. That's all I ask of you. Maybe toast me once in a while. I don't want to drag this out, so that's about it. Thank you for being my brother. I wish we had more time together, and that we weren't both stupid idiots when we were younger. But I'll be waiting for you in Valhalla with the good beer. Don't get here too soon. And give my love to Lucy. Your brother, Ragnar.
Axel stared at the paper for a long time, the words blurring as his eyes filled. Ragnar always had a way with words. Whenever they messed up as kids and had to write an apology to their mother, Ragnar came up with the words. Axel cleared his throat a couple of times, trying to gather himself. But at last, finally, some of the weight lifted off his shoulders. Ragnar forgave him. He thought there wasn't anything to forgive, just childish mistakes they were both too stubborn to acknowledge and correct. Axel's heart ached that he'd missed out on so much with his brother because of fear and pride. But at least he knew Ragnar died with no regrets. He carefully folded the letter and placed it back in the envelope, then tucked the envelope away in the top drawer of his dresser, under his socks. He knew he would return to it and reread it, over and over until the words burned into his memory. But Ragnar's request to pass his love to Lucy made Axel think of telling her. She would want to know. He checked his phone for the little blinking dot that was Lucy, and froze in his kitchen. It was already moving, already headed into the city. He checked the clock, just to make sure he hadn't been reading the letter for an hour, but she'd only been gone 30 minutes. Definitely not long enough for her to have taken a shower upstairs, gotten ready, and headed out. He knew from the last few days that she took up as much hot water as the water heater provided. Axel clenched his jaw and headed up to Kaiser's apartment just to check, just to make sure. She was out of her damn mind going up against the Bad Creek enforcer by herself and pregnant. She wasn't really alone anymore. She could have asked for help. He threw open the door to the Alpha's apartment and surprised Kaiser and Josie in the living room. Josie frowned as she looked at him. "What's wrong? Where's Lucy?" "She came up here for a shower half an hour ago," he said, and held up his cell phone so they could see the blinking dot. "But she's already in the city, on her way." "She was here for about 10 minutes, Kaiser said. The Alpha shook his head and reached for his own phone. "She left to check in with you from what she said. I'm guessing Smith moved the meeting up to avoid us showing up and ruining the surprise. Damn it. I'll call the chases. Pull the car around." Axel hesitated as Josie got up and reached for her bag, and when she caught sight of his expression, she gave him a pointed look. "You have a problem with Mama Bear coming along?" "Say no," Kaiser muttered, then dodged a kick Josie aimed at him. "No problem at all," Axel said. He didn't have time to argue. Josie was a fierce enough grizzly, even though she was still a little unsteady on her bare feet and terribly embarrassed every time she shifted back and ended up naked and human. He jumped down each flight of stairs, pounding on the apartment doors to wake up his brothers. The rest of the den mobilized quickly, and by the time Kaiser and Josie reached the street in front of the gym, they had 2 SUVs warming up and ready to go. Sasha drove with Axel in the front seat, and Owen in the back with his medical supplies. Axel stared at the dot on his phone, giving directions to Sasha as the Russians smoked and steered through the clogged streets. They closed in on the park where Nick would meet Lucy, and traffic thinned, suspiciously thinned. Axel's heart started to pound as they passed the empty corner cafe where Smith claimed some of the hyenas would be stationed. No one. "I don't like this," Sasha said, drawing each word out until Axel wanted to punch him for stating the obvious. Axel rolled down his window, hoping to catch a hint of Lucy's scent, but instead heard snarling, growling, the curious yip bark of a pissed-off hyena. Sasha stopped the car so they could stare down an alley where a hyena fought off 4 coyotes, and another hyena lay motionless on the ground. "Shit," Owen said, a calm observation, then threw open his door and ran into the melee. He waded into the mix in human form, calmly firing a pistol at the coyotes and telling them to "fucking try me, losers." Axel jumped out and ran for the park where Lucy was supposed to be, only a block up, so that Sasha could help Owen. The youngest bear couldn't shift without risking his life due to some shrapnel, and despite the former Navy medic's proficiency with a weapon, the coyotes might have been able to overwhelm them, until the Russian Kodiak bear lumbered onto the scene. He heard other sounds of fighting as he ran, other hyenas being attacked. There were no wolves, just coyotes from what he could see, which meant the wolves waited somewhere else. Axel's chest burned with fear, a terrible kind of fear he'd never felt in his entire life. His mate was in danger. Her child, their child, was in danger. He needed to keep her safe, keep them safe, and he was failing. He skidded around the corner just as Lucy slid into the passenger seat of a dark sedan, that son of a bitch Nick getting into the driver's seat. Axel roared, racing to catch them, to at least slow them down, but Nick hit the gas. The car sped off in the empty streets and disappeared. Axel stared after it, hands at his sides, as the little blinking dot on his screen drew farther and farther away. The other SUV roared up and Lacey Sudoka jumped out, face red and bleeding and one arm held at an odd angle. "Where the fuck did they go?" "He took her," Axel said, more a howl than words. He grabbed the front of the hyena's shirt and yanked her forward, off balance. "What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you change the meeting? Why is my mate gone?" Her teeth bared and her nails dug into the skin of his wrists, deep enough to draw blood. "Nick changed it. Everything was going fine until the coyotes attacked my people. Put me down and get your shit together, Isbjorn, before they get too far away." Axel snarled, wanting to throw her across the park so she could get her own shit together. But Josie leaned out the window and said, "Let's go. They're getting farther away. Argue in the car." Kaiser grabbed the back of Axel's neck and squeezed just hard enough to convince him to drop the hyena queen, although the alpha bear was not pleased with the hyena's behavior either. They got into the SUV as Owen radioed back to them that they'd driven off the coyotes and would provide medical treatment to the injured hyenas until Miles Evershaw and his pack arrived to take over. Then the bears would join in the hunt to save one of their own. Axel tore the arm off one of the rear seats as Kaiser tried to navigate after the sedan, wanting to leap through the roof every time they hit a red light and the Alpha didn't immediately fly through the intersection. He focused so hard on Lucy and that blinking dot that he almost forgot to wonder where the fuck Smith was.
Chapter 20. I felt bad about misleading Axel all the way to the meeting location, but as soon as I got a block away, I focused only on the task at hand. Meet Nick, get the names of the guys responsible for killing Ragnar, kill those guys, get Nick out of Bad Creek. Simple. Easy. Except it never worked out that way. Nick got there before I did, and as soon as he saw me, he smiled and pulled me in for a hug. He smelled worried. The fox immediately wanted to run, to back out, to find someplace small and warm to hide. I remembered my promise to Axel, but shifting in the middle of a public park wasn't allowed. Humans might see.
So I hugged Nick back and murmured, "Everything okay?"
"Change of plans," he said and winked. "Thought I'd take you back to my place for lunch, if that's okay."
"Your place?" My voice cracked and I glanced at the car he gestured towards. A shadow moved in the back seat and my heart jumped up in my throat. "I really wanted to try this restaurant, though."
"I have a babysitter in the car,"
he said under his breath, playing with my hair and pretending to wheedle me towards cooperation.
"Neither of us can walk away. I'll take you there, then I'll bring you back."
I tugged at his jacket, trying to fake a pout as the world spun and my guts twisted and clammy sweat broke out on my back and palms. This wasn't good. It doesn't feel right. Where's our other friend?
No sign of him.
Nick put his arm around my shoulders and rested his head on top of mine, leading me back to the car.
"I promise you'll be fine, Lucy. I give you my word."
"I don't know you well enough to trust your word," I said, not wanting to resist too much since the shadow in the back seat seemed to be watching, and there was no telling who it was. Someone was following him? Did Bad Creek not trust Nick anymore? Did he mean to curry favor with the Alpha by bringing me in as a hostage? Josie said Bad Creek tried to kidnap her, and according to Smith, they'd been doing that sort of thing for a while.
"My word is unimpeachable."
Nick opened the car door for me, and the scars on his cheek buckled as he winked.
"I'm a Green Beret and a Boy Scout, darling. You can take my word to the bank."
"Just as long as I don't take it to the morgue," I muttered, but smiled and patted his cheek before I ducked into the car. "Okay, lunch at your place, but you'd better make it fancy." He waited until he got into the driver's seat to nod at the back.
"That's my pal Hamid. Hamid doesn't talk much, but he wanted to get out of the house today, so he thought he'd ride along."
I managed a queasy smile for the stone-faced man. "Hi, Hamid. Nice to meet you." He only grunted, his face convulsing in something that might have been a smile, and stared straight ahead as Nick started driving. I wanted to hold my breath, but Nick kept up a steady stream of chatter, most of it sounding flirty and cajoling, as if he really was trying to convince an ex-girlfriend to hop back into bed with him for the afternoon. And I played along, even though I thought I saw a huge brown bear lumbering through an alley out of the corner of my eye. Nick drove smoothly, casually, out of the city and toward farmland. I wasn't entirely familiar with the layout of the city or the suburbs, or even what direction we traveled, but the road looked lonely, even for a highway. When he turned onto a smaller 2-lane road, I started to get nervous. Storm clouds rolled in and cast shadows across the midday sun, and my throat closed. The fox definitely didn't like it. It felt like a trap. As we drove through a stand of trees and what looked like the start of a forest, it grew dark enough that he turned on the headlights. And then I saw them. Eyes. Dozens of pairs of eyes in the trees and ahead of us, reflecting the headlights back. Golden, glowing eyes. Animal eyes. Wolves. The car rolled to a stop. Nick put it in park and put his hands back on the steering wheel. I didn't dare breathe or speak or move. Hamid leaned forward, voice cold.
"Why are you stopping?" "Thought I saw something."
Nick didn't sound concerned. He didn't even look concerned. I wondered if it was a Boy Scout trick. Maybe something a Green Beret would know how to do. Look totally normal when he should have been scared shitless.
"It's probably nothing."
The silence stretched and no one moved for so long, I almost screamed, or barfed. Then the wolves got a little closer, stalking with their heads down, and when I glanced back, I saw a few on the road behind us. Nick put the car in reverse and began to back up, fast enough he could have run over the wolves, and just as he would have hit them, the engine died. sputtered, and went silent. Nick muttered under his breath, turning the key in the ignition and trying to get the damn thing to turn over, but nothing worked. A wolf stared at me, only a few feet from the car, and my hand shook as I tried to dial the phone in my lap. Someone had to be close enough to help us. Smith promised everything would be okay. The man in the back seat moved, holding a small black fob in his hand, and said, "You won't get it to start. It's finished." Nick's eyes narrowed. "A kill switch." Hamid nodded, waiting, and I held my breath. And then they both moved at the same time, a violent explosion of arms and metal and snarling, and I yanked at the door handle. Locked. And just as abruptly as it started, the movement stopped. Nick, breathing loudly through his nose, held Hamid by the collar of his jacket and pressed a pistol to the man's throat. Nick's teeth flashed white as he smiled, though it looked more like an animal baring his teeth. "Something interesting about my friend Hamid here, Lucy. He led the team of guys who killed Ragnar." Hamid snarled, though he didn't move. A bullet through the throat would kill even the strongest shifter. His voice gurgled as he struggled to speak. "How did you know?" "Because I do." Nick didn't even blink. "And since it looks like he set up the ambush ahead of us so he can take credit for killing me, we have a choice to make." "We fight," I said, scanning the surrounding woods to see whether the wolves approached. They stayed back, perhaps trusting in their friend Hamid to clear the way. After all, without Nick, they must have thought me an easy target, an easy catch. They would learn differently. But my hands trembled as I opened the glove box, hoping for another pistol. "Here." Nick handed me a gun, with no hint of where it might have come from, and nodded at the door. "There are 2 extra magazines in the console. You might need them." He gave the dude an extra shake, bashing his head into the roof of the car, and reseated the gun against the man's Adam's apple, aiming up towards his head. "You want to pull the trigger, or shall I?" It was tempting. I stared at the man, the one responsible for Ragnar's death, and wished I could have pulled the trigger. I wanted to. He deserved to suffer for what he'd done. A quick death was too kind, but we didn't have the time to really make him pay, not like how Lacey would make him pay. I dug the magazines out of the compartment, shoving them in my jacket pockets, and shook my head. "You do it, I don't—" The blast of the gunshot deafened me, sent glass and smoke and pieces of Hamid flying through the car, and I stared at Nick as my ears rang and my eyes watered and I figured I would never be clean again. He wiped the barrel of the gun off, making a face at what must have been brain matter on it, and worked his jaw, rubbing at his ears. He shouted through the distorted ringing, "Sorry, forgot how loud that is." The glowing eyes edged closer. More of them appeared out of the darkness. My heart sank. They wouldn't kill me, I knew that much. Experiment on me, use me for children, chop me up for parts. I wouldn't die right away. So one of those bullets would have to be for me, if things got ugly. My eyes smarted, and I tried to swallow the bile that swamped my mouth. God help me. I didn't want to die. Nick caught my shoulder and squeezed hard enough to get my attention. He spoke loudly and clearly, enough that I could follow what he said by staring at his mouth. "This is what we're going to do. As soon as I'm out, you run. Shift if you have to, but run as fast as you can and call for backup. I'll buy you as much time as I can, but you gotta move, girl." "They'll kill you," I said, shaking my head. I held up my phone, searching for a signal through the trees. "We can both run, and—" "There are too many of them." He took a deep breath and shrugged out of his jacket. "And it's the least I owe Ragnar, Lucy. Get your ass back to the city. If you guys can come back and give me a decent burial, that would be nice.
Just don't let them play taps over me, okay? I've heard that too many times.
No, I said, catching his arm. I dialed the phone with shaking hands. Nick, no, we can both leave.
They're already closing in,
he said, gently, as if he didn't want to break the bad news.
I know how they'll fight, and we don't have any time.
We need...
My voice broke and I shook my head.
You can't! And I screamed as something huge landed on the hood of the car. A polar bear. A polar bear landed on the hood of the car and crushed it with one swipe of his paw. Axel, blue eyes blazing gold, roared right through the windshield and fucked up what remained of my hearing. The fox peed herself just a tiny bit. No one could be brave facing a polar bear like that. Nick sighed.
Well, good. Backup is here.
He opened his door as I struggled with mine, searching the woods for signs of any other bears. Because one polar bear, one green beret, and one Arctic fox might not have been able to hold off 30 wolves, even with guns. But ice must have run in Nick's veins, too, because he didn't blink as Axel swiped at him and pinned him against the side of the car, the bear snarling right in his face. The wolves growled, close enough to be dangerous, even though they retreated a bit as the polar bear roared. I almost dropped the pistol. Axel, don't! Don't! Nick held up his hands, not struggling, and took a deep breath.
So you're his brother. Damn, dude. You look just like Ragnar. The mess of meat and bone in the back seat was the guy who orchestrated your brother's death. We killed him for you. There are more in the trees around us, but you have to get Lucy out of here. They want her. They'll use her. So you need to grab her ass up and run. You hear me? Do me a solid and kill a few on your way out if you can.
The polar bear snarled, and I wondered if Axel was even in control. Maybe he'd end up killing Nick and save Bad Creek the trouble. My feet slid on the icy road, and my heart thumped as I searched the trees. Some of the eyes had disappeared, some had gotten closer, others changed position. Nick was right. They fought as a pack, circling around. My adrenaline surged, and I needed to pee. Badly. Really, really badly. Nick snarled back at Axel and held up his pistol when the bear didn't move.
I can get a couple of them before they kill me, but get her out of here. I'll buy you as much time as I can. Now get the fuck out of here. Go.
Axel shoved him again for good measure, then wheeled around, and suddenly I was in the air, floating, landing hard on a polar bear back. I struggled, trying to slide off so I could reach Nick. Don't do this! We can fight them together! You can't...
Go!
He shouted at Axel, and Axel ran. The loping strides nearly bounced me off, but I gripped his fur. Tried not to look back, but failed as Nick strode down the lonely road by himself, right into a line of wolves. The sharp crack, crack, crack of his gun bit through the silence in the forest, and I screamed at Axel to turn around and help him. I hit him with my fists and the butt of the pistol I still carried, desperate. We had to save Nick. He couldn't fight them all. But Axel didn't stop. He didn't even slow down as half a dozen wolves peeled away and lunged after him, snapping at his legs and at me, and the polar bear swiped them away like annoying fleas. Nick disappeared in a flurry of red snow.
Chapter 21. They tracked the car to the road through the forest that led to the Bad Creek compound, after one of Smith's secretaries called to say the old man had been attacked and taken to the hospital. They took a parallel road as far as they could, but when it veered away, Kaiser parked and they got out, shifted. Axel didn't wait. As soon as his paws hit the snow, he took off. He could feel her, Afraid. She was terrified. Not hurt, not yet. Just scared. He heard a single gunshot and ran faster, tearing through the trees and over fallen logs as if none of it existed. Nothing existed in the world but her. He still almost killed the Bad Creek enforcer, but getting Lucy to safety took precedence. The rest of the den and the Hyena Queen were nowhere in sight as the Bad Creek pack closed in around them, and Axel couldn't risk it. He should have stayed to fight with Nick, to buy them all enough time, but he couldn't leave Lucy unguarded, unprotected. Those Bad Creek bastards would have hurt her. So he grabbed her and ran. She screamed at him to stop, to help the enforcer, and Axel both loved and hated that she cried over the other man. If Nick had been correct and killed the guy responsible for Ragnar's death, then Axel owed him a debt as well. But Lucy mattered more. Kaiser, a giant polar grizzly hybrid, and Josie, a cinnamon-colored grizzly, lumbered through the trees, while the Hyena Queen raced in a rolling, leaping gait. Lions appeared among the trees, golden ghosts as they charged through the snow, and wolves appeared on their side. Maybe Nick would make it out alive after all. He got Lucy to the SUV and shoved her inside, battering the door closed so he could protect her as a polar bear. He waited, pacing a circuit around the truck and through the half-dozen other vehicles that brought the council members to the forest, but only faraway shouts and snarls broke the silence. Owen sat on the roof of one of the SUVs, a high-powered rifle in his hands, and scanned the woods for any threats, just in case some of the Bad Creek minions thought they'd found a soft target. An eternity passed before the Alpha Bear returned, followed by the others. Axel shifted back and threw on his clothes. "Well?" Kaiser frowned as he pulled on some of the spare sweatpants from the back of the SUV. "We couldn't find the enforcer, Nick. There was some blood in the snow and a few stragglers from Bad Creek, but they didn't leave the body." "Was he dead or just taken?" Josie scrambled into the SUV to change in the back seat, and the opening of the door gave Axel an earful of Lucy crying hysterically. His heart broke for her. Damn it. Lacey Stoka, less modest after a lifetime of growing up around shifters, didn't bother to rush putting her clothes on. Dark tattoos covered her back in wild designs and foreign words, but Axel couldn't decipher them without staring. No way to tell. There wasn't enough blood to definitively say that he died, but there was a substantial trail leading back towards the compound. He also killed at least 3 of them, so it might have been their blood. Sasha lit a cigarette, despite being bare-ass naked in the snow, and shook the lighter at Kaiser. "He was brave man. Foolish, but brave. He saved Lucy." It hurt for Axel to say, to admit it, when his mate had been endangered. "He bought us enough time to get away. I owe him a debt. If we can help him, we have to." Logan Chase, Lion Alpha, strode up from where he'd been huddled with the rest of his pride. "We'll check in on Smith and figure out what the hell happened. No telling how Bad Creek got to him. He's got enough scary friends that I don't want to know what got through all of them." The Lion nodded to Kaiser and Lacey and turned to go. The rest of the Lions followed. Josie stuck her head out of the car and said quietly, "We should probably go, Axel." He moved before he thought, terrified that Lucy had been hurt, and jumped into the back of the car to be with her. Kaiser got into the driver's seat once more, waved at the others, and turned the SUV back to the city. Axel caught Lucy's hands, though she stared at him, wild-eyed and shaking. "It's okay. It will be okay." She tried to pull at the door handle. "We have to go back. Help Nick. We have to help Nick." "He's gone." Axel lowered his voice, trying to be soothing. "The Chases are looking into it. We'll look for him. We'll do our best to get him back."
He said it and knew it was a lie, or at least only a half-truth. The Bad Creek enforcer was dead, or wishing he was, and there wasn't much the council could do about it without taking down the entire compound, and they already knew that wouldn't happen soon, not until they knew what the hell injured Smith badly enough to take him out of the game. Lucy stared out the back window, her gaze unreadable. They must have known. When they let Nick meet me, Bad Creek already planned to kill him.
"It was probably the coyotes,"
Kaiser said as the silence stretched and Axel couldn't speak. He just wanted to hold her. The Alpha Bear checked his radio, then eased the SUV onto the highway. "They attacked the hyenas guarding you at the meeting location, so there wasn't anyone to sound the alarm or help if Nick tried to run. The Bad Creek Alpha must have hired the coyotes to track Nick as he was making his runs through the city, and spotted you sometime in the last few days, tracked you back to us."
"So it was my fault?"
Lucy's voice wavered. Axel almost punched Kaiser in the back of the head. Instead, he grabbed Lucy and dragged her into his lap, holding her as tightly as he could as the polar bear rumbled and snarled, wanting to rub himself all over her until she didn't smell like fear or gunfire.
"No, it wasn't your fault. At all. Nick made his choices. He worked with Smith for months. Bad Creek probably caught him with Smith or Sudoka or doing any number of things. He helped Rafe's mate, Meadow, escape from the compound a couple of weeks ago. It wasn't your fault, Lucy."
She didn't speak, and the polar bear grew frantic, desperate to comfort her, to convince her it wasn't her fault. He held her and rocked, rubbing her back and side, nuzzling her hair, making bear noises to at least show the fox part of her that everything would be okay. He didn't wait after Kaiser parked outside the gym, and instead picked Lucy up, carried her inside and up the stairs without pausing. Owen appeared on his heels, toting the medic bag, and said something about giving her fluids. Axel tucked Lucy into his bed and paced back and forth through the room as Owen set up his stuff and talked to her in that cheerful, everything's okay even if the world is falling apart voice he always used when someone was hurt. For a brief moment, Axel wondered where he learned that, if anyone used that voice on Owen when he was hurting. The polar bear cleared his throat, but winced as Owen slid an IV into the crook of Lucy's elbow.
"Just fluids, right?"
"Just fluids, brother." Owen attached a tube and lifted a bag of saline to hook on the post of the bed, fiddling with his equipment. "Don't want to give her anything else until we know for sure if there's a little bear in there." And he poked Lucy's stomach. She jumped and fixed him with a murderous glare, and Owen grinned. "There we go. Just in case, though, we got you prenatal vitamins and a couple of books, so you know what to expect."
"You mean Josie already had them upstairs and you brought them down a floor?"
Axel said, relieved that Owen prodded Lucy out of the blank silence she'd hidden in the entire car ride.
"Give me some credit."
Owen frowned at the bag of saline and flicked the tube again, then glanced over his shoulder at Axel.
"I went out and bought new stuff, along with all of your groceries and other errands."
And the younger bear waggled his eyebrows in the direction of the guest room and Axel's secret project for Lucy. Axel ground his teeth and attempted a smile as her eyes narrowed in suspicion.
"Good job on the errands, then."
"That's what I thought." Owen gave a low whistle under his breath as he continued to fuss with the bag. "Shit, girl, you must have been damn near totally dehydrated. You want another bag or just to rest? You'll have to pee like a banshee in 15 or so minutes, but you'll feel better." "Just rest," she said, and watched as Owen removed the IV and pressed cotton against the wound. He even used a pink Band-Aid with a cartoon character on it to secure the cotton to her skin, and Lucy gave him a look. Owen smiled. "I got those for the little ones. Leah won't let me put a Band-Aid on her if it doesn't have some kind of princess or monkey on it. I've got superhero Band-Aids, too, if those are more your style." "I'm okay with princesses," she said, then sat forward to hug Owen. She even rested her head on his shoulder for a brief moment. "Thank you, Owen. You're a good guy." The young bear blinked and floundered for words, then cleared his throat and carefully pulled free of her embrace. "Well, you don't really know me. Otherwise, you'd know that's not true." "Owen," she started, a frown wrinkling her forehead. Owen's smile only grew, though something dark twisted in his gaze. He focused on repacking the medic bag, his back to them both. "It's nothing worth talking about, Lucy, but I appreciate the sentiment. You're too nice." He shoved to his feet and headed for the door, not once looking back. "I'll just leave the vitamins and books and things in the kitchen. Get plenty of rest, and no funny business for at least a day." Lucy looked at Axel with a desperate kind of worry, clearly distraught at Owen's despair, so Axel strode after his friend. He caught Owen in the kitchen, shoving a paper shopping bag onto the island. Axel grabbed his arm. "Dude, wait." Owen growled, and Axel stopped as if struck. Owen never growled, never got aggressive. He white-knuckled his bear and his own ghosts to prevent himself from shifting and possibly dying. Axel didn't release him right away, though, because the polar bear couldn't tolerate backing down from a smaller bear's challenge. But he lowered his voice. "Are you okay, Owen?" "I really wish people would stop asking me that." Owen dropped the medic bag and faced Axel, pulling free, and folded his arms over his chest. Dark circles gathered under his eyes, and his throat and face flushed, though dark stippling from shrapnel and IED shit discolored as the blood rushed to his face. I hate that question. I'm not okay. I haven't been okay for a long time. I don't think I'll ever be okay. So what's the use in asking me about it except to remind me that I'm not okay? Jesus. "Thank you for helping Lucy," was all Axel could think to say. He almost wanted to hug the kid, but didn't know how that would go over, with the way Owen's eye twitched and the tendons stood out in his neck. "And for getting that stuff for me. How can I help you?" "You can't." Owen sounded resigned more than angry, just tired and defeated. "You can't fight these demons, Axe. Neither can I." He headed for the door, but paused long enough to tilt his head to where Lucy waited in the bedroom. "I'm serious. Let her sleep. Lots of liquids, water, some tea, chicken soup or broth. Josie made her a doctor's appointment for tomorrow afternoon." Axel tried to thank him, but by the time he opened his mouth, the door had already shut behind Owen. Axel growled in frustration, but retreated to the bedroom once more. Lucy curled up on her side, staring at the wall, and didn't look at him as Axel slid into the bed next to her. "Do you really think Nick is still alive?" "Yes," he said, and that time at least he meant it. "I think they'll keep him alive for a while, either to learn from him or send a message to us. We have some time to get him back." "We have to get him out," she said, and turned so she could curl up against his side, her head on his chest. "Please." He wanted to grumble in irritation, but didn't dare disturb her as Lucy's breathing grew deep and even. Yes, he would find Nick. He'd do everything in his power to give Lucy what she wanted, and if she wanted that scar-faced bastard free,
then Axel would make it happen, even if it meant taking on Bad Creek by himself. The polar bear relaxed, finally, since he had his mate in their bed and could protect her. The man responsible for killing Ragnar was also dead. He exhaled and concentrated only on the sound of Lucy's breathing and the faint drumming of her heart.
Chapter 22. Time passed in a blur. Axel and the others ran around to meetings and searches and all manner of things, but I stayed at the apartment or upstairs with Josie. I still didn't feel like myself. After so long planning on how to deal with Ragnar's killers, it all ended too soon, too abruptly. One moment, Nick asked me if I wanted to pull the trigger. Then the asshole was dead. Done. I didn't know what I'd envisioned doing when I found Ragnar's killers, but it hadn't been sitting in a car while someone else shot them in the throat. Not that I'd imagined myself with the gun. And I didn't really feel better, even knowing the guy was dead. Ragnar was still gone, and I still felt his absence every day in a sharp pain. That hadn't changed. I started to think it never would. There were probably other culprits still running around in Bad Creek, and part of me hoped that the 3 dead wolves they found in the woods had been the ones responsible, and Nick finished them off because he could. A Green Beret and a Boy Scout, and not at all who I expected him to be in person. It felt like an eternity, but just a blink before I found myself back in the car with Axel and Josie, driving to the doctor's. I didn't want to go. Didn't want to face the doctor and confess I'd been too distracted and maybe too stupid to notice I was 3 months pregnant. Didn't want to know for sure. Pressure rose in my chest again, and I took a shaky breath. Luckily, it wasn't a long drive to the doctor's office, and there wasn't much of a wait in the reception area. Axel practically vibrated with tension and the need to be near me, wanting to go back in the room with me, but he folded himself into a chair, picked up a battered magazine with a baby on the cover, and pretended to read it. His foot bounced so fast it blurred, but he managed to smile.
"I'll be here whenever you're done."
Josie went back with me and held my hand as they took blood for the test, and squeezed my hand when we were back in the exam room and the doctor came in. She seemed nice enough, smiling and cheerful as she congratulated me. Congratulated me on being pregnant. A ringing in my ears drowned everything else out, and I could only stare at her. A baby. A mother. I was going to be a mother. A mother. My throat closed and I tried to breathe, though it came out a hiccup. The doc never stopped smiling and giving me instructions on vitamins and what not to eat, though she handed me a box of tissues without missing a beat. I missed most of what she said as I stared at her and watched her lips move, and wondered whether the baby would be a polar bear or a fox, if it would be a boy or a girl. The doc patted the end of the exam table. "Lay back and we'll do a quick ultrasound, just to check and make sure everything's going well. You should be able to hear the heartbeat." "The what?" I looked at her, frozen. "You can hear that? Oh, yes, it's amazing." The doc fussed with the equipment as I lay back. My chest tightened. Something didn't feel right. Josie squeezed my hand, and I looked at her in a panic. "Would you want me to go get him?" "Please," I whispered. She grinned and hugged me, then headed for the door. "Of course. Just wait a sec and I'll send him back." It seemed like the door hardly closed before Axel charged through, out of breath and wild-eyed. He startled the doctor enough that she squirted almost half the tube of gel stuff all over my stomach and side. He flushed and muttered apologies as he stood next to my shoulder, staring at the blank screen where something mysterious would appear. He laced his fingers through mine and squeezed, brought my hand up so he could kiss my knuckles and murmur, "Thank you."
"Here we go," the doc said, still cheerful, and pressed the wand against my stomach. She fished it around a bit, searching for something. Then she pointed at the screen, where a blurry field of gray was disrupted by a black pod and a little flicker. "See that right there? That's baby."
"That's—"
Axel cut off, staring at the screen. I couldn't breathe. That tiny thing, that little, minuscule, impossibly small thing was a baby. A little peanut, hitching a ride for 6 more months. "Everything looks great, Mama," the doctor said. She clicked a few buttons and did stuff with the machine as Axel and I stared in silence at that constant flicker. A heart, a beating heart, floating inside me. "You're at about 13 weeks, it looks like. Baby looks perfect, healthy, no signs of any issues." Healthy, perfect, 13 weeks. Then she hit another button and a fast whooshing sound filled the room, over and over, steady and strong. My breath caught and my heart stopped and I almost jumped up. "That's your baby's heartbeat," she said. Axel stood in silence next to me, squeezing my hand, and I tried to understand, tried to process the sound of my baby's heartbeat. Something alive inside of me. A new life. A brand new little person who I would meet in 6 months. "It sounds good. It's a strong beat." She glanced over and smiled, then offered a box of tissues. I took them but blinked. "I think I'm too in shock to—" but cut off as she tilted her head toward Axel. And immediately I wanted to cry. His eyes, red-rimmed and watery, focused on that monitor, and his entire face flushed. He cleared his throat several times, making his voice deeper than normal as he dashed tears from his cheeks.
"Sorry, I think I got something in my eye."
"It's called love," the doctor said, laughing. "Don't be ashamed of it, Dad. Hearing your baby's heartbeat for the first time is a miracle."
"I'm not—"
he started, but I dug my nails into his wrist as I clenched his hand in mine. He would be the father. Of course he was. There wasn't any question. The doctor hit a few more buttons, then started cleaning up the machine. "I'll print a few pictures for you to take home, and I want to see you back here in a couple of weeks. If you have any problems, call me. I'll leave the list of books and supplements and foods to avoid up at reception. You have a lot of studying to do, Lucy, but I'm sure you'll be fine." She left, shutting the door quietly behind her, but Axel and I remained frozen, staring at the screen with a frozen picture of the baby. Not just the baby, my baby. I finally forced myself to sit up, wiping the gel crap off my stomach just so I had something to do, even though I wanted to stay there forever. Well, now we know for sure. 13 weeks.
"I can't believe we heard the heartbeat."
He took a tissue from the box, but it wasn't enough, and he turned away for a moment to make gruff bear noises in what sounded like a toughen up or else pep talk. I slid to my feet and started to pull my clothes back on, though my hand shook too much to work the button on my jeans. I'd have to get new ones soon. Already my stomach pressed against the waist. The button slipped out of my fingers for the 3rd time, and I cursed, wanting to scream and cry and laugh at the same time. Then I sucked in a deep breath because Axel turned and swooped me up in a hug, the kind that spun me around a few feet off the floor, and he buried his face in my hair.
"That baby is a miracle, but you are my miracle."
My arms linked around his neck, and I closed my eyes,
letting the warm comfort of his embrace sweep me away. Everything would be okay.
"Ragnar's heart beats in you,"
he said, a thread of sound in my ear.
"You bear his heart within you. You carry him every day, and I will carry his memory, and his child will carry his spirit."
"We'll carry him together," I said. I rested my head on his shoulder and thought about a nice hot bath and a warm bed and plenty of soup, and Axel hovering over me like a mother hen, clucking as he added more blankets to the pile. "Take me home." And he did. This has been Bearing Hearts, City Shifters The Den, Book 2, written by Layla Nash, narrated by Beth Rogue. Copyright 2016 by Layla Nash. Production copyright 2020 by Layla Nash. Epilogue. The wind whipped around us violently, sending cold rippling through me, as Axel and I stood at the far end of the dock. The river frothed and seethed around the algae-covered wood below us. A storm blew in and kicked up dark clouds on the horizon, with the faraway promise of snow. In the dreary mid-afternoon fog, we couldn't see the other side of the river. I shivered. Axel put his arm around my shoulder, pulling me tight to his side, and said,
"We don't have to do this now. We can wait."
"It should be now." I swallowed around a knot in my throat. My hand shook as I set the urn with Ragnar's ashes in the wooden boat that Axel had carved and decorated. I didn't want to let Ragnar go, and the selfish part of me wanted to keep him with us forever, especially for when Ragnar's child asked about his father. I cleared my throat and dashed tears from my eyes. It's better now, in winter. He liked this weather.
He did.
Axel kissed my temple before releasing me and leaned down to pick up the small wooden craft and its precious cargo. He held it a long moment, frowning down at it, then whispered something in the language of his homeland. The wind tore the sound away and tugged Axel's hat free as well, revealing the shaved head. Some of his locks rested in the boat with Ragnar's ashes. Then Axel took a deep breath, his eyes a little red, and set the boat down once more. He stripped off his clothes despite the fierce wind and the sudden sting of icy water from the river, and shifted. A giant polar bear stood next to me, grumbling and nudging me with a worried look on his face. Then he held out a paw. I placed the boat in his paws, though I didn't want to let it go, and watched as Axel slipped into the river and the frigid water. He carried the boat to the middle of the river and let it go, the small craft bobbing and swirling in the current. The polar bear returned to the dock and shifted, shaking off the water like a dog, even though he was in human form. Axel dressed quickly and took up the bow and arrows he'd brought. My hands trembled as I lit the end of one arrow and the bundle of gas-soaked rags on the end. The fire stung my eyes and hid the tears that escaped. Ragnar had been the first great love of my life, and I would always feel his absence. Even with everything I felt for Axel, I couldn't forget Ragnar. The arrow burned as Axel lifted the bow and aimed, frowning more as the wind kicked up. The first arrow missed, disappearing into the dark water, and Axel's frown deepened. I lit the second arrow. It, too, flashed out as it hit the water. Axel's teeth glinted white as the storm drew closer, darkening the afternoon sky into night. He took a deep breath and said,
Come on, brother. Let me do this right.
As he raised the third arrow, the flames sputtering and flickering in the wind, everything calmed. The wind died down until the air remained still around us, and the boat, tossing in the current, seemed to hover in one place. I held my breath. Axel murmured something else and released the arrow. It floated up and up before hitting its apex and dropping, a blaze of orange, onto the boat. The flames caught at the dry wood and burned higher, impossibly high, 4 feet, maybe even 5 feet, and the acrid smell of Axel's burning hair reached us as the wind returned. The river turned violent once more, but the boat continued to burn. My chest hurt and my sinuses stung, and I couldn't take it. Tears escaped, and sobs racked me from head to toe. I would have fallen if Axel hadn't caught me, and he held me up as we watched the boat burn. Icy snow started to fall as the boat rose and fell on the waves, and Axel spoke slowly, firmly, as if the words tore at his throat with every syllable.
Lo, there do I see my father. Lo, there do I see my mother, my sisters, and my brothers.
His voice cracked and he trailed off, and I held him tighter. I wanted to close my eyes against the sight of Ragnar's boat disappearing. I never wanted to see his flame go out. Axel cleared his throat a few times before he went on, gaining volume until he shouted into the wind.
Lo, there do I see my people, back to the beginning. Lo, they do call to me. They bid me take my place among them in the hallowed halls of Valhalla, where the brave shall live forever.
He shouted forever into the void, into the storm, into the universe, like a prayer, like a promise. I couldn't breathe. Axel pulled a bottle of clear liquor out of his pocket and uncapped it. He upended the bottle and let the alcohol mix with the river churning near our feet. Only the briefest hint of peppermint reached us through the stinging scent of snow.
I will see you in the halls of Valhalla, Ragnar Magnusson Isbjorn, and we will drink together. Rest well, brother.
He gathered me up in a hug and pressed his face against my hair, and we stood there as the storm raged and covered us in ice and snow and sleet. Axel kissed my cheek and turned us toward the car.
Don't look back.
I didn't. I didn't have to. The image of Ragnar's boat, tossing on the waves with the storm clouds over it, would stay with me forever. With the storm, the drive home took forever. I fell asleep a few hours in, only waking when Axel parked and turned off the engine. The disorientation played cruel tricks on me, until I wondered if everything had been a bad dream. But Axel sat next to me, and the car still smelled a little like gas and the burning arrows, and my body ached from balancing on the icy dock. I tried to smile as he opened my door and helped me out, even though it felt like those muscles would never work right again.
Let's get inside,
he said, frowning and holding me close to his side, trying to wrap his coat around me as well.
You're cold. I have one thing to show you. Then it's a hot bath and a fire and straight to bed.
I snorted and gave him a sideways look. I'm not sick.
I know.
He still hustled me into the building via the side door, avoiding the gym, and then made me wait for the elevator even though the stairs were perfectly doable. Regardless of how much I poked his ribs and told him I wanted to take the stairs, Axel remained unmoved. I wasn't suspicious until he opened the door to his apartment and made me wait just inside the dark room, and he strode off to turn on lights and move things around. A new couch and love seat dominated the living room, all comfortable and plush and clean, and my heart started to beat a little faster as I looked around and spotted other changes. Framed pictures on the mantel over the fireplace, plush throws on the back of the couch, a soft rug underfoot as I wandered into the living room. I thought I saw a shadow move in his bedroom and frowned, since Axel appeared from the guest room and held out his hand. "What's going on?" I let him tug me toward the guest room, but I still looked over my shoulder. I definitely heard giggling. Axel took a deep breath and stood behind me as he turned me to face the guest room, his arms around my waist. And I froze. It wasn't a guest room anymore. It still smelled like fresh paint, a neutral, soft gray, and all the furniture had been removed and replaced with baby furniture. A nursery. He made a nursery. Tears sprang to my eyes unbidden. Axel cleared his throat, moving nervously into the room to touch the dark wood crib, the dresser with small drawers, the rocking chair in the corner, a bookshelf already filled with thick board books.
"Obviously, we don't know if the baby is a boy or a girl, so we can redecorate when we find out. But I wanted you to have a place where you could prepare, so everything is ready and you don't have to do anything else. Just sit in your rocking chair."
He opened one of the drawers and pulled out a few diapers, then opened the closet door to reveal tons and tons of tiny baby clothes. I couldn't speak, watching him move around the room with more energy, more speed, more nerves. Axel ran his hand over his head, as if he still expected to find hair instead of the buzzed scalp, and fiddled with a small stuffed polar bear that sat on the rocker.
"I know it isn't much. We can redo it, if you—"
"It's perfect," I said. My hands shook as I touched the dresser and then the crib, still a little unnerved by the idea of being a mother. Part of me refused to believe I could be pregnant, regardless of the slight bump of my stomach. "Axel, thank you."
"I love you,"
he said, so sudden and loud I jumped. He caught my hands, squeezed my fingers.
"Stay with me, Lucy."
I studied his face, my heart in my throat. "I will, Axel." He grabbed me in a hug, tight enough my ribs creaked, and he buried his face in my hair. I dangled a couple inches off the ground, taking a deep breath. "But—" He went still, then carefully set me on my feet and took a step back. His expression grew guarded.
But
it might take me a while to get used to this, to get used to us. I don't think I've ever been in a normal relationship before." I gnawed at my lower lip, reaching for his hands. "So be patient with me, okay?"
"Always."
He picked me back up and swung me around, exhaling a gust of a sigh that nearly deflated me as well.
"For a second there, you had me worried."
I rested my head on his shoulder and closed my eyes, dreaming a little of the hot bath and fire and cozy bed he'd promised. It had been a long, emotional day. "Thank you." He laughed.
"For what?"
My arms linked around his neck, and I didn't even care that my feet barely touched the ground. "For being careful with me."
"Always,"
he said, and kissed my neck again. He released me and nodded at the door behind me.
"There's one more thing I need to show you."
"I don't know if I can take any more of you being sweet," I said, poking his side. "What happened to the surly polar bear?" He snorted but didn't respond, nudging me out of the nursery with his hands on my waist. And a good thing, too, because I nearly fell over my own feet when I saw the kitchen. Josie, Kaiser, the kids, Sasha, Mal, and Owen all stood there around a massive sheet cake covered in candles and yelled, "Surprise!" as soon as they saw us. And I started crying. Again. Tyler raced forward to hug my legs, beaming up at me. "You're going to stay?" Josie laughed and tried to pry him loose, though she looked a little teary as well as she gave me a one-armed hug. "Sorry to overwhelm you, Lucy. We just wanted to celebrate you staying in the family." "I love it," I said, blubbering through the tears, and Axel made a snorty bear noise that meant he wanted to laugh at me but didn't dare. He made me sit on the chaise part of the new couch and covered me in blankets before he retrieved cake and snacks and tea for me. Tyler and the kids hopped onto the couch next to me, talking a mile a minute, even when Josie tried to distract them with some of the new fancy things Axel had bought for the living room, including a basket of toys. The bears laughed and poured each other glass after glass of the mystery clear liquor that Mal brought up in a milk jug, but Axel crouched next to the fireplace, fussing with kindling and newspapers and matches. Tyler marched over to supervise, and I couldn't help but smile as Axel patiently followed the detailed instructions on where to put each log and shred of paper. Axel glanced back, a long-suffering look on his face, and caught me watching. He smiled, mouthed "I love you," and turned his attention back to the fire and Tyler.
"So, where do I put this one?"
I leaned back on the couch, content to watch Katie and Leah nibble cake off my plate and let the warmth and comfort of the noisy house roll over me. Josie squeezed my hand and laughed as she tried to rescue my cake. Kaiser staggered over, already half toasted from the liquor, and gave her a plate with almost a quarter of the cake on it. The jokes continued, and I exhaled a little of the terror that still gripped me. Having a baby terrified me to my core. I didn't feel ready. Maybe I would never feel ready. But I wasn't alone. I had a family to help. Mal leaned on the kitchen island, demolishing a substantial piece of cake.
"I know it's early, but have you thought of any names?"
"Sort of."
Axel glanced over his shoulder at me and waited to go on until I nodded. I didn't mind sharing.
"If it's a boy, he'll be Magnus, after my father. Magnus Ragnarson Isbjorn."
The southerner chuckled.
"That's a whole lot of name for a little guy."
"It is powerful name,"
Sasha said, raising his glass.
"He'll grow into it."
The others toasted to my baby, and Owen raised an eyebrow.
"And if it's a girl, what then? Magnusa? Magnelli?"
Axel scowled at him, but a smile cracked through as Sasha and Kaiser both started brainstorming names for a baby girl. Axelia was the best of the group, and by a large margin, so clearly we wouldn't be asking the guys for help with names. The fire finally crackling in the fireplace, Axel sat on the floor next to my chaise and touched my hip and side, his palm sliding to my stomach.
"You okay?"
"Yes." I squeezed his hand. Maybe the code wasn't a bad thing after all. We all needed help. We all needed family. It might not be the family we expected, but I didn't mind at all. I'm great. Except I started crying again, and he laughed, and Josie scolded him, and Kaiser passed more liquor, and Sasha started singing a Russian love song, and the chaos of family went on into the night. Search for Layla Nash on Audible.com for your next great listen.